梁歌作《楚留香传奇》，作者古龙。第1章，借尸还魂。这不是鬼故事，却比世上任何鬼故事都离奇可怖。9月28，立冬。这天在至悲山庄发生的事，楚留香若非亲眼见到。
Written by Liang Gu, The Legend of Chu Liuxiang, author, Gu Long. Chapter 1, Resurrection from a Dead Body. This is not a ghost story, but it is stranger and scarier than any ghost story in the world. September 28th, the beginning of winter. If Chu Liuxiang hadn't witnessed what happened at Tuabei Villa that day, it would have happened.
只怕永远也无法相信，至悲山庄在松江府城外，距离名闻天下的秀野桥还不到3里。每年冬至前后，楚留香几乎都要到这里来住几天，因为他也和季英先生张翰一样，秋风一起。
I'm afraid I'll never believe it. Tubei Villa is located outside Songjiang Prefecture, less than 3 miles away from the world-famous Xiuya Bridge. Every year around the winter solstice, Chu Liuxiang almost always comes here to stay for a few days. Because he is also like Mr. Ji Ying and Zhang Han, and the autumn wind is with him.
就有了纯炉之思，因为天下唯有松江秀野桥下所产的炉才是4塞的，而江湖中人谁都知道，至悲山庄的主人左二爷除了掌法冠绝江南外，亲手烹调的鲈鱼块更是妙绝天下。
This brings me to the thought of water shield perch, because in the world only the perch produced under the Xiuya Bridge in Songjiang has 4 gills, and everyone in the world knows that Zui Yuri, the owner of Tuabei Villa, is the best in the south of the Yangtze River in his skills. The sea bass meat cooked by one's own hands is even more delicious.
江湖中人也都知道，普天之下能令左二爷亲自下厨房洗手做鱼羹的，总共也不过只有2个人而已。楚留香恰巧就是这2人其中之一。但这次楚留香到至悲山庄来。
Everyone in the world also knows that there are only 2 people in the world who can make Mr. Zhuo go to the kitchen himself, wash his hands and make fish soup. Chu Liuxiang happened to be one of these 2 people. But this time Chu Liuxiang came to Tuabei Villa.
并没有尝到左二爷妙手亲调的鲈鱼块，却遇到了一件平生从未遇到过的最荒唐、最离奇也最可怖的事。他从来也不信世上竟真会有这种事发生。左二爷和楚留香一样。
I didn't taste the sea bass cooked by Master Zhua, but I encountered the most absurd, bizarre, and terrifying thing I had never encountered in my life. He never believed that such a thing could really happen in the world. Zui Yuri is the same as Chu Liuxiang.
是最懂得享受生命的人，他不求封侯，但求长乐，所以自号清侯。至悲山庄中有江南最美的歌妓，最纯的美酒，马厩中有南七省跑得最快的千里马，大厅中也有最风雅的食客。
He is the person who knows how to enjoy life best. He does not ask for a title, but seeks constant happiness, so he calls himself Qingho. There are the most beautiful singing girls and the finest wines in the south of the Yangtze River in the Tubei Villa. The fastest horses in the 7 southern provinces are in the stables, and the most elegant diners are in the hall.
但左二爷最得意的事却还不是这些。左二爷平生最得意的有3件事。第一件令他得意的事，就是他有楚留香这种朋友。他常说宁可砍下自己的左手。
But these are not the things that Mr. Zhua is most proud of. There are 3 things that Mr. Zhua is most proud of in his life. The first thing that made him proud was that he had a friend like Chu Liuxiang. He often said that he would rather chop off his left hand.
也不愿失去楚留香这个朋友。第二件令他得意的事，是他有个世上最可怕的仇敌，那就是号称天下第一剑客的血衣人薛大侠。他和薛衣人做了30年的冤家对头。
He also didn't want to lose Chu Liuxiang as a friend. The second thing that made him proud was that he had the most terrifying enemy in the world, the man in blood, Xue Daxia, who was known as the best swordsman in the world. He and Xue Yiren have been enemies for 30 years.
居然还能舒舒服服地活到现在，薛衣人虽然威震天下，却也将他无可奈何。这件事，左二爷每一提起，就忍不住要开怀大笑。第三件事，也是他最得意的一件事。
He is still able to live comfortably until now. Although Xue Yiren is powerful in the world, there is nothing he can do about it. Every time Mr. Zhua mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but laugh. The third thing is also the thing he is most proud of.
那就是他有个最聪明、最漂亮也最听话的乖女儿。左二爷没有儿子，但从来不觉得遗憾，只因他认为他这女儿比别人200个儿子加起来都强盛10倍。
That is, he has the smartest, most beautiful, and most obedient daughter. Mr. Zhua had no son, but he never felt regretful because he believed that his daughter was 10 times better than other people's 200 sons put together.
左明珠也的确从来没有令他父亲失望过。他从小到大几乎从没有生过病，更没有惹过任何麻烦。现在他已18岁，却仍和2岁时一样可爱，一样听话。他的武功虽然并不十分高明。
Zhua Mingzhu has indeed never disappointed her father. Growing up, she almost never got sick or got into any trouble. Now she is 18 years old, but she is still as cute and obedient as she was when she was 2 years old. Although her martial arts is not very good.
但在女人中已可算是佼佼者了。到外面去走了2趟之后，也有了个很响亮的名头，叫雨仙娃。虽然大家都知道，江湖中人如此捧她的场，至少有一半是看在左二爷的面上。
But she is already considered a leader among women. After going out twice, she also has a very famous name, called Jade Fairy Baby. Although everyone knows that at least half of the reason why people in the world praise her so much is for the sake of Mr. Zhua.
但左二爷自己却一点也不在意。左二爷并不希望他女儿是个女魔王，何况他也并没有太多的时间去练武。他不但要陪他父亲下棋、喝酒，还要为他父亲抚琴、插花、填词、吟诗。
But Mr. Zhua himself didn't care at all. Mr. Zhua does not want his daughter to be a female devil. What's more, she doesn't have much time to practice martial arts. Not only does she have to play chess and drink with her father, she also has to play the piano, arrange flowers, write lyrics, and recite poems for her father.
她无论做任何事，都是为她父亲做的。因为她生命中还没有第2个男人。总而言之，这位左姑娘正是每个父亲心目中所期望的那种乖女儿。左二爷几乎从来没有为她操过心。
Whatever she does it for her father, because there is no second man in her life. All in all, this girl's Zhua was exactly the kind of good daughter every father expected. Mr. Zhua almost never worried about her.
直到目前为止，左二爷还未为她操过心。但现在这件最荒唐、最离奇、 最神秘、最可怖，几乎令人完全不能相信的事，正是发生在他身上。9月，寒意已经很重了。
Until now, Mr. Zwa has not worried about her. But now, the most absurd, bizarre, mysterious, terrifying, and almost completely unbelievable thing happened to her. In September, the chill is already severe.
但无论在多冷的天气里，只要一走进制杯山庄，就会生出一种温暖舒适的感觉，就好像疲倦的浪子回到了家一样。因为制杯山庄中上上下下每个人。
But no matter how cold the weather is, as soon as you walk into Tobii Villa, you will feel a warm and comfortable feeling, just like a tired prodigal son returning home. Because everyone in Toiling Villa, up and down,
面上都带着欢乐而好客的笑容，即使是守在门口的门丁，对客人也是那么殷勤而有礼。你还未走进大门，就会嗅到一阵阵酒香、菜香、脂粉的幽香、花木的清香。
There are happy and hospitable smiles on their faces, and even the doorman guarding the door is so attentive and polite to the guests. Before you walk through the door, you will smell the fragrance of wine, vegetables, powder, flowers, and trees.
就会听到一阵阵悠扬的丝竹管弦声、豪爽的笑声和碰杯时发生的清脆声响。这些声音像是在告诉你，所有的欢乐都在等着你。那种感觉又好像一双走得发麻的脚泡入温水里。
You will hear bursts of melodious silk and bamboo orchestral sounds, hearty laughter, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses. These sounds seem to tell you that all the joy is waiting for you, and the feeling is like soaking a pair of numb feet in warm water.
但这次，楚留香还远在数十丈外，就觉得情况不对了。制杯山庄那2扇终年常开的黑漆大门，此刻竟紧闭着，门口竟冷清清的，瞧不见车马。楚留香敲了半天门。
But this time, Chu Liuxiang was still dozens of feet away, so she felt something was wrong. The 2 black doors of Tubi Villa, which were always open all year round, were actually closed at the moment, and the entrance was deserted, with no cars or horses in sight. Chu Liuxiang knocked on the door for a long time.
才有个老头子出来开门，他见到楚留香，虽然立刻就露出欢迎的笑容，却显然笑得很勉强。昔日那种欢乐的气氛，如今竟连一丝也看不到了。院子里居然堆满了落叶未扫。
Only then did an old man come out to open the door. When he saw Chu Liuxiang, although he immediately showed a welcoming smile, his smile was obviously very forced. The joyful atmosphere of the past is now gone. The yard was actually filled with fallen leaves that had not been swept away.
一阵阵秋风卷起了落叶，带给人一种说不出的凄凉萧索之意。等到楚留香看到左青侯时，更吃了一惊。这位江湖大豪红润的面色，竟已变得苍白而憔悴，连眼睛都凹了下去。
Gusts of autumn wind rolled up the fallen leaves, giving people an indescribable feeling of desolation. When Chu Liuxiang saw Zwa Qingho, she was even more surprised. The rosy complexion of this wealthy man has turned pale and haggard, and even his eyes have become sunken.
才1年不见，他好像就已老了10几岁。在他脸上已找不出丝毫昔日那种豪爽乐天的影子，勉强装出来的笑容也掩不住他眉宇间那种忧郁愁苦之色。大厅里也是冷清清的。
We haven't seen him for only a year, and he seems to have aged more than 10 years. There is no trace of the former cheerful and optimistic look on his face, and the forced smile cannot hide the melancholy and sorrowful look between his brows. The hall was also deserted.
座上客已散，盛酒的金樽中却积满了灰尘，甚至连梁上的燕子都已飞去了别家院里。智杯山庄中究竟发生了什么惊人变故？怎会变成如此模样？楚留香惊奇的几乎连话都说不出来。
The guests had dispersed, but the gold bottles containing the wine were filled with dust. Even the swallows on the beams had flown to other courtyards. What shocking changes happened in the Bei villa? How could it become like this? Chu Liuxiang was so surprised that she could hardly speak.
左二爷紧紧握住了他的手，也是久久都说不出话。楚留香忍不住试探着问道：“二哥你近来还好吗？”左二爷道：“好，好，好。”他一连将这好字说了7、8遍。
Master Zhua held his hand tightly and was speechless for a long time. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Second brother, how are you lately?" Second Master Zhua said, "Okay, okay, okay." He said the word good 7 or 8 times in a row.
目中似已有热泪将夺眶而出，把楚留香的手握得更紧，aha声道：“只不过明珠她。”楚留香动容道：“明珠她怎么样了？”左青侯沉重地叹息了一声，黯然道：“她病了，病得很重。”
It seemed that hot tears were about to burst out of her eyes. She held Chu Liuxiang's hand tighter and said in a voice, "It's just Mingzhu she." Chu Liuxiang said with emotion, "How is Mingzhu?" Zhua Qingho sighed heavily and said sadly, "She is ill, very ill."
其实用不着他说，楚留香也知道左明珠必定病得很重，否则这乐天的老人又怎会如此愁苦？楚留香勉强笑道：“年轻人病一场，算得了什么？病好了反而吃得更多些。”左青侯摇着头。
In fact, there was no need for him to tell. Chu Liuxiang also knew that Zhua Mingzhu must be seriously ill, otherwise how could this happy old man be so miserable? Chu Liuxiang forced a smile and said, "What does it mean for a young man to get sick? He will eat more when he recovers." Zhua Qingho shook his head.
长叹道：“你不知道，这孩子生的病是一种怪病。”楚留香道：“怪病。”左青侯道：“他躺在床上，滴水未进，粒米未沾，不吃不喝，已经快1个月了。就算你我也经不起这么折磨的。”
He sighed and said, you don't know. This child's disease is a strange disease." Chu Liuxiang said, "Strange disease?" Zhua Qingho said, "She is lying on the bed, not a drop of water has entered, not a grain of rice has touched her, and she has not eaten or drank for almost a month. Even you and I cannot withstand such torture."
何况他？楚留香道：“病因查出来了吗？”左青侯道：“我已将江南的名医都找来了，却还是查不出这是什么病。有的人把了脉，甚至连方子都不肯开。”
What's more, Chu Liuxiang said, "Has the cause of the disease been found?" Zhua Qingho said, "I have called all the famous doctors in Jiangnan, but I still can't find out what the disease is. Some people took the pulse and even refused to prescribe it."
若非靠张简斋每天1帖续命丸子保住了他这条小命，这孩子如今只怕早已……他语声哽咽， 老泪已忍不住流了下来。楚留香道：“二哥说的张简斋可是那位号称
If it weren't for Zhang Jianzhai's life-extending meatballs that kept her alive, this child would have been, long ago." His voice was choked with sobs, and he couldn't help but shed tears. Chu Liuxiang said, "The Zhang Jianzhai my second brother is talking about is the one who is known as."
一指判生死的神医名侠简斋先生。左青侯道：“楚留香展言道：“若是这位老先生来了，二哥还有什么不放心的？只要他老先生肯出手，天下还有什么治不好的病？”左青侯道
Mr. Jianzhai, the famous doctor who can judge life and death with one finger? Zhua Qingho said, yes. Chu Liuxiang showed his face and said, if this old gentleman comes, what else does the second brother have to worry about? As long as the old man is willing to take action, what diseases in the world can't be cured? Zhua Qingho said.
你不知道，他本来也不肯开方子的，只不过……突见一位面容清癯、目光炯炯的华服老人匆匆走了进来，向楚留香点点头，就匆匆走到左青侯面前，将一粒丸药塞入他嘴里，道
You don't know, he was not willing to write a prescription in the first place, but… Suddenly, an old man in Chinese clothes with a clear face and bright eyes walked in hurriedly, nodded to Chu Liuxiang. He hurriedly walked up to Zhua Qingho, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and said,
吞下去。左青侯不由自主吞下了丸药，讶然道：“这是为了什么？”老人却已转回头，道：“随我来。”楚留香认得这老人正是名满天下的简斋先生，见到他这种神情
Swallow it. Zhua Qingho swallowed the pill involuntarily and said in surprise, What is this for? But the old man turned his head and said, Follow me. Chu Liuxiang recognized this old man as the world-famous Mr. Jianzhai, and saw his expression.
楚留香已隐隐觉出事情不妙了。三个人匆匆走入后园，只见菊花丛中的京轩外，肃然凝立着10几个老妈子、小丫头，一个个都垂着头，眼睛发红。左青侯耸容道：“珠儿他莫非已？”
Chu Liuxiang had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The three of them hurriedly walked into the back garden and saw more than a dozen old ladies and little girls standing solemnly outside the pavilion among the chrysanthemums. All of them had their heads lowered and their eyes were red. Zhua Qingho said horrifiedly, Zhu'er, could she have?
简斋先生长长叹了口气，沉重地点了点头。左青侯狂呼一声，冲了进去。等楚留香跟着进去的时候，左青侯已晕倒在病榻前，榻上静静地躺着个美丽的少女，面容苍白，双目紧闭。
Mr. Jianzhai sighed deeply and nodded heavily. Zhua Qingho shouted wildly and rushed in. When Chu Liuxiang followed him in, Zhua Qingho had already fainted in front of the hospital bed. Lying quietly on the bed was a beautiful girl with a pale face and closed eyes.
简斋先生拉起被单，盖住了他的脸，却向楚留香道：“老朽就是怕左二爷急痛攻心，也发生意外，所以先让他服下一粒护心丹，才敢将这噩耗告诉他。想不到他还是……
Mr. Jianzhai pulled up the sheet and covered her face, but said to Chu Liuxiang, I am afraid that Mr. Zhuo will suffer from severe pain and have an accident, so he first makes him take a heart-protecting pill before he dares to take this heart-protecting pill. The bad news was told to him, and he didn't expect that he would still, or.
这本已将生死看得极淡的老人，此刻面上也不禁露出凄凉的伤痛之色，长长叹息了一声，道：“他连日劳苦，老朽只怕他内外交攻，又生不测。幸好香帅来了，正好以内力先护住他的心脉。”
This old man, who had always regarded life and death very lightly, could not help but show a sad look on his face at this moment. He sighed and said, "He has worked hard for days, and the old man is only afraid of internal and external attacks and unexpected events." Fortunately, Xiang Shui came and used his inner strength to protect his heart.
否则老朽当真也不知如何是好了。楚留香不等他说完，已用掌心抵住左青侯的心口，将一股内力源源不绝地输送了过去。暮色渐深，夜已将临，但广大的雉碑山庄尚没有燃灯。
Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Liuxiang pressed her palm against Hua Qingho's heart, sending a steady stream of internal energy to it. The dusk was getting darker and night was approaching, but the vast cup throwing there are no burning lights in the villa yet.
秋风虽急，却也吹不散那种浓重的凄苦阴森之意。前后6、7重院落都是静悄悄的，没有人，也没有人走动，每个人都像生怕有来自地狱的鬼魂，正躲在黑暗的角落里等着居人魂魄。
Although the autumn wind was strong, it could not dissipate the strong feeling of sadness and gloominess. The 6 or 7 courtyards in front and back were all quiet, with no one moving around. Everyone seemed to be afraid of ghosts from hell, hiding in dark corners waiting to capture people's souls.
树叶几乎已全部凋落，只剩下寂寞的枯枝在风中萧索起舞，就连忙碌的秋虫都已感觉出这种令人窒息的悲哀，而不再低语。左明珠的尸身仍留在那凄凉的小轩中。
Almost all the leaves have fallen away, leaving only the lonely dead branches dancing in the wind. Even the busy autumn insects have sensed this suffocating sadness and no longer whisper. Zhuo Mingzhu's body still remains in the desolate xian.
左二爷不许任何人动他，他自己跪在灵床旁，像是已变成一具石像。楚留香心情也是说不出的沉重，因为他深知这老人对他爱女的情感。
Master Zhuo did not allow anyone to touch her. He knelt beside the coffin, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Chu Liuxiang's mood was also indescribably heavy, because he knew very well the old man's feelings for his beloved daughter.
那些来自各地的名医也都默默无言地坐在那里，也不知该走还是不该走，心里既觉得惭愧，也免不了有些难受。只有张简斋在室中不停地往来跌踱着，但脚步也轻得宛如幽灵。
The famous doctors from all over the world were sitting there in silence, not knowing whether they should leave or not. They felt ashamed and a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Only Zhang Jianzhai kept pacing back and forth in the room, but his steps were as light as a ghost.
似乎也生怕踏碎了这无边的境界。左二爷一直将头深深埋藏在掌心里，此刻忽然抬起头来，满不血丝的眼睛茫然瞪着远方，嘶声道：“灯呢？为什么没有人点灯？”
It seemed as if he was afraid of breaking the boundless silence. Mr. Zhuo had been burying his head deeply in his palms. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes stared blankly into the distance, and hissed, "Where is the lamp? Why didn't anyone light the lamp?"
难道你们连看都不许我看他吗？楚留香无言地站了起来，在桌上找到了火刀和火石，刚燃起了那盏带着水晶罩子的青铜灯，忽然一阵狂风自窗外卷了进来。
Don't you even allow me to look at her? Chu Liuxiang stood up silently and found a fire knife and flint on the table. Just as he lit the bronze lamp with a crystal cover, a gust of wind suddenly rolled in from the window.
卷起了盖住尸身的白被单，卷起了床幔，帐上的铜钩摇起了一阵阵单调的叮当声，宛如鬼族的摄魂铃。狂风中仿佛也不知多少魔鬼正在狞笑着飞舞。噗的一声，
The white sheet covering the body was rolled up, the bed curtains were rolled up, and the copper hooks on the tent made a monotonous ding-dong sound, like a ghost bell, and it seemed as if countless devils were laughing in the strong wind. Flying. There was a pop sound.
楚留香手里的灯火也被吹灭了，他只觉风中竟似带着重妖异的寒意，竟忍不住机灵灵打了个寒噤，手里的水晶灯罩也跌落在地上，跌得粉碎，四下立刻又被黑暗吞没。
The light in Chu Liuxiang's hand was also blown out. He felt that there seemed to be a strange chill in the wind, which made him shiver. The light in Chu Liuxiang's hand was also blown out. He felt that there seemed to be a strange chill in the wind, which made him shiver. The crystal lampshade in his hand also fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Everything was immediately swallowed up by darkness again.
风仍在呼啸，那些江南名医已忍不住缩起了脖子，有的人身子已不禁开始发抖，有的人掌心已沁出了冷汗。就在这时，床上的尸体忽然睁开眼睛坐了起来。这刹那之间，
The wind was still howling, and the famous doctors from the south of the Yangtze River could not help but shrink their necks. Some of them could not help but start to tremble, and some had cold sweat on their palms. At this moment, the corpse on the bed suddenly opened its eyes and sat up. In this moment,
每个人的心房都骤然停止了跳动，然后就有人不由自主放声惊呼出来，就连楚留香都情不自禁地退后了半步。只见那尸体的眼睛先是呆呆地凝住着前方，再渐渐开始转动。
Everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. Then someone couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. Then someone couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Even Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but take a half step back. The eyes of the corpse were first staring blankly ahead, and then gradually began to move.
但双目中却仍带着种诡秘的死气。左青侯显然也害呆了，嘴唇在动，却发不出声音。那尸体眼珠子呆滞地转了2遍，忽然放声尖呼起来，呼声说不出的凄厉可怖。
But there is still a mysterious deathly aura in his eyes. Zhou Qingho was obviously stunned, his lips were moving but no sound came out. The corpse turned its eyes dully twice, and suddenly screamed loudly. The cry was indescribably shrill and terrifying.
有的人已想夺门而逃，但2条腿却抖个不停，哪里还有力气举步？那尸体呼声渐渐嘶哑，才喘息着哑声道：“这是什么地方？我怎会到这里来了？”左二爷睁大了眼睛，颤声道：“老天爷慈悲！”
Some people wanted to run away through the door, but their legs were shaking and they still had no strength to move. The voice of the corpse gradually became hoarse, and then he gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "Where is this place? How did I get here? Mr. Zwa opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, God is merciful.
老天爷可怜我，明珠没有死，明珠又活回来了。他目中已露出狂喜之色，忽然跳起来，搂抱着他的爱女，道：“明珠，你莫要害怕，这是你的家，你重回杨氏了。”谁知他的女儿却拼命推开了他。
God has mercy on me, Mingzhu is not dead, Mingzhu is alive again. His eyes showed ecstasy. He suddenly jumped up, hugged his beloved daughter, and said, Mingzhu, don't be afraid, this is your home, you have returned to the world of heaven. Unexpectedly, his daughter pushed him away with all her strength.
两只手痉挛着，紧抓住盖在他身上的白被单，全身都紧张的发抖，一双眼睛吃惊地瞪着左青侯，目中的瞳孔也因恐惧而张大了起来，就像是见到了鬼一样。左二爷喘息着，痴痴道：“明珠。”
Her two hands convulsively grasped the white sheet covering her body, and her whole body was shaking with nervousness. Her eyes stared at Zwa Qingho in surprise, and the pupils in her eyes dilated with fear, as if she had seen a ghost. Same. Second Master Zwa gasped and said, Mingzhu.
你难道已不认得爹爹了吗？那尸体身子缩成一团，忽又哑声狂呼道：“我不是明珠，不是你女儿，我不认得你。”左二爷怔住了，楚留香怔住了，每个人都怔住了。
You, don't you recognize Daddy anymore? The corpse shrank into a ball, and suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, I am not a pearl, not your daughter, and I don't recognize you. Mr. Zwo was stunned, Chu Liuxiang was stunned. Everyone was stunned.
左二爷求助地望着楚留香，道：“这孩子只怕受了惊。”他话未说完，那尸体又大喊起来，道：“我不是你的孩子，你们究竟是什么人？为什么把我绑到这里来？快放我回去！快放我回去！”
Second Master Zwo looked at Chu Liuxiang for help and said, This child is just afraid of being frightened. Before he finished speaking, the corpse shouted again, I'm not your child. Who are you? Why did you tie me here? Let me go back quickly, let me go back quickly.
左二爷又惊又急，连连顿足，道：“这孩子疯了吗？这孩子疯了吗？”实在他自己才真的已经快急疯了。那尸体挣扎着想跳下床，哑声道：“你才是疯子，你们才是疯子！我要回去，让我走。”
The second Master Zwo was frightened and anxious. He stamped his feet repeatedly and said, Is this kid crazy? Is this kid crazy? In fact, he himself was really going crazy. The corpse struggled to jump out of bed and said hoarsely, You are the madman, you are the madman, I want to go back, let me go.
楚留香心里虽也是惊奇焦急，但也知道在这种时候，他若不镇定下来，就没有人能镇定下来了。他拍了拍左二爷的肩头，轻轻道：“你们暂时莫要说话，我先去让他安静下来再说。”
Although Chu Liuxiang was also filled with surprise, he also knew that at this time, if he didn't calm down, no one would be able to calm down. He patted Mr. Zwo on the shoulder and said softly, Don't talk for the time being. I'll go and calm her down first.
他缓缓走过去，柔声道：“姑娘，你大病初愈，无论你是什么人，都不该乱吵乱动。你的病若复发了，大家都会伤心的。”那尸体正惊惶地跳下床， 但楚留香温柔的目光中。
He walked over slowly and said softly, "Girl, you have just recovered from a serious illness. No matter who you are, you should not make any noise. If your illness relapses, everyone will be sad." The corpse was jumping out of bed in panic, but under Chu Liuxiang's gentle eyes,
却似有种令人不可抗拒的镇定力量，令任何人都不能不信任他。他两只手紧紧地挡在自己胸前，面上虽仍充满了恐惧惊惶之色，但呼吸已不觉渐渐平静了下来。
But he seems to have an irresistible calming force that makes no one distrust him. She covered her chest tightly with both hands. Although her face was still full of fear and panic, her breathing gradually calmed down.
楚留香温柔的一笑，对了，这样才是乖孩子。现在我问你，你可认得我吗？那尸体睁大了眼睛瞪了很久，才用力摇了摇头。楚留香道：“这屋子里的人你都不认得。”那尸体又摇了摇头。
Chu Liuxiang smiled softly. "By the way, this is what makes a good boy. Now I ask you, do you recognize me?" The corpse stared for a long time with his eyes wide open, then shook his head vigorously. Chu Liuxiang said, "You don't recognize anyone in this room?" The corpse shook his head again.
根本没有瞧任何人一眼。楚留香道：“那么，你可知道你自己是谁吗？”那尸体大声道：“我当然知道，我是施家庄的施大姑娘。”楚留香皱了皱眉，道：“那么，你难道是金公夫人的女儿？”那
Didn't even look at anyone. Chu Liuxiang said, "So, do you know who you are?" The corpse said loudly, "Of course I know. I am Miss Shi from Shijiazhuang." Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, "So, are you Mrs. Jin Gong's daughter?" That.
尸体眼睛亮了，道：“一点也不错。你们既然知道我母亲的名头，就应该趁早送我回去，免得自惹麻烦上身。”左二爷早已气得脸都黄了，跺着脚道：“这丫头，你们看这丫头，居然认贼为母起来。”
The corpse's eyes lit up and he said, "That's right at all. Since you know my mother's name, you should send me back as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble." Mr. Zhuo was already so angry that his face turned yellow. He stamped his feet and said, "This girl, look at this girl. She actually regards a thief as her mother."
那尸体瞪眼道：“谁是贼？你们才是贼，竟敢绑我的票！”左二爷气得全身发抖，退后2步，倒在椅子上直喘气。过了半晌，目中不禁又流下泪来，颤声道：“这孩子不知又得什么病。”
The corpse stared and said, "Who is the thief?" "You are the thieves. How dare you tie up my ticket?" Mr. Zhuo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He took 2 steps back, fell on the chair and gasped for air. After a while, he couldn't help but shed tears again in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know what kind of disease this child has."
各位若能治得好他，我不惜将全部家产分给他一半。楚留香显然也觉得很惊讶，望着张简斋道：“张老先生，依你看。”张简斋沉吟了半晌，才缓缓道：“看他的病情，仿佛是离魂症。”
"If you can cure her well, I will not hesitate to give him half of all the family property." Chu Liuxiang was also obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Jinzhai and said, "Mr. Zhang, in your opinion?" Zhang Jinzhai pondered for a long time and then slowly said, looking at her condition, "It seems that she has died." soul disease.
但只有受过大惊骇、大刺激的人才会得此症。老夫行医近50年，也从未见到过。那尸体的脸竟也气红了，大声道：“谁得了离魂症？我看你才得了离魂症，满嘴胡说八道。”
But only people who have been greatly frightened and stimulated will suffer from this disease. I have been practicing medicine for nearly 50 years and have never seen it before. The face of the corpse actually turned red with anger, and he said loudly, "Who suffers from soul-leaving syndrome? I think you have soul-leaving syndrome, and you are talking nonsense."
张简斋凝住着他望了很久，忽然将屋角的一面铜镜搬了过来，搬到这少女的面前，沉声道：“你再看看，你知不知道自己是谁？”这少女怒道：“我当然知道自己是谁，用不着看。”
Zhang Jianzhai stared at her for a long time, then suddenly moved a bronze mirror in the corner of the room, moved it in front of the girl, and said in a deep voice, "Look again. Do you know who you are?" The girl said angrily, "Of course I know who I am. There's no need to look."
他嘴里虽说用不着，还是忍不住瞧了镜子一眼。只瞪了一眼，他脸上就忽又变得说不出的惊骇、恐惧，失声惊呼道：“这是谁？我不认得他，我不认得他。”张简斋沉声道：“照在镜子里的。”
Although she said, "No need," she couldn't help but glance in the mirror. After just one glance, her face suddenly turned into unspeakable horror and fear, and she exclaimed, "Who is this? I don't recognize her. I don't recognize her." Zhang Jianzhai said in a deep voice, "It's reflected in the mirror."
自然是你自己，你连自己都不认得了吗？少女忽然转身扑到床上，用被蒙住了头，哑声道：“这不是我，不是我，我怎会变成这模样？我怎会变成这模样？”她一边说，一边用力捶着床。
"Of course it's you. Don't you even recognize yourself?" The girl suddenly turned around and threw herself on the bed, covering her head with a quilt, and said hoarsely, "This is not me, not me. How could I become like this? How could I become like this?" She said while banging the bed hard.
竟放声大哭了起来。屋子里每个人俱是目瞪口呆，啧声不得。大家心里虽已隐隐约约猜出这是怎么回事了，但有谁都不敢相信。张简斋将楚留香和左青侯拉到一旁，沉着脸道：“
He burst into tears. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded and silent. Although everyone had a vague idea of what was going on, no one dared to believe it. Zhang Jianzhai pulled Chu Liuxiang and Zhuo Qingho aside and said solemnly,
他没有病。”左二爷道：“没有病又怎会变成这样子？”张简斋叹了口气，道：“他虽然没有病，但我却希望他有病反而好些。”左二爷道：“为什么？”张简斋道：“只因他没有病比有病还要。”
She is not sick. Mr. Zhuo said, "How could it have happened if I wasn't sick? How could it have turned out like this?" Zhang Jianzhai sighed and said, "Although she is not sick, I hope she will be better if she is sick." Mr. Zhuo said, Why? Zhang Jianzhai said, "Just because she is not sick is worse than being sick."
还要可怕得多。左青侯额上已冒出了冷汗，啊声道：“可怕！”张简斋道：“他缠绵病榻已有1个月了，而且水米未沾，就算病愈，体力也绝不会恢复得这么快。何况他方才明明是心脉俱断。”
Much scarier. Cold sweat broke out on Zhuo Qingho's forehead, and he muttered, "Terrible?" Zhang Jianzhai said, "She has been lingering on the sick bed for a month, and she has not touched her body. Even if she recovers, her physical strength will never recover so quickly. What's more, it was obvious just now that her heart was broken."
返魂无数了，老夫可以50年的信誉作保，绝不会诊断有误。楚留香勉强笑道：“张老先生的医道，天下谁人不知，哪个不信？”张简斋脸色更沉重，道：“既然如此，那么老夫就要请教香帅。”
There is no way to return to the soul. I can guarantee my reputation for 50 years and I will never make a wrong diagnosis. Chu Liuxiang forced a smile and said, "Everyone in the world knows Mr. Zhang's medical skills and doesn't believe them." Zhang Jianzhai's face became more serious and he said, "In that case, I have to ask Xiang Shui for advice."
一个人明明已死了，又怎会忽然活回来呢？香帅见多识广，可曾见过这种怪事？楚留香怔了半晌，苦笑道：“在下非但未曾见过，连听也未听说过。”张简斋道：“但他却明明已活回来了。”
How can a person suddenly come back to life when he is clearly dead? Xiang Shui is well informed, but has he ever seen such a strange thing? Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a long time, and said with a wry smile, "Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it." Zhang Jianzhai said, "But she has obviously come back alive."
以香帅之见，这种事该如何解释？楚留香又怔了半晌，道：“张老先生，你觉得这件事该如何解释呢？”张简斋沉默了很久，目中似乎露出了惊怖之色，压低声音道：“以老夫看来。”
In Xiang Shui's opinion, how to explain this kind of thing? Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a while and said, "Mr. Zhang, how do you think this matter should be explained?" Zhang Jianzhai was silent for a long time, with a look of horror in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "In my opinion."
这件事只有一个解释：借尸还魂。借尸还魂。左青侯跳了起来，吼道：“张简斋，我还以为你有什么了不得的高见，谁知你竟会说出如此荒谬不经的话来。请，像你这样的名医。”
There is only one explanation for this matter. Resurrection of a dead body. Resurrection from a dead body. Zhua Qingho jumped up and shouted, "Zhang Jianzhai, I thought you had some great ideas. Who knew you would say such ridiculous things? Please, a famous doctor like you."
左某已不敢领教了。张简斋沉下了脸，道：“既是如此，老夫就此告辞。”他一怒之下就要拂袖而去，但楚留香拉住了他，一面向他挽留，一面向左青侯劝导：“事变非常，大家都该分外镇定。”
Zhua no longer dared to accept the lesson. Zhang Jianzhai's face darkened and he said, "In that case, I will take my leave." In a rage, he was about to walk away, but Chu Liuxiang held him back. While trying to persuade him to stay, he also advised Zhua Qingho, "The situation is very serious, everyone should be extra calm."
切不可意气用事。左青侯瞪着眼道：“你难道也相信这种鬼话？”楚留香默然半晌，沉声道：“无论如何，两位都请先静下来，等我再去问问他，问个清楚再说。”他走到床边。
Don't act on impulse. Zhua Qingho stared and said, You, do you believe this kind of nonsense? Chu Liuxiang was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "Anyway, both of you, please calm down first, and wait until I go to ask her again, and then I'll talk clearly. He walked to the bed.
等那少女的哭声渐渐小了，才柔声道：“姑娘的心情，我不但很了解，而且很同情。无论谁遇着这件事，都一定会很难受的。我只希望姑娘相信我，我们绝没有伤害姑娘的意思。”
When the girl's crying gradually subsided, she said softly, "Not only do I understand the girl's mood, but I also sympathize with it. No matter who encounters this, it will definitely be difficult. I just hope that the girl will believe me. We have no intention of harming the girl."
更不是我们将姑娘绑到这里来的。她声音中似乎有种令人镇定的力量。那少女的哭声果然停止了，但还是将头蒙在被里，啊声道：“不是你们将我绑来的，我怎会到这里来？”楚留香道
"It's not like we tied the girl here." There seemed to be a calming power in his voice. The girl's crying stopped as expected, but she still covered her head under the quilt and muttered, "You didn't tie me here. How could I be here?" "Come here," Chu Liuxiang said.
姑娘何妨静下心来想想，究竟是怎么到这里来的？那少女道：“我的心乱得很，好像什么事都记不清了。”她不由自主地抬起头，美丽的眼睛里仿佛笼着一层迷雾。
"Why don't you, girl, calm down and think about how you got here?" The girl said, My mind is so confused, I can't seem to remember anything." She raised her head involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist.
楚留香并没有催促她。过了很久，她才缓缓接着道：“我记得我病了很久，而且病得很重。”左青侯目中立刻现出喜色，道：“好孩子，你总算想起来了，你的确病了很久，这1个多月来。”
Chu Liuxiang did not rush her. After a long time, she slowly continued, "I remember that I was sick for a long time, and very sick." Zhuo Qinghe's eyes immediately showed joy and he said, "Good boy, you finally remembered that you have indeed been sick for a long time, for more than a month."
你始终躺在这张床上，从没有起来过。那少女断然摇了摇头，大声道：“我虽然在床上躺了1个多月，但绝不是躺在这张床上。”左青侯道：“不在这里在哪里？”那少女道
"You lie in this bed all the time and never get up." The girl shook her head decisively and said loudly, "Although I have been lying in bed for more than a month, I am definitely not lying on this bed." Zhuo Qinghe said, "Where is it if it's not here?" The girl said,
自然是在我自己的家里，我自己的屋子里。”楚留香见到左青侯脸色又变了，抢着道：“姑娘可还记得那是间怎样的屋子？”少女道：“那是我从小生长的地方，我怎么会不记得？”
"Naturally in my own home, in my own room." Chu Liuxiang saw Zhuo Qinghe's expression change again, and rushed to ask, "Miss, do you still remember what kind of room it was?" The girl said, "That's where I grew up. How could I not remember it?"
他目光四下瞟了一眼，接着道：“那间房子和这里差不多，我睡的床就摆在那边，床旁边有个紫檀木的妆台，妆台旁是个花架，上面却摆着一炉香。”楚留香目光闪动，道
She glanced around and then said, "That house is similar to this one. The bed I sleep on is over there. There is a rosewood dressing table next to the bed. Next to the dressing table is a flower stand with a flower stand on it. Incense." Chu Liuxiang's eyes flashed and said,
妆台上摆着些什么呢？那少女道，也没有什么特别的东西，只不过是我用的脂粉和香油，都是托人从北京城里的宝香斋买来的。她的脸似乎忽然红了又红，立刻就接着道，
What's on the dressing table? The girl said, There is nothing special. It's just that the powder and sesame oil I used were bought by someone from the Baoxiangjai in Beijing. Her face seemed to suddenly turn red again and again, and she immediately continued.
但我的屋子里却绝没有花，因为我一闻到花粉的味道，皮肤就会发痒，而且我屋里的窗户上都挂着很厚的紫绒窗帘，因为我从小就不喜欢阳光。这屋子的窗户上虽也挂着窗帘，
But there are absolutely no flowers in my house, because my skin will itch when I smell pollen, and the windows in my house are hung with thick purple velvet curtains, because I have never liked sunlight since I was a child. Although there are curtains on the windows of this room.
却是香妃竹编成的，屋角里摆着一盆菊花，开得正盛。那少女见到这盆菊花，目中立刻露出憎恶之色。楚留香暗中叹了口气，因为他也知道左明珠是很喜欢花的。
But it was made of xiangfei bamboo. There was a pot of chrysanthemums in full bloom in the corner of the room. When the girl saw the pot of chrysanthemums, her eyes immediately showed hatred. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, because he also knew that Zhuo Mingzhu liked flowers very much.
而且最爱的就是菊花，所以才将菊花连盆搬到屋里来。但他并没有说什么，只是将菊花搬了出去。那少女感激地瞧了他一眼，道：“可是在屋里闷了1个多月之后。”
And my favorite thing is chrysanthemums, so I brought the chrysanthemums in their pots into the house. But he didn't say anything, he just moved the anus out. The young girl glanced at him gratefully and said, but after being bored in the room for more than a month.
我却忽然盼望见到阳光了，所以今天早上我就叫人将屋里的窗户全都打开。楚留香道：“今天早上，姑娘是叫什么人将窗户打开的？”那少女道：“是梁妈，也就是我的奶娘。”
But I suddenly longed to see the sun, so this morning, I asked people to open all the windows in the house. Chu Liuxiang said, This morning? Who did the girl ask to open the window? The girl said, It's Ma Yang, my nanny.
照顾我许多年了，因为家母一向很忙，平时很少有时间和我们在一起。楚留香笑了笑，道：“金宫夫人的大名，在下早已久仰得很了。”左二爷哼了一声，终于还是忍耐着没有说话。
Has taken care of me for many years. Because my mother is always very busy, she rarely has time to spend with us. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Mrs. Jean Gong's name has been admired by me for a long time. Zui Eri snorted, and finally endured without speaking.
那少女目光凝住着窗外，缓缓道：“今天早上的事我还记得很清楚，但现在天怎会忽然黑了？我难道又睡了很久吗？”楚留香道：“今天早上的事，姑娘还记得些什么？”那少女道：
The girl stared out the window and said slowly, I still remember what happened this morning very clearly, but now, how could it suddenly get dark now? Did I sleep for a long time again? Chu Liuxiang said, What does the girl remember about this morning? The girl said,
我看到外面的阳光很美，心里觉得很高兴，忽然想到园子里去散散心。 楚留香道：“姑娘能走动？”那少女凄然一笑，道：“其实我已连站都站不起来了，但梁妈不忍服我的心意。”
I saw that the sunshine outside was beautiful, and I felt very happy. Suddenly I wanted to go to the garden to relax. Chu Liuxiang said, "Can the girl move around?" The girl smiled sadly and said, "Actually, I can't even stand up anymore, but Mother Liang couldn't bear to brush my mind."
还是扶我起来，替我换了套衣服。楚留香道：“就是姑娘现在穿的这套。”那少女道：“绝不是，那是我最喜欢的一套衣服，是梁妈亲手做的，料子也是托人从北京瑞福祥带回来的织锦缎。”
He helped me up and changed my clothes. Chu Liuxiang said, "Is this what the girl is wearing now?" The girl said, "Absolutely not, that is my favorite set of clothes. It was made by Mother Liang herself, and the material was the brocade brought back from the Ruifuxiang store in Beijing."
红底上绣着紫色的凤凰，也不知为了什么，说着说着，他的脸又红了起来。楚留香道：“后来姑娘可曾出去逛了吗？”那少女道：“没有，因为家母恰巧来了，还带来一位很有名的大夫。”
The purple phoenix is embroidered on the red background. I don't know why, but as she spoke, her face turned red again. Chu Liuxiang said, "Did the girl go out for a walk later?" The girl said, "No, because my mother happened to come and brought a very famous doctor."
张简斋抢着道：“是谁？”那少女恨恨道：“家母常说，就因为江南的名医全都被智悲山庄抢着请走了，我的病才不会好，所以他老人家这次特地从北方将王宇轩先生请了来。”
Zhang Jinzhai rushed to ask, "Who is it?" The girl said bitterly, "My mother often said that because all the famous doctors in the south of the Yangtze River were taken away by Tobii Villa, my illness would not be cured, so she specially invited Mr. Wang Yuxuan from the north this time."
也就是那位和南方的张简斋齐名的王老先生，江湖中人称北王南张的。张简斋板着脸道：“是南张北王，不是北王南张。”那少女望了他一眼，失声道：“你难道就是张简斋？”
That is, Mr. Wang, who is as famous as Zhang Jinzhai from the south, and is known as Northern King Nanzhang in the world. Zhang Jinzhai said with a straight face, "He is the king of the south and the king of the north, not the king of the north and south." The girl glanced at him and said in silence, "Are you Zhang Jinzhai?"
这里难道就是智悲山庄？张简斋也不理他，沉声道：“那王宇轩看过你的病后说了什么？”那少女眼珠子转来转去，显得又惊讶又害怕，过了很久，才缓缓道：“王老先生什么也没有说。”
"Is this the Throwing Cup Villa?" Zhang Jinzhai ignored her and said in a deep voice, "Then what did Wang Yuxuan say after seeing your illness?" The girl's eyes turned around, looking surprised and scared. After a long time, she slowly said, "Mr. Wang didn't say anything."
把过我的脉后，立刻就走了出去。家母就替我将被盖好，叫我好好休息，切莫胡思乱想。楚留香道：“后来呢？”那少女道：“后来。”她目光又混乱了起来，咬着嘴唇道：“
After checking my pulse, I immediately walked out. My mother covered me up and told me to have a good rest and not to think too much." Chu Liuxiang said, "What happened next?" The girl said, "Later." Her eyes became confused again, biting her lip and said,
后来我像是做了个梦，梦到我的病忽然好了，就穿着那身衣服从窗子里飞了出去。院子的人像是特别多，但却没有人看得到我，也没有人听得到我说话。我心里正在奇怪。
Later, I seemed to have a dream, in which I suddenly recovered from my illness and flew out of the window wearing those clothes. There seemed to be a lot of people in the yard, but no one could see me or hear me. I spoke. I'm wondering in my heart.
忽然听到梁妈放声大哭起来，别的人也立刻全都赶到我住的那间屋子里去。楚留香咳嗽了2声，道：“你自己呢？是否也回去了？”那少女道：“我本来也想回屋子去看看的。”
Suddenly I heard Mother Liang burst into tears, and everyone else immediately rushed to the room where I lived. Chu Liuxiang coughed twice and said, "You, where are you? Did you go back too?" The girl said, "I originally wanted to go back to the house and have a look."
但忽然有一阵风吹过来，我竟身不由己，被风吹过墙。后来，楚留香追问道：“后来怎样？”那少女长长叹了口气，道：“真奇怪，后来的事，我连一点也不记得了。灯火虽已燃起。”
But suddenly a gust of wind blew over me, and I couldn't help myself. I was blown over the wall by the wind, and then... Chu Liuxiang asked, "What happened next?" The girl let out a long sigh and said, "It's strange, I don't even remember what happened next. Although the lights have been lit."
但屋子里的阴森之意却丝毫未减。那少女全身发着抖，流着冷汗，颤声道：“我也不知道自己是怎会到这里来的。我已将我能记起来的事全都说了出来。你们究竟要对我怎样？”
But the eerie atmosphere in the room remained undiminished. The girl was trembling all over, sweating coldly, and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know how I got here. I have told everything I can remember. What are you going to do to me? How am I?"
楚留香道：“我方才已说过，我们对姑娘你绝无恶意。”那少女大声道：“既然没有恶意，为什么还不放我回去？”楚留香瞧了左青侯一眼，勉强笑了笑，道：“姑娘的病现在还没有大好。”
Chu Liuxiang said, "I have just said that we have no ill intentions towards you, girl." The girl said loudly, "Since there is no harm, why don't you let me go back?" Chu Liuxiang glanced at Zhuo Qinghe, forced a smile, and said, "The girl's illness is not cured yet.
还是先在这里休养些时候，等到……”那少女忽然跳了起来，叫道：“我不要在这里休养，我要回家去。谁敢再拦我，我就跟他拼命！”呼声中，他人已飞掠而起，想冲出窗子。左青侯吼道：“拦住他！”
"Let's recuperate here for a while first, until..." The girl suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I don't want to recuperate here, I want to go home. Whoever dares to stop me again, I will fight him to the death." Amidst the shouts, she flew up and wanted to rush out of the window. Zhuo Qinghe shouted, "Stop her!
快拦住他！”那少女但觉眼前一花，也不知怎的，方才还站在床边的楚留香忽然就出现面前，拦住了她的去路。她咬了咬牙，突然出手向楚留香肩胛抓了过去。只见她十指纤纤。
"Stop her quickly!" The girl's eyes were blurred. Somehow, Chu Liuxiang, who was standing by the bed just now, suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. She gritted her teeth and suddenly grabbed Chu Liuxiang's shoulder blade. Passed by Dot, I saw her delicate fingers.
弯曲如爪，身子还在空中，两只手已抓向楚留香左右肩颈穴，出手竟是十分狠毒老辣。但楚留香身子一滑，就自他肘下穿过。那少女招式明明已用老，手掌突又一翻。
Curved like claws, with his body still in the air, his two hands had already grabbed Chu Liuxiang's left and right Jianjing points, and his attack was actually very vicious and sophisticated. But Chu Liuxiang slipped and passed under her elbow. The girl's moves were obviously old, and her palms suddenly turned again and again.
左掌反抓楚留香肩后柄峰、曲横两处大穴，左掌扬起，抓向楚留香肘间少海、曲泽两处大穴，非但便招其快，而且一出手抓的就是对方关节处的要害大穴，任穴之准，更是全无毫厘之差。
He used his left palm to grasp the two large acupoints Bingfeng and Itzuheng behind Chu Liuxiang's shoulder. He raised his left palm and grabbed the two large acupoints Shaohai and Etsuza between Chu Liuxiang's elbows. What he grasps is the key points at the opponent's joints, and his accuracy in identifying the points is absolutely flawless.
但楚留香武功之高，又岂是这种年纪轻轻的小姑娘所能想象？她明明觉得自己的手指已触及了楚留香的穴道，只要力透指尖，便可将楚留香穴道捏住，令她全身酸麻，失去抵抗之力。
But Chu Liuxiang's martial arts was so high that a young girl like her could not imagine it. She clearly felt that her fingers had touched Chu Liuxiang's acupuncture points. As long as she penetrated her fingertips, she could pinch Chu Liuxiang's acupuncture points and make him my whole body feel sore and numb, and I have lost the ability to resist.
谁知就在这刹那间，楚留香的身子忽然又由鱼般滑了出去，滑到他背后，温柔地低语道：“姑娘，还是先睡一觉吧，一觉醒来，事情也许就会变好了。”
Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Liuxiang's body suddenly slipped out like a fish, slid behind her, and whispered softly, "Girl, you'd better sleep first. When you wake up, things may get better."
那少女只觉楚留香的手似乎在她身上轻轻拂了拂，轻柔的就像是春日的微风，令人几乎感觉不出。接着，她就觉得有一阵令人无法抗拒的睡意突然袭来，她身子还未站稳。
The girl felt that Chu Liuxiang's hand seemed to be gently brushing her body, as gentle as the spring breeze, which was almost imperceptible. Then, she felt an irresistible sleepiness coming over her suddenly, before she could stand still.
便已堕入睡乡。张简斋一直在留意着他们的出手，这时才长长叹了口气，道：“静若处子，动若脱兔。”用这两句话来形容香帅，正是再也恰当不过。楚留香笑了笑。
Then he fell into sleep. Zhang Jianzhai had been paying attention to their moves, and then he let out a long sigh and said, "Be as quiet as a virgin, and be as active as a stripped rabbit." These two sentences can't be more appropriate to describe Xiang Shui. Chu Liuxiang smiled.
等到左青侯赶过来，将那少女扶上床，忽然问道：“方才他用的是什么武功？老先生可看出来了吗？”张简斋沉吟着道：“可是小鹰爪力。”楚留香道：“不错，老先生果然高明，他用的正是。”
When Zhuo Qingho rushed over and helped the girl onto the bed, he suddenly asked, "What kind of martial arts did she use just now? Did the old gentleman see it?" Zhang Jianzhai pondered and said, but the little eagle's claw power? When Zhua Qingho rushed over and helped the girl onto the bed, he suddenly asked, what kind of martial arts did she use just now? Did the old gentleman see it? Zhang Jianzhai pondered and said, but the little eagle's claw power? Chu Liuxiang said, yes, the old gentleman is really clever. She used exactly.
小鹰爪力夹杂着72路分金错鼓手，而且功力还不弱。张简斋望着左青侯，缓缓道：“据老夫所知，江湖中能用这种功夫的女子并不多，只有……”他咳嗽了2声，忽然住口不语。
The little eagle claw power is mixed with the 72 ways of splitting muscles and crossing bones, and the skill is not weak. Zhang Jianzhai looked at Zhua Qingho and said slowly, as far as I know, there are not many women in the world who can use this kind of kung fu, only. He coughed twice and suddenly stopped talking. Language.
左青侯却已厉声道：“我也知道小鹰爪力乃是狮金公那老婆娘的家传武功，但她也明明是我的女儿，谁也不能否认。”张简斋道：“令爱昔日难道也练过这种功夫吗？”左青侯怔了怔。
Zhua Qingho said sternly, I also know that the little eagle claw power is the family martial arts of Shi Gong, the old woman, but she is also my daughter, no one can deny it. Zhang Jianzhai said, Did your wife also practice this kind of kung fu in the past? Zhua Qingho was startled.
说不出话来了。其实他不必回答，别人也知道左二爷的飞花手名动武林，乃是江湖中变化最繁复的掌法，而且至阴至柔，正是鹰爪、摔杯手这种阳刚掌法的克星。
Speechless. In fact, he didn't need to answer. Others also knew that Zhuairi's flying flower hand was famous in martial arts. It was the most varied palm technique in the martial arts world. The nemesis of masculine palm techniques.
他的女儿又怎会去练鹰爪力？张简斋虽是江南名医，但弹指神通的功力，据说已练入化境，本也是武林中的大行家，对各门各派的武功都了如指掌。他见到左青侯的忧急愁苦之容。
How could his daughter practice eagle claw power? Although Zhang Jianzhai is a famous doctor in the south of the Yangtze River, it is said that his magic power has been practiced to the realm of transformation. He is also a great expert in the martial arts world and knows all the martial arts of various schools. He saw Zhua Qingho's anxious and distressed expression. Allow.
也不禁露出同情之色，叹道：“庄主此刻的心情，老朽也并非不知道。只不过世上本有一些不可思议、无法解释的事，现在这种事既已发生。”左青侯啊声道：“你。”
He couldn't help showing sympathy and sighed. I am not unaware of the owner's mood at the moment, but there are some incredible and unexplainable things in the world, and now this kind of thing has happened. Zhua Qingho said in a low voice, You.
你为何一定要相信这种荒唐的事？你难道真的相信这是借尸还魂？楚留香道：“张老先生的意思，只不过是要二哥你先冷静下来，大家在想如何应付此事的法子。”张简斋叹道
Why do you have to believe this nonsense? Do you really believe that this is a resurrected corpse? Chu Liuxiang said, Mr. Zhang just wants you, second brother, to calm down first, and then we can think of how to deal with this matter. Zhang Jianzhai sighed.
香帅说的不错，人力也并非不可胜天。 左青侯搓着手，跺着脚道：“现在我的心也乱了，你们该怎么办就怎么办吧。”楚留香沉声道：“这件事的确有许多不可思议之处。”
Xiang Shui is right, manpower is not invincible. Zhua Qinghe rubbed his hands and stamped his feet. Now my heart is also in confusion. Just do whatever you want. Chu Liuxiang said in a deep voice, "There are indeed many things that are incredible about this matter."
明珠怎会忽然使金宫夫人的家传武功？这点更令人无法解释。但我们还是要先查明他方才说的话究竟是真是假。金宫夫人的女儿是否真的死了？左青侯跺脚道
How could Mingzhu suddenly bring martial arts to Mrs. Jin Gong's family? This is even more unexplainable, but we still need to find out first whether what she just said is true or not, and whether Mrs. Jin Gong's daughter is really dead. Zhua Qinghe stamped his feet and said,
你明明知道那老钱婆是我那死对头老怪物的亲家，难道还要我到施家庄去问他吗？张简斋道：左庄主虽去不得，但楚香帅却是去得的。左青侯道：楚留香乃是左青侯的好朋友。
You clearly know that the old godly woman is the in-law of my nemesis, the old monster, so do you still want me to go to Shizhuang to ask her? Zhang Jinzhai said, although Master Zhua can't go, Chu Xiangshui can. Zhua Qinghe said, Chu Liuxiang is Zhua Qinghe's good friend.
这件事江湖中谁不知道？楚留香到了施家庄，那老钱婆不拿扫把赶他出来才怪。张简斋笑了笑，道：但庄主也莫要忘了，楚香帅的轻功妙绝天下，连神水功他都可来去自如。
No one in the world knew about this. When Chu Liuxiang arrived at Shizhuang, it would be strange that the old godly woman didn't drive him out with a broom. Zhang Jinzhai smiled and said, but the owner of the village must not forget that Chu Xiangshui's Qinggong is unparalleled in the world. He can even come and go from the Shinshui Palace with ease.
又何况小小的施家庄。第二章，施家庄的母老虎。其实施家庄非但不小，而且规模之雄伟，范围之辽阔，都不在雉碑山庄之下。施家庄的庄主施孝廉虽不是江湖中人。
Not to mention the small Shizhuang. Chapter 2 The Tigress of Shizhuang. Not only is the village it is implemented in not small, but it is also majestic in scale and vast in scope. People in the world.
但施夫人花金宫在江湖中却是赫赫有名，她的金宫银弹铁鹰爪更可说是江南一绝。施家庄还有件很出名的事，就是怕老婆。江湖中人对施家庄也许还不太熟悉，但提起施后庄来。
But Mrs. Sher's flower gold bow is famous in the world. Her gold bow, silver bullets and iron eagle claws can be said to be unique in the south of the Yangtze River. There is another well-known thing in Shizhuang, which is being pecked of his wife. People in the world may not be familiar with Shizhuang, but when mentioning Lion's Roar Village,
却当真是无人不知，无人不晓。左青侯和施孝廉本是世交，就因为他娶了这老婆，两人才反目成仇。有一次，左二爷趁着酒后，还到施家庄门外去挂了块牌子，内有恶犬，诸亲好友一律止步。
But really no one knows it, no one knows it. Zhua Qinghe and Shi Xiaolian were family friends, but it was because he married this wife that they turned against each other. One time, Mr. Zhua, while drunk, went to the door of Shizhuang and hung a sign, "There is a vicious dog inside." All relatives and friends must stop.
这件事之后，两家更是势同水火。这件事自然也被江湖中人传为笑话，只因人人都知道施老庄主固然有笑长之癖，少庄主施传宗更是畏妻如虎。
After this incident, the two families became even more in conflict. This incident was naturally passed down as a joke by people in the world, because everyone knew that the old village owner Shi had a penchant for filial piety, and the young village owner Shi Chuanzong was even more afraid of his wife.
其实这也不能怪施传宗没有男子气概，只能怪他娶的媳妇来头实在太大。花金公虽然勇悍泼辣，但也惹不起他这门亲家。江湖中简直没有人能惹得起他这门亲家。
In fact, this can't be blamed on Shi Chuanzong's lack of masculinity. It can only be blamed on the wife he married, who is too rich. Although Hua Jingong was brave and fierce, she could not offend her family. There is almost no one in the world who can offend her family.
只因他的亲家就是号称天下第一剑客的大侠薛伊人。薛伊人少年时以血伊人之名闯荡江湖时，快意恩仇，杀人如草芥。中年后虽已火气消磨，退隐林下，但一柄剑却更练得出神入化。
Just because her in-laws are the hero Shuiren, who is known as the best swordsman in the world. When Shuiren was a young man, he roamed the world under the name of the Man in Bloody Clothes. He was interested in enmity and killing people like a piece of grass. Although his anger has dissipated in his middle age and he has retired to the forest, he has become even more perfect with his sword.
据说40年来，从无一人能在他剑下走过10招，而薛伊人也正是左青侯的生冤家活对头。夜色深沉，施家庄内的灯火也阴暗得很。后园中花木都已凋落，秋意肃杀，晚风萧索。
It is said that in 40 years, no one has been able to survive 10 moves with his sword. And Shuiren was also Zhua Qingho's biological and living enemy. The night was dark, and the lights in Shizhizhuang were also very dim. The flowers and trees in the back garden have all fallen, the autumn mood is chilling, and the evening breeze is chilly.
就连那一丛黄菊，在悠悠的月色中也弄不起舞姿。楚留香的心情也沉重得很。他的轻功虽独步天下，但到了这里还是不敢丝毫大意，正隐身在一株梧桐树上，不知该如何下手。
Even the cluster of yellow chrysanthemums could not dance in the dim moonlight. Chu Liuxiang also felt very heavy. Although his qinggong was unparalleled in the world, he still didn't dare to be careless when he got here. He was hiding in a sycamore tree and didn't know how to start.
突听秋风中隐隐传来一阵啜泣声，他身子立刻跃起，飞燕般掠了过去，在夜色中宛如一只巨大的蝙蝠。竹林中有几间精致的小屋，一灯如豆，满窗昏黄，那悲痛的啜泣声。
Suddenly he heard a faint sobbing sound in the autumn wind. He immediately jumped up and flew over like a flying swallow, like a huge bat in the night. There are several exquisite huts in the bamboo forest, with lights like beans and dim windows, and the sound of sad sobs.
显然就是从屋里传出来的。屋角里放着张床，床旁边有个雕花的紫檀木妆台，妆台旁边有个花架，晚风入窗，花架上香烟缭绕，又一丝丝消失在晚风里。床上仰卧着一个女子。
Apparently it came from inside the house. There was a bed in the corner of the room. Next to the bed was a carved rosewood dressing table. Next to the dressing table was a flower stand. The evening breeze entered the window, and the cigarettes on the flower stand were lingering and disappearing in the evening breeze. There is a woman lying on her back on the bed.
却有个满头银发如丝的老妇人正跪在床边，悲痛地啼哭着，仿佛还在呢喃：“婴儿，婴儿，你怎么能死？怎么能死？”楚留香只瞧了一眼，便机灵灵打了个寒噤。施家的大姑娘果然死了。
But there was an old woman with silky silver hair, kneeling beside the bed and crying sadly, as if she was still murmuring, "Ener, Ener, how could you die? How could you die?" Chu Liuxiang only glanced at it and made Lingling shiver. The eldest girl of the Shi family is indeed dead.
她闺房中的陈设果然和那少女所说的完全一样，而且她身上穿着的也赫然正是一件水红色的织锦缎衣裳，上面也赫然绣了几只栩栩如生的紫凤凰。但她的尸身为何还未装殓？
The furnishings in her boudoir were indeed exactly what the girl said, and what she was wearing was a water-red brocade dress with several lifelike purple phoenixes embroidered on it. But why hasn't her body been buried yet?
此刻跪在床边哀悼的又是谁呢？楚留香知道这老妇人绝不是花金宫，那么她难道就是那少女所说的良妈？只见那老妇人哭着哭着，头渐渐低了下去，伏到床上，像是因为悲痛过度。
Who is kneeling beside the bed in mourning at this moment? Chu Liuxiang knew that this old woman was definitely not Hua Jingong. So, is she the mother Liang that girl said? I saw the old woman crying, her head gradually lowered, and she fell on the bed, as if she was too sad.
竟在不知不觉间睡着了。水红色的织锦缎趁着她满头苍苍白发，一缕缕青烟飘过了挂着紫绒帘子的窗子。远处有零落的更鼓声传来，已是4更了。
He fell asleep without realizing it. The water-red brocade lined her head of pale hair, and wisps of light smoke drifted past the window with purple velvet curtains. There were scattered sounds of watch drums in the distance. It was already the 4th watch.
楚留香心里也不禁泛起一种凄凉之意，又觉得有点寒飕飕的，甚至连那飘渺四散的香气中都仿佛带着种诡秘恐怖的死亡气息。他隐身在窗外的黑暗中，目立了半晌。
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in her heart, and felt a bit chilly. Even the misty fragrance seemed to carry a mysterious and terrifying breath of death. He hid in the darkness outside the window and stood still for a long time.
见到床边的老妇人鼻息渐渐沉重，似已真的睡着了，他这才轻轻穿窗入屋，脚步甚至比窗外的秋风还轻，就算那老妇人没有睡着，也绝不会听得到。床上的少女面如蜡色，形色枯槁。
Seeing that the old woman beside the bed was breathing heavily and seemed to have really fallen asleep, he gently walked through the window and entered the house. His footsteps were even lighter than the autumn wind outside the window. Even if the old woman was not asleep, she would not be asleep. Won't be heard. The girl on the bed has a waxy face and a withered appearance.
已瘦的只剩下一把骨头了，死前想必已和病魔挣扎了很久。这少女眉目虽和左明珠绝没有丝毫相似之处，但依稀有可看出她生前必定也是个美人。而现在
He was so thin that there was only a handful of bones left. He must have struggled with the disease for a long time before his death. Although this girl's features were absolutely not similar to Zhuo Mingzhu's, it was still vaguely apparent that she must have been a beauty during her lifetime. And now,
死亡非但已夺去了她的生命，也夺去了她的美丽。死亡全不懂怜惜，绝不会为任何人留下什么。楚留香站在那老妇人身后，望着床上少女的尸身，望着她衣裳上那只凤凰，想到那少女。
Death has not only taken away her life, but also her beauty. Death knows no mercy and will never leave anything for anyone. Death has not only taken away her life, but also her beauty. Death knows no mercy and will never leave anything for anyone. Chu Liuxiang stood behind the old woman, looking at the girl's body on the bed, looking at the phoenix on her clothes, and thought of that girl.
说的话，掌心忽然沁出冷汗。他赶快转过身，拿起了妆台上一盒花粉。只见盒底印着一方小小的朱印，上面写的赫然正是京都宝香斋。拿着这盒花粉
As he spoke, cold sweat suddenly broke out in his palms. He quickly turned around and picked up a box of pollen on the dressing table. He saw a small red seal printed on the bottom of the box, which clearly read Kyoto Boxiangzai. Take this box of pollen.
楚留香只觉全身的汗毛都一根根竖了起来，手上的冷汗已渗入了纸盒。突听那老妇人嘶声喊道：“你们抢走了我的婴儿，还我的婴儿来！”楚留香的手一震，花粉盒已掉了下去。
Chu Liuxiang felt that all the hairs on her body stood up one by one, and the cold sweat on her hands had seeped into the carton. Suddenly I heard the old woman shouting in a hissing voice, "You took away my Einer, give me back my Einer." Chu Liuxiang's hand shook and the pollen box fell.
只见那老妇人一双已干瘪了的手，紧紧抓着死尸身上穿的红缎衣服，过了半晌才渐渐放松。他枯黄的脖子上冒出了一粒粒冷汗，但头又伏在床上，喘息又渐渐平静，又渐渐睡着了。
The old woman's withered hands were seen tightly grasping the red satin clothes worn by the dead body. After a long while, she gradually relaxed. Beads of cold sweat broke out on her withered neck, but her head fell on the bed again. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and she gradually fell asleep again.
楚留香这一生中，也不知遇见过多少惊险可怖的事，却从来也没有被吓得如此厉害。他自然不是怕这老妇人，也不是怕床上的死尸。严格说来，他自己都不知道自己怕的是什么。
Chu Liuxiang had encountered many dangerous and terrifying things in her life, but she had never been so frightened before. Of course, he was not afraid of the old woman or the dead body on the bed. Strictly speaking, he didn't even know what he was afraid of.
他只觉这屋子里充满了一种阴森诡秘的鬼气，像是随时都可能有令人不可抗拒也无法思议的事发生一样。借尸还魂这种事，他本来也绝不会相信，可是现在
He felt that the room was filled with an eerie and mysterious aura, as if something irresistible and unbelievable might happen at any time. He would have never believed in such a thing as bringing a corpse back to life, but now,
所有的证据都在他眼前，他已无法不信。一阵风吹过，卷起了紫绒窗帘，窗帘里就像有个可怕的幽灵要乘势飞扑而起，令人恨不得立刻就离开这屋子，走得愈远愈好。
all the evidence was in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. A gust of wind blew up and rolled up the purple velvet curtains. It was like a scary ghost was about to fly up in the curtains, making people want to leave the house immediately, as far away as possible.
楚留香在衣服上擦干了手掌，拾起了地上的花粉。他一定要将这盒粉带回去，让左青侯自己判断，否则他真不知该如何向左青侯解释。这件事根本就无法解释。
Chu Liuxiang wiped her palms on her clothes and picked up the pollen on the ground. He must take this box of powder back and let Zhuo Qingho make his own judgment. Otherwise, he really doesn't know how to explain it to Zhuo Qingho. There is simply no explanation for this.
但是他的腰刚弯下去，就发现了一双绣鞋。楚留香这一生也不知见过多少双绣鞋了。他见过各式各样的绣鞋穿在各式各样的女人脚上，他从来不曾想到一双绣鞋也会令他吃惊。
But as soon as he bent down, he found a pair of embroidered shoes. Chu Liuxiang had seen many pairs of embroidered shoes in her life. He had seen all kinds of embroidered shoes, worn on the feet of all kinds of women. He never thought that a pair of embroidered shoes would surprise him.
但现在他的确吃了一惊，这双绣鞋就像突然自地下的鬼域中冒出来的。严格说来，他并没有看到一双鞋子，只不过看到一双鞋尖，鞋尖很纤巧，绿色的鞋尖。
But now he was indeed taken aback. This pair of embroidered shoes seemed to have suddenly emerged from an underground hell prison. Strictly speaking, he did not see a pair of shoes, only a pair of shoe tips, which were very delicate and green.
看来就像是一双新发的春笋。鞋子的其他部分都被一双水葱色撒脚裤管盖住了，撒脚裤上还绣着金边，绣得很精致。这本是一双很美的绣鞋，一条很美的裤子，但也不知为什么。
It looks like a pair of newly sprouted bamboo shoots. The rest of the shoes were covered by a pair of lime-colored trousers with leggings. The trousers were also embroidered with gold edges, which were very delicately embroidered. This is a pair of beautiful embroidered shoes and a pair of beautiful trousers, but I don't know why.
楚留香竟不由自主想到，这双脚的主人会不会没有头？他忍不住要往上瞧，但还没有瞧见，就听到一人冷冷道：“就这样蹲着，莫要动。你全身上下无论何处，只要移动了半寸。”
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but think, could the owner of these feet be headless? He couldn't help but want to look up, but before he saw it, he heard someone say coldly, "Just squat like this, don't move, you only move half an inch anywhere in your body."
我立刻就打烂你的头。这无疑是女人在说话，声音又冷又硬，丝毫也没有女人那种温柔优美之意。只听她的声音，就知道这种女人若说要打烂一个人的头，她就一定能做得到。
I'll smash your head right away. This is undoubtedly a woman speaking. Her voice is cold and hard, and there is no hint of the gentleness and beauty of a woman. Just listening to her voice, you can tell that if this kind of woman wants to smash a person's head, she can definitely do it.
而且绝不会只打烂半个。楚留香没有动，在女人面前，她从不做不必要的冒险。何况，这也许并不是个女人，而是个女鬼。这声音道：“你是谁？在这里偷偷摸摸的干什么？”
And never just break half of it. Chu Liuxiang didn't move. He never takes unnecessary risks in front of women. What's more, this may not be a woman, but a female ghost. The voice said, Who are you and what are you doing secretly here?
快老老实实说出来，但记着，我只要你的嘴动。楚留香考虑了很久，觉得在这种情况下，还是说老实话最好。楚留香这名字，无论是人是鬼，听了都会吃一惊。只要他吃一惊
Say it honestly, but remember, I only want your mouth to move. Chu Liuxiang thought about it for a long time and felt that in this case, it was best to tell the truth. No matter whether a person or a ghost heard the name Chu Liuxiang, they would be surprised. As long as she was surprised,
他就有机会了。于是他立刻道：“在下楚留香。”谁知他的话还未说完，这女子就冷笑了起来，道：“楚留香，嘿嘿，你若是楚留香，我就是水母音姬了。”楚留香只有苦笑，每次他说自己是
he'll have a chance. So he immediately said, I am Chu Liuxiang. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the woman sneered and said, Chu Liuxiang, hee hee, if you were Chu Liuxiang, I would be the jellyfish Yin Ji. Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly. Every time he said that he was
张三李四时，别人总要怀疑他是楚留香，但每次他真说出自己的名字，别人反而不信，而且还似乎觉得很可笑。只听这女子冷笑道：“其实我早就已知道你是谁，你休想瞒得过我。”
Zhang Sanli see, others always suspected that he was Chu Liuxiang, but every time he actually said his name, others did not believe it, and seemed to find it ridiculous. The woman sneered and said, Actually, I know who you are, and you can't hide it from me.
楚留香苦笑道：“我若不是楚留香，那么我是谁呢？”这女子厉声道：“我知道你就是那个小畜生，那个该死的小畜生，但我却未想到你居然还有胆子赶到这里来。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, If I am not Chu Liuxiang, then who am I? The woman said sternly, I knew you were that little beast, that damn little beast. But I didn't expect that you actually had the guts to come here.
他的声音忽然充满愤怒，厉声又道：“你可知道婴儿是怎么死的吗？他就是死在你手上的。你害了他一辈子，害死了他还不够，还想来干什么？”楚留香完全不知道他在说什么。
Her voice was suddenly full of anger, and she said sternly, Do you know how Ener died? She died in your hands. You have harmed her all her life. It's not enough to kill her. What else do you want to do? Chu Liuxiang had no idea what she was talking about.
只有紧紧闭着嘴。这女子更愤怒地道：“你明明知道婴儿已许配给薛大侠的二公子了，居然还有胆子勾引他，你以为这些事我不知道？”楚留香现在自然早已知道这女人并不是鬼。
Just keep your mouth shut. The woman said even more angrily, You clearly know that Ener is betrothed to Daxia Shui's second son, yet you still have the guts to seduce her. Do you think I don't know these things? Chu Liuxiang naturally knew by now that this woman was not a ghost.
而是诗音的母亲，就是以泼辣闻名江湖的金宫夫人。她平生最头痛的就是泼辣的女人。突听一人道：“这小子就是叶盛兰吗？胆子倒真不小。”这声音比花金宫更尖锐，更厉害。
It was Shi Yin's mother, Mrs. Jean Gong, who was famous for her fierceness. His biggest headache in life was shrewd women. Suddenly someone said, Is this kid Yi Xinglan? He's really brave. This sound is sharper and more powerful than the huajin bao.
楚留香眼前又出现了一双腿，穿着水红色的撒脚裤，大红缎子的弓鞋，鞋尖上还有个红绒球。若要看一个女人的脾气，只要看看她穿的是什么鞋子，就可知道一半。
Another pair of legs appeared in front of Chu Liuxiang, wearing water-red trousers, bright red satin bao shoes, and a red pom-pom on the toe of the shoe. If you want to know a woman's temper, you only need to look at the shoes she wears to know half of it.
这双鞋子看来就活像是2个红辣椒。楚留香暗中叹了口气。世上若还有比遇见一个泼妇更头痛的事，那就是遇见了2个泼妇。他知道，在这种女人面前
These shoes look like 2 red peppers. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. If there is anything more troublesome than meeting 1 shrew, it is meeting 2 shrews. He knows that in front of this kind of woman.
就算有天大的道理也讲不清的，最好的法子就是赶快脚底开油，溜之大吉。但他也知道花金宫的银弹必定已对准了他的脑袋，何况这位红裤子姑娘看来8成就是薛异人的大女儿。
Even if there is a great truth, it cannot be explained clearly. The best way is to quickly wipe the bottom of your feet and run away. But he also knew that the silver bullet of Huajin Gong must have been aimed at his head, not to mention that this girl in red pants seemed to be Shui Yiren's eldest daughter.
石家庄的大媳妇，薛异人剑法独步天下，他的女儿也绝不会是省油灯。他倒并不是怕他们，只不过实在不愿意和这种女人动手。只听花金公道：“少奶奶，你来得正好。”
The eldest daughter-in-law of Shizhezhuang. Shui Yiren's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and his daughter will never be a fuel saver. It's not that he's afraid of them, it's just that he really doesn't want to do anything with such a woman. Huajin Gong said, "Young lady, you came just in time."
你看我们该把这小子如何处置？施少奶奶冷笑道：“这种登徒子，整天勾引良家妇女，活埋了最好。”楚留香又好气又好笑，也难怪施少庄主畏妻如虎了。
How do you think we should deal with this kid? Mrs. Sher sneered and said, "This kind of deceitful man spends his whole day seducing women from good families, so it would be best to bury him alive." Chu Liuxiang was angry and funny. It's no wonder that Master Shi Shaozhuang was as afraid of his wife as a tiger.
原来这位少奶奶不问青红皂白的就要活埋人。花金公道：“活埋还太便宜了他，依我看，干脆点他的天灯。”施少奶奶道：“点天灯也行，但我倒想先看看他究竟有哪点比我们家老二强。”
It turns out that this young lady wants to bury people alive regardless of the facts. Huajin Gong said, "It's too cheap to bury him alive. In my opinion, I might as well light his sky lantern." Mrs. Sher said, "It's okay to light a sky lantern, but I want to see first how he is better than our second child."
居然能害得殷姑娘为他得相思病。花金公道：“不错，喂，小伙子，你抬起头来。”楚留香倒也想看看他们的模样。只见这位金宫夫人年纪虽然已有50多了，但仍然打扮得花枝招展。
He could actually make Miss Yin get lovesick for him. Huajin Gong said, "That's right. Hey, young man, raise your head." Chu Liuxiang also wanted to see what they looked like. Although Mrs. Jin Gong was over 50 years old, she was still dressed up.
脸上的粉刮下来起码也有1斤，而且他那双眼睛仍是水汪汪的，左边一瞟，右边一转，还真有几分销魂之意。想当年施举人必定就是这么样被他勾上的。那位少奶奶却不敢恭维。
There is at least a pound of powder scraped off the face. Moreover, her eyes were still watery. She glanced to the left and turned to the right, which really seemed to be like a ghost. She thought that this must have been how she seduced the practitioner back then. The young lady didn't dare to compliment her.
长长的一张马脸，血盆般一张大嘴，鼻子却比嘴还要大上1倍。她若不是薛衣人的女儿，能嫁得出去才怪。楚留香忽然觉得那位施少庄主很值得同情，娶得个泼妇已经够可怜的了。
It has a long horse face and a mouth as big as a blood basin, but its nose is twice as big as the mouth. If she wasn't Shuiren's daughter, it would be surprising if she could get married. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt that Master Shi Shao was worthy of sympathy. It was pitiful enough to marry a shrew.
而他娶的简直是匹母马。楚留香在打量着他们的时候，他们自然也在打量着楚留香。花金公那双眼睛固然要滴下水来，就连少奶奶那又细又长的马眼也似乎变得水汪汪了。
And the one he married was literally a mare. When Chu Liuxiang was sizing them up, they were naturally sizing up Chu Liuxiang as well. Hua Jingong's eyes were definitely dripping with water, and even the young mistress's thin and long pony eyes seemed to be watery.
脸上的表情也和缓了些，道：“果然是个油头粉面的小白脸，难怪我们的姑奶奶会被他迷上了。”花金公道：“他居然还敢冒充楚留香，我看他做楚留香的儿子，只怕还小了些。”
The expression on his face softened a little, and he said, "He is indeed a pretty boy with oily hair and pink face. No wonder our aunt is fascinated by him." Hua Jingong said, "He actually dares to pretend to be Chu Liuxiang. I think he is too young to be Chu Liuxiang's son."
要知楚留香成名已近10年，江湖中人都知道楚留香掌法绝世，轻功无双，却没有几人真的见过这位楚香帅。大家都想，楚留香既然有这么大的名气，这么大的本事。
You must know that Chu Liuxiang has been famous for nearly 10 years. Everyone in the world knows that Chu Liuxiang has peerless palm skills and unparalleled lightness skills, but few people have actually seen this Chu Xiangshui. Everyone thinks that since Chu Liuxiang is so famous and has such great ability,
那么年纪自然也不会太小，有人甚至以为他已是个老头子。楚留香只有苦笑。那老妇人梁妈不知何时也走到前面来，像是也想看看这登徒子的模样。楚留香觉得他看来倒很慈祥。
Naturally, he is not too young. Some people even think that he is an old man. Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly. The old woman Liang Ma also came forward at some point, as if she also wanted to take a look at this disciple. Chu Liuxiang thought she looked very kind.
他心里忽然起了个念头，但这时花金公大声道：“无论我们要活埋他，还是点天灯，总得先将他制住再说。”只见金光一闪，他手里的金弓已向楚留香的气血海穴点了过来。
An idea suddenly came to his mind, but at this moment Hua Jingong said loudly, "Whether we want to bury him alive or light a sky lantern, we must restrain him first." There was a flash of golden light, and the golden bow in her hand was pointed at Chu Liuxiang's sea of qi and blood point.
原来他这柄金弓不但可发银弹，而且弓柄如出月，两端都可做点穴诀用，任穴即准，出手更快，居然还是点穴的高手。楚留香现在自然不能装糊涂了，身子一缩，已后退了几尺。
It turns out that her golden bow can not only fire silver bullets, but the bow handle is like the first moon, and both ends can be used as acupuncture points. She can accurately identify acupuncture points and shoot faster. She is actually a master of acupuncture points. Naturally, Chu Liuxiang couldn't pretend to be confused now. She shrank and retreated a few feet.
她身子退的竟比花金弓的出手更快。花金弓一招落空，转身反打，金弓带起一股疾风，横扫楚留香左腰，点穴诀已变为棍棒。楚留香这才知道，这位金弓夫人手下的确不弱。
His body retreated faster than Hua Jingong's attack. Hua Jingong's move failed, and he turned around to fight back. The golden bow brought up a strong wind and swept across Chu Liuxiang's left waist. The pointing stick turned into a stick. Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that Mrs. Jingong's subordinates were indeed not weak.
一柄金弓竟可做好几种兵器用，难怪江湖中人都说她是江南武林的第一女子高手。这时楚留香已退至庄台，退无可退，这一招横扫过来，他根本不能向左右闪避。
A golden bow can be used as several weapons. No wonder people in the world say she is the #1 female martial arts master in Jiangnan. At this time, Chu Liuxiang had retreated to the dressing table, with no way to retreat. This move swept across him, and he could not dodge to the left or right at all.
再向后退，便要撞上庄台，而金弓夫人这一招却显然还留有后招，就等着他撞上庄台之后再变招制敌，反点穴道。谁知楚留香身子又一缩，竟轻飘飘地飘到庄台的铜镜上。
If you step back any further, you'll hit the dressing table. However, Mrs. Jingong's move obviously still had some backup moves. She was waiting for him to hit the dressing table before changing her moves to defeat the enemy and tap the acupuncture points instead. Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang shrunk again and floated lightly onto the bronze mirror of the dressing table.
忽然间又贴着墙壁向旁边滑了出去，他身子就仿佛流云一般，可以在空中流动自如。花金弓面色这才变了变，斥道：“好小子，想不到你还真有两下子。”施少奶奶含着脸道。
Suddenly it slid sideways against the wall. His body is like a flowing cloud, able to flow freely in the air. Hua Jingong's expression changed, and he scolded, "Good boy, I didn't expect you to be really capable." Mrs. Shi said with a cold face.
这种下午门的淫贼，偷鸡摸狗的小巧功夫，自然不会错。他伸手一探，掌中忽然就多了两柄寒光闪闪的短剑，一句话未说，已向楚留香刺出7剑。这种短剑就是古代女子的防身利器。
Naturally, this kind of prostitute who knows 5 ways can't go wrong with his petty tricks. She stretched out her hand to explore, and suddenly there were 2 daggers with cold light in her palms. Without saying a word, she thrust 7 swords at Chu Liuxiang. This kind of dagger was a self-defense weapon for ancient women.
这位少奶奶更是家学渊源，一出手用的就是公孙大娘所创的长歌飞鸿剑。公孙大娘乃初唐时之剑圣，剑法之高，据说已不在素女之下。 此刻施少奶奶将这8864首长歌飞鸿剑。
This young mistress has a family background, and she used the Changa Feihong sword, created by Gongsun Auntie. Aunt Gongsun was a sword master in the early Tang dynasty. Her swordsmanship was so advanced that it was said that she was no longer inferior to plain girls. At this moment, young Mistress Shi will use these 8864 hands of the Changa Feihong sword.
施展开来，果然是剑似飞鸿，人如游龙，腰脚变化，不可方物。何况这屋子不大，正适于这种匕首般的短剑施展。他的对手若不是楚留香，人既已被逼到墙角，是再也避不开他这七剑的了。
When unfolded, the sword is like a flying rainbow, and the person is like a swimming dragon. It changes quickly and cannot be adjusted. What's more, this room is not big, which is suitable for using this kind of dagger-like short sword. If her opponent is not Chu Liuxiang, he has been forced into the corner and can no longer avoid her 7 swords.
只可惜他遇着的是楚留香。楚留香叹了口气，喃喃道：“就算我是叶盛兰，两位也不必非杀了我不可啊。”他一共只说了2句话，但这句话说完时，他的人已滑上屋顶。
It's a pity that she met Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, "Even if I am Yi Xinglan, you two don't have to kill me." He only said 2 sentences in total, but by the time he finished speaking, his people had already slid onto the roof.
又自屋顶滑了下来，滑到门口。花金公斥道：“好小子，你想走？石家庄难道是你来去自如之地吗？”他出手也不慢，这2句话还未说完，但文公弦如连珠琵琶般一阵急响。
He slid down from the roof again and slid to the door. Hua Jingong scolded, "Good boy, you want to leave? Is Shizhuang a place where you can come and go freely?" She was not slow in taking action. Before she finished speaking these 2 sentences, she heard the sound of the bow strings sounding like a string of pipa strings.
金公银弹以暴雨般向楚留香打了过去。银弹的去势有急有缓，后发的反而先至，有的还在空中互撞，骤然改变方向，有的却似乎射失手了，射在门框上，但在门框上一撞之后。
Golden bows and silver bullets were already hitting Chu Liuxiang like a torrential rain. The silver bullets shot out quickly and slowly, and those fired later arrived first. Some of them still collided with each other in the air and suddenly changed directions. Some seemed to have missed the shot and hit the door frame, but after a collision with the door frame,
立刻又反击而起，斜斜地打向楚留香前面。金公夫人的银弹金弓端的不同凡响，不愧为江南武林的一绝。但楚留香身子也不知怎么样一转，已自暴雨般的银弹中飞了出去。
He immediately reacted and hit Chu Liuxiang diagonally in front of him. Mrs. Jean Gong's silver bullets and golden bows was extraordinary and worthy of being a unique skill in Jiangnan martial arts. However, Chu Liuxiang's body did not know how to turn around, and she flew out from the rain of silver bullets.
身子再一闪，就已远在10丈外。金公夫人怔了怔，一步窜到门口，大声道：“喂，小子，我问你，你难道真是楚留香？”楚留香身子落在竹梢，轻轻一弹，又飞身而起。只见他挥了挥手。
With another flick of his body, he was already 10 feet away. Mrs. Jean Gong was startled, then jumped to the door and said loudly, "Hey, kid, let me ask you, are you really Chu Liuxiang?" Chu Liuxiang landed on the bamboo tip, then flew up again with a slight bounce, and saw him waving his hand.
但看不清是在招手，还是在摇手。施少奶奶咬着牙道：“楚留香和我们井水不犯河水，怎会到这里来？”金宫夫人出了会儿神，忽然一笑，道：“无论他是否楚留香，反正都跑不了的。”
But it's not clear whether he's waving or waving his hand. Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and said, "How could Chu Liuxiang and us come here if they are not in conflict with the river?" Mrs. Jean Gong was lost in thought for a while, suddenly smiled and said, "No matter whether he is Chu Liuxiang or not, he can't escape anyway."
施少奶奶道：“哦。”金宫夫人目光摇住那边的一座亭子，道：“你那宝贝二叔既然送了我们回来，没有吃夜宵点心，他怎样肯走呢？我算准他现在一定还在亭子里等着。”
Mrs. Shi said, "Oh?" Mrs. Jean Gong looked far away at a pavilion over there and said, "Since your precious second uncle has sent us back, how can he leave without a midnight snack? I'm sure he is still waiting in the pavilion now."
施少奶奶嘴角也泛起一丝恶意的微笑，道：“不错，只要宝二叔在亭子里，无论是谁都走不了的。”亭子里果然有个人正坐在石级上，仰面望着天，嘴里念念有词，也不知在说些什么。
A malicious smile appeared on the corner of young Madame Shi's lips, and she said, "Yes, as long as Uncle Bao is in the pavilion, no one can leave." Sure enough, there was a man in the pavilion, sitting on the stone steps, looking up at the sky, mumbling something, but he didn't know what he was talking about.
仔细一听，他原来在数天上的星星，1327、1328。他年纪最少已有40多了，胡子已有些花白，身上却穿着件大红绣花的衣服，绣的是刘海撒金钱。
Listen carefully and you will see that he is counting the stars in the sky. 1327, 1328. He was at least in his 40s, and his beard was a little gray, but he was wearing a bright red embroidered dress with bangs and money embroidered on it.
脚上还穿着双虎头红绒鞋，星光下看来，他脸色似乎十分红润。仔细一看，原来竟涂着胭脂。他一心一意地数着星星，一面用手指指点点，手上也叮叮当当地直响。
On her feet she also wore a pair of tiger-head red velvet shoes. Under the starlight, his face seemed to be very rosy, but upon closer inspection, it turned out that he was actually wearing rouge. He counted the stars wholeheartedly, pointing with his fingers, and his hands jingled.
原来他手腕上还戴着几只挂着铃铛的金镯子。楚留香一心只想快快离开这地方，本来也没有注意到亭子里还有个人，听到亭里叮叮当当的声音，才往那边瞟了一眼，只瞧了一眼。
It turned out that he was wearing several gold bracelets with bells on his wrists. Chu Liuxiang only wanted to leave this place quickly. She didn't notice that there was someone else in the pavilion at first. She heard the sound of ding-ding in the pavilion and glanced over there. Just glanced at it.
他已忍不住要笑了出来，若是换在平时，他一定忍不住要过去瞧瞧这活宝是何许人也。但现在他却已没有这样好的心情，脚尖微微点对，人已自亭子上掠了过去，只要再2个起落。
He couldn't help but laugh. If it were normal times, he would have couldn't help but go over and see who this living treasure was, but now he was no longer in such a good mood. The pavilion passed by, just 2 more ups and downs.
便可掠出这片庭园。谁知就在这时，突听嗖的一声，一条人影箭一般自亭子里窜了出来，挡在楚留香前面。楚留香掠上亭子，再掠下，这人却自亭子里直接窜出。
This garden can be plundered. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden whoosh sound, and a figure jumped out of the pavilion like an arrow, blocking Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang swept up to the pavilion and then down, but this man jumped out from the pavilion.
距离虽比楚留香短了些，但这种身手却还是惊人的很。楚留香再也想不到会在这里遇见轻功如此精绝的高手，再一看，这高手居然就是那忙着数星星的活宝。他站起来后，
Although the distance is shorter than Chu Liuxiang, this skill is still amazing. Chu Liuxiang never imagined that she would meet such a master of Qinggong here. When she looked again, she saw that this master was actually the living treasure who was busy counting stars. After he stood up,
就可看出他身上的衣服又短又小，就像是偷来的，头发和胡子都梳洗得很亮，上面还像是涂了爆花油，再加上一脸花粉胭脂，看来倒真有几分像是彩衣娱亲的老来子。
it can be seen that the clothes on his body are short and small, as if they were stolen, and his hair and beard are combed and shiny, and they seem to be smeared with shaving oil. Plus, his face is covered with pollen rouge. He looks a bit like the old Lizzie who married in colorful clothes.
楚留香也不禁怔住了，他看不出这么一个活宝竟会有如此惊人的身手。这活宝也在上上下下地打量着他，忽然嘻的一笑，道：“这位大叔，你是从哪里来的呀？”
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't imagine that such a living treasure could have such amazing skills. The living treasure also looked him up and down, suddenly smiled and said, "Uncle, where do you come from?"
我怎么从来也没有见过你呢？这老头子居然叫他大叔，楚留香实在有些哭笑不得。幸好花金公他们还没有追过来。楚留香眼珠一转，也笑道：“老先生不必客气。”
Why have I never seen you? This old man actually called him uncle. Chu Liuxiang was really dumbfounded. Fortunately, Hua Jingong and the others hadn't chased him yet. Chu Liuxiang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Old sir, you're welcome."
大叔这两字在下实在担当不起。谁知他话刚说完，这活宝已大笑起来道：“原来你是个呆子，我明明只有12岁，你却叫我老先生，我大哥听到了，一定要笑破肚子。”楚留香又怔住了。
I really can't bear the word uncle. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the living treasure burst out laughing and said, "So you are an idiot. I am only 12 years old, but you call me Mr. Old. My elder brother will burst into laughter when he hears this." Chu Liuxiang was stunned again.
忍不住摸了摸鼻子，道：“你只有12岁。”这活宝扳着手指数了数，道：“今天刚满12岁，一天也不多，一天也不少。”楚留香道：“那么你大哥呢？”这活宝笑道：“我大哥年纪可大得多了。”
I couldn't help but touched my nose and said, You are only 12 years old?" The living treasure counted on his fingers and said, "I just turned 12 today, not a day more, not a day less." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about your eldest brother?" The living treasure smiled and said, "My eldest brother is much older."
只怕比大叔还大几岁。楚留香道：“他是谁？” 这活宝道，他叫做薛伊人，我叫做薛孝人，但是别人都叫我薛宝宝，薛宝宝，薛宝宝。你说这名字好听不好听？
I'm afraid he's a few years older than his uncle. Chu Liuxiang said, Who is he? The living treasure said, His name is Shuiren, and I am called Shueshaoren, but others call me Shuebaobao, Shuebaobao, Shuebaobao. Do you think this name sounds good or not?
这白痴竟是一代剑豪薛伊人的弟弟，这才叫做龙生九子，子子不同。楚留香暗中叹了口气，实在不愿和这人啰嗦，笑道：“这名字好听极了，但你既然叫宝宝，就应该做个乖宝宝。”
This idiot is actually the younger brother of Shuiren, a great swordsman of the generation. This is why it is called 9 sons are born from a dragon, and the sons are different. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, and really didn't want to talk to this person. She smiled and said, This name sounds very nice, but since you call me baby, you should be a good baby.
快让我走吧，下次我一定带糖给你吃。他居然将这40、50岁的人叫做乖宝宝，连他自己也不禁觉得有些好笑，一面挥着手，一面已飞身掠起。谁知这薛宝宝竟也突然飞身而起。
Let me go quickly. I will definitely bring you candy next time. He actually called this 40 or 50-year-old person a good baby. Even he couldn't help but find it a little funny. While waving his hands, he flew up. Who knew that this Shuebaobao was also suddenly he flew up?
顺手就自腰带上抽出毒蛇般的软剑，唰唰唰，一连3剑刺了出来。这3剑当真是又快又准又狠，剑法之迅速精确，就连中原一点红、君子剑黄鲁直这些人都要称呼其后。
He smoothly pulled out the soft sword like a poisonous snake from his belt, whoosh, 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 and thrust out 3 swords in a row. These 3 swords are really fast, accurate, and ruthless. Their sword skills are so fast and precise that even people like Zhong Yuan Yidianhong and Zhenzi's sword, Huang Luji, can't compare with them.
楚留香虽然避开了这3剑，却已被逼落了下来。只见薛宝宝一只脚站在对面的假山上，笑嘻嘻地嚷着道：“大叔，你坏了我的大事，还没有赔我，怎么能走呢？”楚留香望着他。
Although Chu Liuxiang avoided these 3 swords, she was forced down. I saw Shuebaobao standing with 1 foot on the rockery opposite, shouting with a smile, Uncle, you ruined my big thing and haven't compensated me yet. How can you leave? Chu Liuxiang looked at him.
已弄不清这人究竟是不是白痴了。看他的模样打扮，听他的说话，明明是个不折不扣的大白痴，但白痴又怎会使得出如此辛辣迅疾的剑法？楚留香只有苦笑道：“我坏了你的大事。”
I can't figure out whether this person is an idiot or not. Looking at his appearance and listening to his words, it is obvious that he is an out-and-out idiot, but how could an idiot master such a sharp and fast swordsmanship? Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly and said, I ruined your important matter?
什么大事？薛宝宝嘟起了嘴，道：“方才我正在数天上的星星，好容易已将月亮那边的星星都数清了。大叔你一来，就吵得我全忘得干干净净，你非陪我不可。”楚留香道：“好好好，我陪你。”
What's the big deal? Shuebaobao pouted and said, I was counting the stars in the sky just now, and I finally counted all the stars on the other side of the moon. As soon as you came, Uncle, you made me forget all about it. Jing, you must compensate me. Chu Liuxiang said, Okay, okay, I will compensate you.
但怎样赔法呢？他嘴里说着话，身形已斜窜了出去。这一掠他已尽了力，以楚香率轻功之妙，天下有谁能追得上？谁知薛宝宝竟似早已知道他要溜了，楚留香身形刚动。
But how to make amends? As he spoke, he jumped out diagonally. He had tried his best in this sweep. With Chu Xiangshui's wonderful lightness skills, who in the world can catch up? Unexpectedly, Shui Baobao seemed to have known that he was going to escape, and Chu Liuxiang just moved.
他手上套着的金镯已飞了出来，只听叮铃铃一阵串声响，4只金镯子在晚空中划起4道金弧，拐着弯兜到楚留香前面。楚留香只觉眼前金花一闪，叮当叮当2声响。
The gold bracelet on his hand had flown out. Just hearing a series of dings and lings, for gold bracelets drew 4 golden arcs in the night sky, and they turned around and walked in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang only felt a flash of golden flowers in front of her eyes, and 2 sounds of ding-dong, ding-dong.
4只金镯在半空相击，突然迎面向他撞了过来。这白痴不但轻功高，剑法高，发暗器的手法更是妙到极点。花金宫的银弹和他一比，简直就像是小孩子在耍泥玩。
For gold bracelets collided in mid-air and suddenly hit him head-on. This idiot not only has great qinggong and swordsmanship, but his technique of using concealed weapons is also extremely wonderful. Compared with him, Hua Jingong's silver bullet was like a child playing with clay balls.
楚留香的去世既也急如流矢，眼看他险些就要撞上金镯子了，在这坚不容发的刹那间，他别无选择，身形陡然一弓，向后退了回去，2只手分光捉影，抄住了3只金镯子。
Chu Liuxiang's castration was as fast as an arrow. Seeing that he was almost hitting the golden bracelet, in this unforgettable moment, he had no choice. He bowed tremblingly and stepped back, his hands, splitting light, zhuiying, grabbed 3 gold bracelets.
剩下的1只也被他用接在手里的3只打飞。这身子一缩，伸手一捉，说来虽容易，其实却难极了。无论身、眼、时间、部位，都要拿捏得恰到好处，错不得半分。若没有极快的出手，
The remaining one was also knocked away by the 3 he caught in his hand. Shrinking your body and reaching out to catch it, although it sounds easy, it is actually extremely difficult. No matter the body, eyes, time, or position, you have to get it just right without making any mistakes. If you don't take action very quickly,
固然抄不到这4只金镯，若没有绝顶的轻功，也无法将金镯的力道消泄。那样纵能勉强抄着金镯，虎口只怕也要被震裂。只不过等他抄住金镯，他的人已退回原处。
Although it is impossible to copy these 4 gold bracelets, without extreme lightness skills, it is impossible to release the strength of the gold bracelets. Even if you can barely copy the gold bracelets, the tiger's mouth will probably be shattered. But by the time he grabbed the gold bracelet, his men had already retreated to their original positions.
只见薛宝宝跺着脚道：“大叔，你明明说好要陪我，怎么又溜了？大人怎么能骗小孩子？”楚留香忽然发现，这白痴竟是他生平罕见的难缠对手。他虽然身经百战，
I saw Shui Baobao stamping his feet and saying, "Uncle, you clearly promised to compensate me. Why did you slip away again?" How can an adult lie to a child? Chu Liuxiang suddenly discovered that this idiot was a rare and difficult opponent in his life. Although he had experienced hundreds of battles,
一时之间却也不知该如何对付才好。薛宝宝还在跺着脚道：“大叔，你说，你究竟是赔还是不赔？”楚留香笑道：“自然要赔的，但怎么赔法呢？”薛宝宝立刻展颜笑道：“那容易得很。”
For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with it. Shui Baobao was still stamping his feet and said, "Uncle, tell me, do you want to compensate or not?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Of course we have to compensate, but how to compensate?" Shui Baobao immediately smiled and said, "That's very easy.
只要你将月亮那边的星星替我数清楚就行了。”楚留香摸了摸鼻子，道：“哪一边？”薛宝宝伸手指了指，道：“就是那边。”其实这时天上根本没有月亮，却有繁星满天。
Just count the stars on the other side of the moon for me. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, "Which side?" Shui Baobao pointed and said, "It's over there." In fact, there was no moon in the sky at this time, but there were stars all over the sky.
一个人就算生了200双眼睛、100只手，也没有法子将这满天繁星数清楚的。楚留香笑道：“哦，你说的是这边吗？那真好极了。”薛宝宝眨着眼睛道：“为什么好极了？”楚留香道：
Even if a person has 200 pairs of eyes and 100 hands, there is no way to count the stars in the sky. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Oh, are you talking about this side? That's great." Shui Baobao blinked his eyes and said, "Why is it so good?" Chu Liuxiang said,
这边的星星我刚才就已数过，一共是28437个。薛宝宝道：“真的？”楚留香道：“自然是真的，大人怎么会骗小孩子？你不信就自己数数看。”他心里早已打好主意，这白痴。
I just counted the stars here. There are 28,437 in total. Shui Baobao said, "Really?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course it is true. How can adults lie to children? If you don't believe it, just count it yourself." He had already made up his mind, this idiot.
若是不上当，那么他这痴呆就必是装出来的。楚留香虽不愿和真的白痴打架，但对假白痴可就不同了。谁知薛宝宝已笑道：“你说是28437个，好，我数数看。”
If he is not fooled, then his dementia must be fake. Although Chu Liuxiang is unwilling to fight with real idiots, it is different with fake idiots. Unexpectedly, Shui Baobao already smiled and said, "You said it was 28,437, okay, let me count."
他竟真的仰着头数了起来。楚留香暗中松了口气，身子如箭一般窜了出去。这次薛宝宝竟似已数得出神，完全没有留意到他。
He actually raised his head and started counting. Chu Liuxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and jumped out like an arrow. This time, Shui Baobao seemed to be so absorbed in counting that he didn't notice him at all.
楚留香这才知道，真的遇见一个武功高的吓人的白痴，他只觉有些好笑，又有些惊异。这件事的确有些不可思议，但他决定暂时绝不想这件事。
Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that he had really met an idiot with terrifyingly high martial arts skills. He felt a little funny and a little surprised. This matter was indeed a bit unbelievable, but he decided not to think about it for the time being.
因为还有件更不可思议的事尚未解决。借尸还魂，诗音的魂魄似乎真的借了左明珠的尸体而复活了。左二爷看到他拿回来的花粉时，也不禁为之目瞪口呆，汗流浃背。
Because there is something even more incredible that has yet to be solved. Resurrection from a dead body. Shi Yin's soul seems to have really been resurrected by borrowing Zhou Mingzhu's body. When Mr. Zhou saw the pollen he brought back, he couldn't help but be stunned and sweating profusely.
足足有盏茶10分，说不出话来。张简斋皱着眉问道：“那屋子是否真和他所说的完全一样？”楚留香道：“完全一样。”张简斋道：“那位施姑娘真是今天死的。”楚留香道：“不错。”
I was speechless for a long time with a cup of tea. Zhang Jianzhai frowned and asked, "Is that house exactly what she said?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Exactly the same." Zhang Jianzhai said, "That Miss Shi really died today?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Not bad."
他尸体还未收敛，我还看到那身衣服也。左二爷忽然跳起来，大吼道：“我不管那是什么衣服，也不管姓施的女儿死了没有，我只知道明珠是我的女儿，谁也抢不走。”张简斋道：“可是
Her body has not been buried yet, and I saw the clothes." Mr. Zhou suddenly jumped up and yelled, "I don't care what kind of clothes they are, and I don't care whether the daughter named Shi is dead or not. I only know that the pearl is my daughter and no one can take it away." Zhang Jianzhai said, "But..."
他若不承认你是他父亲呢？左二爷怒吼道：“他若敢不认我为父，我就杀了他。”张简斋道：“你真的忍心下得了手？”左二爷怔了怔，道：“我为何下不了手？我。”说到第3个我字。
What if she doesn't admit that you are her father? Mr. Zhou roared angrily. "If she dares not to recognize me as her father, I will kill her." Zhang Jianzhai said, "Do you really have the heart to do it?" Mr. Zhou was startled and said, "Why can't I make a move? I. Speaking of the third I word."
他眼泪不禁已夺眶而出，魁伟的身子倒在椅上，仿佛再也无力站起来了。张简斋摇头叹息道：“造化弄人，造化弄人，竟至于斯，你我夫妇何言？”左二爷双手捧着头，怆然道：“可是。”
Tears welled up in his eyes, and his tall body fell on the chair, as if he could no longer stand up. Zhang Jianzhai shook his head and sighed. Fate has a way with people. If nature has a way with people, what can you and I say? Mr. Zhou held his head in his hands and said sadly, "But..."
可是你们难道要我承认明珠是那泼妇的女儿？你们难道要我活生生的将自己的女儿送给别人？张简斋用力捻着自己的胡子，来去的踱着方步。这江湖名医虽有着手成春的本事。
But do you want me to admit that Mingzhu is the daughter of that shrew? Do you want me to give my daughter to others alive? Zhang Jianzhai twirled his beard vigorously and paced back and forth. Although this famous doctor in the world has the ability to make a difference.
对这件事却也束手无策了。楚留香叹了口气，道：“他还在睡吗？”左二爷黯然道：“还睡得很沉。”楚留香站了起来，道：“二哥，你若相信我，就将这件事交给我办吧。” 张简斋长叹道。
But there was nothing that could be done about this matter. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, Is she still sleeping? Second Master's Hua said sadly, Still sleeping deeply. Chu Liuxiang stood up and said, Second brother, if you believe me, just leave this matter to me. Zhang Jinzhai sighed.
世上若还有一个人能解决这件事，那必定就是楚香帅了。左二爷若不相信你，他还能相信谁？第3章，唐突家人。天已亮了，初升的阳光自窗隙照进来，照着他苍白的脸色。
If there is one person in the world who can solve this matter, it must be Chu Xiangshui. If Master Hua doesn't believe you, who else can he believe? Chapter 3 The Absurd Beauty. It is already dawn. The rising sunlight shines in through the window, illuminating her pale face.
一双美丽的眼睛里布满了红丝，这却是左明珠的脸，却是左明珠的眼睛。但这少女是否是左明珠，连楚留香也弄不清了。他甚至不知该如何称呼她才好。若称她为左明珠，她明明有。
A pair of beautiful eyes are covered with red threads. This is indeed Zhua Mingzhu's face, indeed Zhua Mingzhu's eyes. But even Chu Liuxiang can't figure out whether the girl is Zhua Mingzhu. He didn't even know how to call her. If he called her Zhua Mingzhu, she clearly had Zhua Mingzhu.
诗音的思想和灵魂，但若唤她为诗音，她却又明明是左明珠。这少女垂着头，咬着嘴唇道：“你既然已看过了，总该相信我说的话了吧？”楚留香叹道：“你的确没有骗我。”这少女道
Shirin thought and soul, but if you call her Shirin, she is clearly Zhua Mingzhu. The girl lowered her head, bit her lip and said, Since you have seen it, it's time to believe what I say, right? Chu Liuxiang sighed. You did not lie to me. The girl said,
那么你为何还不放我走呢？楚留香道：“我可以放你走，但你能回得去吗？”少女道：“我为什么回不去？”楚留香道：“以你现在这模样，你回去之后，别人会不会还承认你是诗音？”
So why don't you let me go? So why don't you let me go? Chu Liuxiang said, I can let you go, but can you go back? The girl said, Why can't I go back? Chu Liuxiang said, With your current appearance, will others still recognize you as Shirin after you go back?
少女眼泪立刻流了下来，痛苦着道：“天呀，我怎会变成这样子的？你叫我怎么办呢？”楚留香柔声道：“我既然相信了你的话，你也该相信我的话，无论你的心是谁。”
The girl immediately shed tears and said in pain, Oh my God, how could I become like this? What do you want me to do? Chu Liuxiang said softly, Since I believe your words, you should also believe mine, no matter who your heart is.
但你的身子的确是左明珠，是左亲侯的女儿。少女以手捶床，道：“但我的确不是左明珠，更不认得左亲侯，我怎么能承认他是我的父亲？”楚留香道：“但施举人只怕也不会认你为女儿的。”
But your body is indeed Zhua Mingzhu, the daughter of Zhua Qingho. The girl beat the bed with her hands and said, But I am indeed not Zhua Mingzhu, let alone Zhua Qingho. How can I admit that he is my father? Chu Liuxiang said, But Shi Juren is afraid that he will not recognize you as his daughter.
只怕连叶盛兰都不会认得你，再也不会将宝香斋的花粉送给你了。 少女身子一震，啊声道：“你怎么会认得他的？”楚留香笑了笑，道：“你怎么会认得他的？”少女低下头，大声道：
I'm afraid even Yi Xinglan won't recognize you and will never give you the pollen from Boxiangzai again. The girl trembled and said in a low voice, I'm afraid even Yi Xinglan won't recognize you and will never give you the pollen from Boxiangzai again. The girl trembled and said in a low voice, how did you recognize him?
那是很久以前的事了，我也不知道，我怎会背他？他忽又抬起头，大声道：“但不管怎么样，那件事都早已过去。现在我已不认得叶盛兰，我只知道我是薛家未过门的媳妇。”
That was a long time ago, and I don't know how I could be. That was a long time ago, and I don't know how I could be. She suddenly raised her head again and said loudly, but no matter what, that incident has long passed, and now I don't recognize Yi Xinglan. I only know that I am the maiden daughter-in-law of the Shui family.
楚留香暗中叹了口气，这件事最麻烦的就在这里，因为他知道左二爷早已将左明珠许配给丁家的公子了。就算左二爷和施举人能心平气和地处理这件事。
Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. The most troublesome part of this matter was here, because he knew that Zui Yiri had already betrothed Zui Mingzhu to the young master of the Ding family. Even if Zui Yiri and Shi Juren can handle this matter calmly.
这女孩子就算肯承认他们都是她的父亲，却也万万不能嫁给2个丈夫的。就在这时，突听外面砰的一声大震，接着就有各式各样乱七八糟的声音响了起来，有摔瓶子、打罐子的声音。
Even if this girl is willing to admit that they are both her fathers, she can never marry 2 husbands. At this moment, a loud bang was heard outside, followed by all kinds of messy sounds, including the sound of bottles being smashed and cans being hit.
有石头掷在屋顶上，屋瓦被打碎的声音，其中还夹杂一大群人斥喝怒骂的声音。楚留香皱起了眉，觉得很奇怪，难道真有人敢到雉碑山庄来捣乱撒野？
There were sounds of stones being thrown on the roof, roof tiles being broken, and the sound of a large group of people yelling and cursing. Chu Liuxiang frowned, feeling very strange. Is there really anyone who dares to go to Throwing Cup Villa to cause trouble?
只听一个又尖又响亮的女子声音道：“左青侯，还我的女儿来！”少女眼睛一亮，大喜道：“我母亲来了，她已知道我在这里，你们还能不放我走吗？”楚留香道：“她到这里来，绝不是来找你的。”
A sharp and loud female voice was heard saying, Marquise Waqing, give me back my daughter. The girl's eyes lit up and she said happily, My mother is here. She already knows that I am here. Can you still not let me go? Chu Liuxiang said, She didn't come here to find you.
少女道：“不是找我找谁？”楚留香还未说话，花金公尖锐的声音又传了进来：“我女儿就是被你这老贼害死的。你知道她得了病，就故意将所有的大夫全都藏在你家里，让她的病没人治。”
The girl said, Who are you looking for if you're not looking for me? Before Chu Liuxiang could speak, Hua Jingong's sharp voice came in again. My daughter was killed by you, an old thief. You knew she was sick, so you deliberately hid all the doctors in your house so that no one could treat her disease.
否则她怎么会死？我要你赔命！少女本来已想冲出去，此刻又怔住了。楚留香叹道：“ 你现在总该知道他是为了什么来的了吧？少女一步步往后退，颤声道：“他也说我已经死了，我难道……
Otherwise, how could she die? I want you to pay for your life." The girl wanted to rush out, but she was stunned again at this moment. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You should know why she came here by now, right? The girl stepped back step by step and said in a trembling voice, "She also said that I was dead. Could I?"
难道真的已经死了吗？楚留香道：“你当然没有死，只不过这件事实在太奇怪，说出来谁也不会相信的，连你母亲也不会相信的。你现在出去，她也不会承认你是她的女儿。”
Is he really dead? Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course you are not dead, but this matter is too strange. No one will believe it, not even your mother. If you go out now, she will not admit you. It's her daughter."
少女发了半晌怔，忽然转身扑倒在床上，以手捶床，哽声道：“我怎么办呢？我怎么办呢？”楚留香柔声道：“你若是肯完全信任我，我也许有法子替你解决这件事。”少女伏在床上。
The girl was stunned for a long time, then suddenly turned around and threw herself on the bed, beating the bed with her hands, and choked. "What should I do? What should I do?" Chu Liuxiang said softly, "If you are willing to trust me completely, I may have a way to solve this matter for you." The girl lies on the bed.
又哭了很久，才转过身，凝住着楚留香道：“你真是楚香帅。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“有时候我真希望我不是楚留香，但命中却注定了我非做楚留香不可。”少女凝住着他的眼睛，道：“好。”
After crying for a long time, he turned around, stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, Are you really Chu Xiang handsome?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Sometimes I really wish that I am not Chu Liuxiang, but fate has destined me to be Chu Liuxiang." The girl stared into his eyes and said, "Okay."
我就在这里躺3天，过了3天，你若还是不能解决这件事，我就死了反而好些。楚留香觉得自己暂时还是莫要和花金公相见的好，所以决定先去好好睡一觉。
I will lie here for 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't solve this matter, I will die. It would be better to die. Chu Liuxiang felt that it was better not to meet Hua Jingong for the time being, so she decided to go and have a good sleep first.
养足了精神，晚上才好办事。他心里似乎已有了很多主意，只不过他却未说出来。等他醒来的时候，天已黑，左二爷已不知来看过他多少次，看见他醒来，简直如获至宝。
Only when you have enough energy can you do things in the evening. He seemed to have many ideas in his mind, but he didn't say them out loud. When he woke up, it was already dark. Mr. Zhua had already visited him countless times. Seeing him wake up was like finding a treasure.
一把拉着他的手，苦笑道：“兄弟，你倒睡得好，可知道我这一天又受了多少罪吗？我简直连头发都快急秃了。”他跺着脚道：“你可知道花金公那泼妇已来过了吗？”
She took his hand and said with a wry smile, "Brother, you slept well, but do you know how much I suffered this day? I'm almost going bald." He stamped his feet and said, "Did you know that shrew Hua Jingong has already been here?"
他居然敢带了一群无赖来这里撒野，而且还要我替他女儿偿命。楚留香笑道：“ 你是怎么样将他打发走的？”左青侯恨恨道：“遇到这种泼妇，我也实在没有法子了。我若是伤了他……
She actually dared to bring a group of scoundrels here to run wild, and she even asked me to pay for her daughter's life." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How did you send her away?" Zhua Qingho said bitterly, "When I meet such a shrew, I really have no choice. If I hurt her……"
岂非要被江湖朋友笑我跟他一般见识？楚留香叹道：“一点也不错，他只怕就因为知道二哥绝不会出手，所以才赶来的。”左青侯道：“我只有拿那些泼皮无赖出气。”
Do I want my friends in the world to laugh at me for being the same as her? Chu Liuxiang sighed, "That's right at all." She only dared to come because she knew that the second brother would never take action. Zhua Qingho said, "I can only vent my anger on those rogues."
他看到自己带来的人全躺下了，气焰才小了些，但临走的时候却还在撒野，说明天他还要来。他拉着楚留香的手，道：“兄弟，你今天晚上好歹也要再到施家庄去走一趟。”
When she saw that all the people she had brought with her were lying down, her arrogance became less intense, but when she left, she was still acting wild, saying that she would come back tomorrow. He took Chu Liuxiang's hand and said, "Brother, at least you have to go to Shijiazhuang tonight."
给那母老虎一个教训，他明天若是再来，我可实在吃不消了。他自己不愿和花金公交手，却叫楚留香去，这种烫手山芋，楚留香虽已接得多了，却还是有些哭笑不得。
Teach that tigress a lesson. If she comes again tomorrow, I really can't bear it. He himself did not want to fight Hua Jingong, but he asked Chu Liuxiang to go. Although Chu Liuxiang had dealt with this kind of hot potato many times, he was still a little bit dumbfounded.
左青侯自己似也觉得有些不好意思，苦笑道：“我也知道这是件很令人头疼的事，但世上若还有一个人能解决这种事，那人就是你，楚香帅。”这种话楚留香也听得多了。
Zhua Qingho himself seemed a little embarrassed, and said with a wry smile, "I also know that this is a very troublesome matter, but if there is one person in the world who can solve this kind of thing, that person is you, Chu Xiangshui." Chu Liuxiang had heard this kind of thing a lot.
忍不住叹了口气，喃喃道：“只可惜小胡这次没有来，否则让他去对付花金公，才真是对症下药。”左青侯道：“兄弟你难道不去？”楚留香笑了，道：“二哥你放心。”
I couldn't help but sigh and murmured, "It's a pity that Xiao Hu didn't come this time, otherwise letting him deal with Hua Jingong would have been the right medicine." Zhua Qingho said, "Brother, don't you go." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Second brother, don't worry.
我一定有法子叫他明天来不了的。”左青侯这才松了口气，忽又皱眉道：“另外还有件事，也得要兄弟你替我拿个主意。花金公前脚刚刚走，后面就有个人跟着来了。”楚留香道：“谁？”
I must find a way to prevent her from coming tomorrow. Zhua Qingho breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly frowned and said, "There is another thing. I need you to make an idea for me, brother." Just as Hua Jingong left, someone followed him. Chu Liuxiang said, "Who?"
世上难道还有比花金公更难对付的人吗？左青侯道：“芦花荡七星堂的丁氏双侠，兄弟你总该知道吧？今天来的就是吴钩剑丁于丁老二。”楚留香道：“
Is there anyone in the world who is more difficult to deal with than Hua Jingong? Zhua Qingho said, Brother, you should know about the two heroes of the Ding family in Qixingtang in Luodang, right? Today's guest is Wu Gojin Ding Yu and Ding Laoer. Chu Liuxiang said.
丁氏双侠岂非都是二哥你的好朋友吗？左青侯道，非但是我的好朋友，还是我的亲家，但麻烦也就在这里。楚留香道，他莫非是来迎亲的？左青侯跌足道，一点也不错。
Aren't the two Ding heroes your good friends, second brother? Zhua Qingho said, Not only are they my good friends, they are also my in-laws, but that's where the trouble lies. Chu Liuxiang said, Is he here to welcome the bride? Zhua Qingho stumbled and said, That's not bad at all.
只因我们上个月已商量好，定在这个月为珠儿和丁如风成亲。丁老二这次来，正是为了这件事。楚留香道，上个月明珠岂非已经病了？左青侯叹道，就因为他病了。
Just because we had agreed last month that Zhu'er and Ding Rufeng would get married this month, Ding Laoer came here this time precisely for this matter. Chu Liuxiang said, Didn't Mingzhu become ill last month? Zhua Qingho sighed, just because she is sick.
所以我才想为这孩子冲冲喜，指望她一嫁过去，病就能好起来。谁料到现在竟会出了这种事。他苦着脸道，现在我若答应他在月中成亲，珠儿怎么肯嫁过去？我若不答应。
That's why I wanted to be happy for this child. I just hoped that once she got married, her illness would get better. Who would have thought that something like this would happen now? He said with a grimace, Now if I promise him to get married in the middle of the month, Pearl, how can Pearl be willing to marry her? If I don't agree.
又能用什么法子推脱我这简直是在做法自毙。楚留香也只有摸鼻子，喃喃道，不知道花金公是否也为他女儿和薛二少定了婚期。只见一个家丁匆匆赶过来，躬身道，
How can I shirk it? I am simply committing suicide. Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose and murmured, I wonder if Hua Jingong has also set a wedding date for her daughter and second young master Shui. I saw a servant hurried over and bowed.
丁二侠叫小人来问老爷，楚香帅是否已醒了？若是醒了，他也要来敬楚香帅的酒；若是没有醒，就请老爷先到前面去。楚留香笑道：“久闻丁家弟兄也是海量，张简斋却要保养身体。”
Ding Erxia asked the villain to ask the master if Chu Xiangshui was awake. If he wakes up, he will also come to offer Chu Xiangshui's wine. If you don't wake up, please ask me to go to the front first. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, I have heard for a long time that the brothers of the Ding family are also massive, but Zhang Jinzhai has to take care of his body.
连一杯酒都不饮的，丁老二一定觉得一个人喝酒没意思。左青侯道：“不错，兄弟你就快陪我去应付应付他吧。”楚留香笑道：“二哥难道要我醉醺醺的闯到石家庄去吗？江湖传说中
If you don't even drink a glass of wine, Ding Laoer must feel that drinking alone is boring. Zhua Qingho said, Yes, brother, please accompany me to deal with him. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Second brother, do you want me to rush to Shizhizhuang drunkenly? In the legend of the world.
有些酒盖、酒仙，酒喝得愈多，武功就愈高。楚留香总觉得这些传说有些可笑，只因他知道一个人酒若喝多了，胆子也许会壮些， 力气也许会大些，但反应却一定会变得迟钝得多。
There are some wine beggars and wine fairies. The more wine they drink, the higher their martial arts skills become. Chu Liuxiang always finds these legends a bit ridiculous. Just because he knows that if a person drinks too much, his courage may be stronger and his strength may be greater, but his reaction will definitely become much slower.
高手相争，若是一个人的反应迟钝了，就必败无疑。所以楚留香虽然也很喜欢喝酒，但在真正遇着强敌时，前一晚一定保持着清醒。奇怪的是，江湖中居然也有人说，
In a competition between masters, if one person's reaction is slow, he will definitely lose. Therefore, although Chu Liuxiang also likes to drink, when he really encounters a strong enemy, he must stay awake the night before. The strange thing is that some people in the world actually say,
楚香帅的酒喝得愈多，武功愈高。楚留香认为这些话一定是那些不会喝酒的人说出来的。不喝酒的人好像总认为喝酒的人是某种怪物，连身体的构造都和别人不同，岂是酒仙。
The more Chu Xiangshui drank, the better his martial arts became. Chu Liuxiang believes that these words must be said by people who don't know how to drink. People who don't drink always seem to think that people who drink are some kind of monsters. Even the structure of their bodies is different from others. In fact, Jiu Xian
也是人，酒盖也是人，酒若喝多了的人，脑袋也一样会糊涂的。今天楚留香没有喝酒，倒并不是因为花金公婆媳难对付，而是因为那武功绝高的白痴。他总觉得那白痴有些神秘。
We are all human beings, and drunkards are also human beings. People who drink too much will also become confused. Chu Liuxiang didn't drink today, not because Hua Jingong's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were difficult to deal with, but because of that idiot who was extremely skilled in martial arts. He always felt that the idiot was somewhat mysterious.
有些奇怪，绝对不可轻视。三更前，楚留香便已到了石家庄。这一次，他轻车熟路，直奔后园。后园中既无人迹，只有那竹林间的小屋里仍亮着灯光。诗音的尸体莫非还在小屋里？
It's a bit strange and should never be taken lightly. Chu Liuxiang had already arrived at Shizhizhuang before the third watch. This time he was familiar with the road and went straight to the back garden. There was no one in the back garden, only the light was still on in the small house among the bamboo trees. Is Shiyin's body still in the hut?
楚留香青烟般掠上屋檐，探手下望，就发现诗音的尸体已被搬了出来。一个青衣素服、丫头打扮的少女正在收拾着屋子。灯光中看来，这少女仿佛甚美，并不像做粗事的人。
Chu Liuxiang swept up to the eaves like light smoke, looked down and saw that Shiyin's body had been moved out, and a girl dressed in green and plain clothes was cleaning the house. In the light, this girl seemed to be very beautiful, and she didn't look like someone doing rough things.
她的手在整理着床铺，一双水汪汪的眼睛却瞟着妆台，忽然伸手攫起一匣胭脂，偷偷藏在怀里。过了半晌，又对着那铜镜轻轻地扭动腰肢，扭着扭着，自己抿着嘴，偷偷地笑了起来。
Her hands were making the bed, but her watery eyes glanced at the dressing table. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed a box of rouge and secretly hid it in her arms. After a while, she looked at the bronze mirror again and gently twisted her waist. Twisting and turning, he pursed his lips and laughed secretly.
楚留香正觉得有些好笑，突听一人道：“这次你总逃不了吧？”屋角后人影一闪，跳了出来。楚留香也不禁吃了一惊，这人好厉害的眼力，居然发现楚留香的藏身之处。
Chu Liuxiang was feeling a little funny when she suddenly heard someone say, "You can't escape this time." A figure flashed from behind the corner of the room and jumped out. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help being surprised. This man's sharp eyesight actually found Chu Liuxiang's hiding place.
谁知这人连看也没有向他这边看一眼，嘴里说着话，人已冲进了屋子，却是个穿着白校服的少年。那丫头显然也吃了一惊，但回头看到这少年就笑了，拍着胸笑道：“原来是少庄主。”
Unexpectedly, this man didn't even look in his direction, and while he was talking, he rushed into the room, but it was a young man wearing white mourning clothes. The girl was obviously taken aback, but when she turned around and saw the young man, she smiled, patted her chest and said with a smile, "It turns out to be the young village owner."
害得我吓了一跳。楚留香这才看清了这位石家庄的少庄主，只见他白生生的脸已有些发福，显然是吃得太好，睡得太足了。他身上穿的虽是校服。
It startled me. Only then did Chu Liuxiang take a clear look at the young owner of Shizhezhuang. He saw that his face was white and he was already a little fat. He obviously ate too well and slept too much. Although he was wearing mourning clothes.
但有可看到里面那一身天青的缎子衣服，脸上更没有丝毫悲戚之色，反而笑嘻嘻道：“你怕什么？我也不会吃人的，最多也不过吃你嘴上的胭脂。”那丫头笑啐道。
But you can still see the azure satin clothes inside, and there is no trace of sadness on his face. Instead, he smiles and says, "What are you afraid of? I don't know how to eat people. The most I can do is eat the rouge on your mouth." The girl laughed and spat.
人家今天又没有涂胭脂。师传宗道：“我不信，没有擦胭脂，嘴怎么会红得像樱桃？我要尝尝。”他一面说着话，一面已搂住了那丫头的腰。那丫头跺着脚道：“你好大的胆子，快放手！”
"I didn't put on rouge today," Shi Chuanzong said. "I don't believe how your mouth could be as red as a cherry without rouge. I want to try it." While he was talking, he already hugged the girl's waist. The girl stamped her feet and said, You are so brave, let go."
不然我可要叫了。师传宗喘着气道：“你叫吧，我不怕，我也没有偷东西。”那丫头眼珠子一转，似笑非笑的娇嗔着道：“好呀，你想要挟我，我才不稀罕这匣胭脂，我若想要。”
"Otherwise I will scream." Shi Chuanzong gasped, "Just scream. I'm not afraid, and I didn't steal anything." The girl rolled her eyes and coquettishly said with a half-smile, "Okay. If you want to hold me hostage, I don't care about this box of rouge. If I want it."
也不知有多少人抢着来送给我。师传宗笑道：“我送给你，我送给你，好婴儿，只要你肯将就我，我把宝香斋的胭脂花粉全都买来送给你。”婴儿咬着嘴唇道：“我可不敢要。”
"I don't know how many people rushed to give it to me." Shi Chuanzong smiled and said, "I will give it to you, I will give it to you." Good Inger, as long as you are willing to give in to me, I will buy all the rouge pollen from Boxiangzai and give it to you. Inger bit her lip and said, I don't dare to ask for it.
我怕少奶奶剥我的皮。师传宗道：没关系，没关系，那母老虎不会知道的。他身子一扑，两个人就滚到床上去了。婴儿喘息着道：今天不行，这地方也不行，昨天二小姐才……他话未说完。
I'm afraid that the young lady will peel off my skin. Shi Chuanzong said, It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, the tigress won't know. As soon as he threw himself, the two of them rolled onto the bed. Inger gasped and said, It can't work today, and it can't work in this place. Yesterday, the second lady. She didn't finish her words. Finished.
嘴就似乎被什么东西堵住了。师传宗的喘息声更粗，道：今天不行，明天就没机会了。那母老虎盯得好凶，好婴儿，只要你答应我这一次，我什么都给你。楚留香又好气又好笑。
The mouth seemed to be blocked by something. Shi Chuanzong's breathing became louder and he said, If you can't do it today, you won't have a chance tomorrow. That tigress is staring so fiercely. Good Inger, as long as you promise me this time, I will give you everything. Chu Liuxiang is angry and funny.
想到那位少奶奶的尊容，他也觉得这位少庄主有些可怜。他也知道老婆盯得愈凶，男人愈要偷嘴吃，天下的男人都是一样的，也不能怪这位少庄主。
Thinking of the young lady's respectable appearance, he also felt that the young village owner was a bit pitiful. He also knows that the more fiercely his wife stares at her, the more men want to steal her words. Men all over the world are the same, and he cannot blame the young owner.
只不过他选的时候和地方实在太不对了。楚留香虽不愿管这种闲事，但也实在看不下去。那张床不停地在动，已有条白生生的腿挂在床沿。楚留香突然敲了敲窗户，道：有人来了。
It's just that the time and place he chose were really wrong. Although Chu Liuxiang didn't want to meddle in such nosy matters, she really couldn't stand it. The bed kept moving, and there was already a white leg hanging on the edge of the bed. Chu Liuxiang suddenly knocked on the window and said, Someone is coming.
这短短4个字还没有说完，床上的2个人已经像2只被人踩着尾巴的猫一般跳了起来。师传宗身子缩成一团，簌簌地发抖。婴儿的胆子反倒大些，一面穿衣服，一面大声道：是谁？
Before these 4 words were finished, the 2 people on the bed had already jumped up like 2 cats whose tails were stepped on. Shi Chuanzong huddled up and trembled. Inger was more courageous, and while putting on her clothes, she said loudly, Who is it?
想来偷东西吗？师传宗立刻道：不错，一定是小偷，我去叫人来抓贼。他脚底抹油，已想溜之大吉了。但楚留香身子一闪，已挡住了他的去路。师传宗也不知这人怎么来的这么快的。
Want to steal something? Shi Chuanzong immediately said, Yes, it must be a thief. I'll call someone to catch the thief. He rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and wanted to escape. But Chu Liuxiang's body flashed and blocked his way. Shi Chuanzong didn't know how this person came so fast.
吃惊道：你是什么人？好大的胆子，偷东西居然敢偷到这里来，快夹着尾巴逃走，少庄主还可以饶你一命。看到来人是个陌生人， 他的胆子也忽然壮了。楚留香笑道
He was surprised and said, Who are you? You are so brave. You dare to steal things here. Hurry up and run away with your tail between your legs. The young owner of the village can spare your life. Seeing that the person coming was a stranger, his courage suddenly grew stronger. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
你最好先明白3件事：第一，我绝不会逃走；第二，你根本不是我的对手；第三，我更不怕你叫人。他根本没有做出任何示威的动作，因为他知道像师传宗这样的风流阔少。
You'd better understand 3 things first. First, I will never run away. Second, you are no match for me. Third, I am not afraid of you calling anyone. He didn't make any protest move at all, because he knew that such a romantic and wealthy young man as Shi Chuanzong.
用几句话就可以吓住了。石传宗脸色果然发了青，痴痴道：“你想怎么样？”楚留香道：“我只问你想怎么样，是要我去将你老婆找来，还是带我去找梁妈？”石传宗怔了怔，道
A few words will suffice. Shi Chuanzong's face turned green as expected, and he quipped, You, what do you want? Chu Liuxiang said, I just want to ask you what you want. Do you want me to find your wife, or do you want me to find Liang Ma? Shi Chuanzong was startled and said,
带你去找梁妈。楚留香道：“不错，这2件事随便你选一样。”这选择简直就像问人是愿意吃红烧肉还是愿意吃大便一样。石传宗一颗心顿时定了下来，他生怕楚留香还会改变主意。
Take you to find Liang Ma? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, you can choose any of these 2 things. This choice was just like asking someone whether he would rather eat braised pork or poop. Shi Chuanzong's heart suddenly settled. He was afraid that Chu Liuxiang would change his mind.
赶紧点头道：“好，我带你去找梁妈。”小院中的偏厅已改作灵堂，梁妈坐在灵位旁，垂着头，似又睡着了。暗淡的烛光映着皇冠白幔，映着她苍苍白发，看来真是说不出的凄凉。
He quickly nodded and said, Okay, I'll take you to find Mother Liang. The side hall in the small courtyard has been converted into a mourning hall. Mother Liang was sitting next to the funeral seat, with her head hanging down, as if she had fallen asleep again. The dim candlelight reflected the white curtain of the yellow coffin and her pale hair, which looked really desolate.
石传宗带着楚留香绕小路走到这里，心里一直在奇怪，无论如何也想不出这人找梁妈为的是什么。只见楚留香走过去，站在梁妈面前，轻轻咳嗽了一声。梁妈一惊。
Shi Chuanzong took Chu Liuxiang around the path and walked here. He kept wondering in his heart. He couldn't figure out why this person wanted to find Liang Ma. Chu Liuxiang walked over and stood in front of Liang Ma, coughing slightly. Liang Ma was shocked.
几乎连人带椅子都跌倒在地，但等他看清楚面前的人时，他已哭得发红的老眼中竟似露出一丝欣慰之意，道：“原来又是你，你总算是个有良心的人，也不枉婴儿为了你。”说到婴儿
She almost fell to the ground with her chair, but when she saw the person in front of her clearly, her old eyes that were red from crying seemed to show a hint of relief, and said, It turns out it's you again, you are finally a conscientious person. I will not waste my time doing it for you. Speaking of Ener.
他喉头又被塞住。 楚留香叹了口气，道：“不认得你的人一定会以为你才是殷姑娘的母亲。”梁妈哽咽着道：“婴儿虽不是我生的，却是我从小带大的。我孤苦伶仃，无依无靠。”
Her throat was blocked again. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "People who don't recognize you will definitely think that you are Miss Yin's mother." Liang's mother choked and said, "Although Yinar was not born by me, I brought her up since she was a child. I am alone and helpless."
只有他可算是我的亲人，现在他已死了，楚留香心里也不禁觉得有些凄凉。这时师传宗已悄悄溜走，但他却故意装作没有看到。梁妈拭着眼泪，道：“你寄来了。”
She is the only one who can be regarded as my relative. Now that she is dead, Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a little desolate. At this time, Shi Chuanzong had slipped away quietly, but he deliberately pretended not to see it. Ma Liang wiped her tears and said, "You are here."
也算尽到了你的心意，现在还是快走吧，若是再被夫人发现，只怕就……楚留香忽然道：“你想不想再见殷姑娘一面？”梁妈豁然抬起头，吃惊地望着他，道：“但她已死了。”楚留香道：“
You have done your best, so you better leave now. If Madam finds you again, I'm afraid." Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, "Do you want to see Miss Yin again?" Liang Ma suddenly raised her head, looked at him in surprise, and said, But she is dead." Chu Liuxiang said,
你若想见她，我还有法子。梁妈骇然道：“你有什么法子？难道你会招魂？”楚留香道：“你现在也不必多问。总之，明天正午时，你若肯在秀野桥头等我，我就有法子带你去见殷姑娘。”
"If you want to see her, I still have a way." Liang Ma said in shock, What can you do? Do you know how to summon spirits?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You don't need to ask any more. In short, if you are willing to wait for me at Shoya Bridge at noon tomorrow, I will have a way to take you to see Miss Yin."
梁妈呆了很久，喃喃道：“明天正午，秀野桥，你难道？”突听一人道：“好小子，算你够胆！昨天饶了你，今天你居然还敢来！”楚留香不用回头，就已知道这是花金公来了。
Liang Ma stayed for a long time and murmured, "Tomorrow at noon, Shoya Bridge, could you?" Suddenly someone said, "Good boy, you are brave enough. I spared you yesterday, but you still dare to come today." Chu Liuxiang knew that Hua Jingong was coming without looking back.
但他看来一点也不吃惊，似乎早就等着他来。只见花金公和施少奶奶今天都换了一身紧身衣裤，还带了10几个劲装的丫鬟，每个人都手持金弓，背插双剑，行动居然都十分矫健。
But he didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had been waiting for her to come. I saw that Hua Jingong and young Master Shi had both changed into tights today, and brought with them more than a dozen maids in fancy outfits. Each of them was holding a golden bow, with 2 swords on their backs, and they all moved very vigorously.
楚留香笑了笑道：“久闻夫人的娘子军英勇更胜须眉，今日一见，果然不凡。”花金公冷冷笑道：“你少来拍马屁，我只问你，你究竟是不是楚留香？”楚留香道：“楚留香，我看来很像楚留香吗？”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I have heard for a long time that Madam's women's army is more brave than men. When I saw it today, it was indeed extraordinary. Hua Jingong sneered. Don't flatter me, I just ask you, are you Chu Liuxiang? Chu Liuxiang said, Chu Liuxiang, do I look like Chu Liuxiang?
施少奶奶铁青着脸，厉声道：“我也不管你是楚留香还是楚留臭，你既然有胆子来，我们就有本事叫你来的去不得。”楚留香叹了口气，道：“好威风呀，好杀气，难怪施少庄主要为你如虎了。”
Mrs. Shi's face was livid and she said sternly, I don't care whether you are Chu Liuxiang or Chu Liuxiang. Since you have the courage to come, we have the ability to make sure you come or go. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, You are so majestic and murderous. No wonder Master Shi Shaozhuang is as afraid of you as a tiger.
施传宗忽然在窗子外一探头，大声道：“我们夫妻是相敬如宾，你小子少来挑拨离间。”花金公道：“废话少说，我只问你，你是想死还是想活？”楚留香道：“在下活得很有趣，自然是想活的。”
Shi Chuanzong suddenly poked his head out of the window and said loudly, We husband and wife respect each other as guests. Don't come here to sow discord. Hua Jingong said, Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask you, do you want to die or live? Chu Liuxiang said, It's very interesting to live here, so naturally I want to live.
花金公道：“你若想活，就乖乖地跪下来，束手就缚。等我们问清楚你的来历，也许非但不杀你，还有好处给你。”他故意将“好处”两个字说得又轻又软，怎奈楚留香却像一点也不懂。
Hua Jingong said, If you want to live, just kneel down obediently and tie your hands. When we ask you clearly about your origin, maybe, instead of killing you, we will also give you benefits. She deliberately said the word benefits softly and softly, but Chu Liuxiang didn't seem to understand it at all.
淡淡问道：“我若想死呢？”花金公怒道：“那就更容易，我只要一抬手，连珠箭一发，你就要变刺猬了。”楚留香笑道：“牡丹花下死，做鬼也风流，做刺猬又有何妨？”花金公道：“好，这是你自找的。”
He asked lightly, What if I want to die? Hua Jingong said angrily, That would be easier. I just need to raise my hand and fire arrows, and you will become a hedgehog. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, You can die under the peony flowers and be a ghost. What's the harm in being a hedgehog? Hua Jingong said, Okay, you asked for this.
怨不得我。他的手一招，金弓已搭起，10几个娘子军也立刻张弓搭箭。看他们的手势，已知道这些小姑娘一个个都是百步穿杨的好手，何况连珠箭连绵不绝，就算能躲得了第一轮箭。
You can't blame me. With a move of her hand, the golden bow was set up, and more than a dozen women soldiers also immediately opened their bows and set arrows. Looking at their gestures, it was already known that each of these little girls were good players, not to mention that the continuous arrows, even if you can dodge the first round of arrows.
第二轮箭就未必躲得开了。谁知就在这时，楚留香身子忽然一闪，只听一连串娇呼，也不知怎的，10余柄金弓忽然全都到了楚留香手上，10余个少女石像般定在那里。
You may not be able to dodge the second round of arrows. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Liuxiang's body suddenly flashed, and he heard a series of cooing calls. For some reason, more than 10 golden bows suddenly came into Chu Liuxiang's hands, and more than 10 girls stood there like stone statues.
竟已全都被点了穴道。花金公和施少奶奶虽然明知这漂亮小伙子有两下子，却也未想到他竟有如此快的出手。两人交换了个眼色，一柄弓，两口剑闪电般攻出。
All the acupuncture points have been tapped. Although Hua Jingong and Mrs. Shi knew that this beautiful young man had a problem, they never expected that he would take action so quickly. The two exchanged glances, then struck out with a bow and 2 swords like lightning.
但楚留香今天却似存心要给他们点颜色看，再也不像昨天那么客气了。身子一转，也不知用了什么招式，就已擒住了施少奶奶的手腕，将她的剑向前面一送，只听“嘣”的一声。
But Chu Liuxiang seemed to be deliberately trying to show off to them today. He was no longer as polite as yesterday. He turned around and, without knowing what moves he used, he caught young Madame Shi's wrist and thrust her sword forward. Send it off, just listen to a bang sound.
花金公的弓弦已被割断，楚留香倒退几步，躬身笑道：“唐突家人，万不得已，恕罪恕罪。”施少奶奶脸色发白，她毕竟是名家之女，识货得很，此刻已看出自己绝不是这小伙子的对手。
The bowstring of Hua Jinbao has been cut. Chu Liuxiang took a few steps back, bowed and said with a smile, "My rude beauty, I have no choice but to forgive you." Mrs. Shi's face turned pale. After all, she was the daughter of a famous family and was very knowledgeable. At this moment, she could see that she was no match for this young man.
忽然抛下双剑，一把将施传宗从门外揪了进来，跺脚道：“你老婆被人欺负，你却只会站在旁边做缩头乌龟，这还能算个男人吗？快打死他，替我出气！”施传宗脸色比他老婆更白，道：“是是是。”
Suddenly he threw down his 2 swords and grabbed Shi Chuanzong from the door. He stamped his feet and said, "Your wife is being bullied, but you just stand by and be a coward. Can you still be considered a man? Beat him to death." He vented his anger for me. Shi Chuanzong's face was paler than his wife's, and he said, "Yes, yes."
我打死他，我替你出气。他嘴上说的虽响，两条腿可没有移动半步。施少奶奶用拳头擂着他的胸膛，道：“去呀，去呀！难道连这点胆子都没有？”施传宗被打得龇牙咧嘴，连连道：“好，我去。”
"I'll beat him to death, and I'll vent my anger on your behalf." Although he spoke loudly, his legs did not move even half a step. Mrs. Shi beat his chest with her fist and said, "Go, go, don't you even have the courage to do so?" Shi Chuanzong was beaten until he grinned and said repeatedly, "Okay, I'll go."
我这就去。话未说完，忽然一溜烟地逃了出去。施少奶奶咬着牙，竟然放声大哭起来，喊着道：“天呀，我嫁了个这么没用的男人，你叫我怎么活啊？”她忽然一头撞入花金公怀里，嘶声道：“
"I'll go right away." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly ran away. Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and burst into tears, shouting, "Oh my God, I married such a useless man, how can I live?" She suddenly ran into Hua Jingong's arms and hissed,
我嫁到你们家里真是倒了8辈子的霉，否则有谁敢欺负我，我也不想活了，你们干脆杀了我吧。”楚留香看得又好气又好笑， 他也想不到这位少奶奶不但会使剑。
It's been 8 lifetimes of bad luck for me to marry into your family. Otherwise, if anyone dares to bully me, I won't want to live anymore. You might as well kill me. Chu Liuxiang was so angry and funny at the same time. He never thought of this. This young lady not only knows how to use a sword.
撒泼耍赖的本事也不错。只见花金公两眼发直，显然也拿他这媳妇没法子。楚留香悠然道：“少奶奶这耍赖的功夫，难道也是家传的吗？”施少奶奶跳了起来，哭吼着：“你放的是什么屁？”
He's also good at being playful. Hua Jingong's eyes were straightened, and he obviously had nothing to do with his wife. Chu Liuxiang said leisurely, "Is the young lady's cheating skills also inherited from the family?" Mrs. Shi jumped up and cried, "What the hell did you fart?"
除了欺负女人，你还会干什么？楚留香道：“我本来也认为你真是女人，现在却已有些怀疑了。”施少奶奶咬着牙道：“你能算是男人吗？你若敢跟我去见爹爹，就算你是个男人。”
Besides bullying women, what else do you do? Chu Liuxiang said, "I originally thought you were really a woman, but now I have some doubts." Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and said, "Can you be considered a man? If you dare to follow me to see Dad, you will be treated as a man.
否则你就是个不男不女的孬种。”楚留香淡淡道：“我若不敢去，今天晚上也就不会再来了。但你现在最好安静些，否则我就用稻草塞住你的嘴。薛衣人的庄院规模不如稚卑山庄宏大。”
Otherwise you are neither male nor female coward. Chu Liuxiang said lightly, "If I don't dare to go, I won't come again tonight, but you'd better be quiet now, otherwise I will stuff your mouth with straw." The scale of Shuiren's village is not as grand as Tubi Villa.
但风格却更古雅，厅堂中陈设虽非华美，却当真是一尘不染。窗棂上绝没有丝毫积尘，院子里绝没有一片落叶。此刻虽方清晨，却已有人在洒扫着庭院。
But the style is more quaint. Although the furnishings in the hall are not gorgeous, they are spotless. There is no dust on the window lattice. There is not a fallen leaf in the courtyard. Although it is early in the morning, someone is already sweeping the courtyard.
施少奶奶一路上果然都老实得很。楚留香暗暗好笑，他发觉鬼也怕恶人这句话真是一点也不错。但一到了薛家庄，他就立刻威风了起来，跳着脚指着楚留香的鼻子道：
Mrs. Shi was indeed very honest along the way. Chu Liuxiang was secretly amused. He found that the saying, "Ghosts are also afraid of evil people," was indeed true. But as soon as she arrived at Zuojiazwang, she immediately became majestic, jumped her feet, pointed at Chu Liuxiang's nose and said,
你有种就莫要逃走，我去叫爹爹出来。楚留香道：我若要走，又何必来？花金公眼睛瞟着他，冷笑道：胆子太大，命就会短的。施少奶奶刚冲进去没多久，就听得一人沉声道：
"If you have the guts, don't run away. I'll call Daddy out." Chu Liuxiang said, "If I want to leave, why should I come?" Hua Jingong glanced at him and sneered, "If you are too courageous, your life will be short." Not long after Mrs. Shi rushed in, she heard someone say in a deep voice,
你不好好在家侍候翁姑，又到这里来作甚？这声音低沉中隐隐有微， 一听就知道是关于发号施令之人。施少奶奶带着哭声道：“有人欺负了女儿，爹也不问一声，就……”那人厉声道
If you don't serve Wengu well at home, why are you here? This voice was deep and powerful, and you could tell it was someone who was used to giving orders. Mrs. Sher said with a cry, "Someone bullied my daughter, and Dad didn't even ask, so," the man said sharply.
你若安分守己做人，有谁会平白无故的来欺负你？想必是你又犯了小孩脾气，亲家母，你该多管教管教他才是，万万不可客气。花金公已赶紧站了起来，陪笑道
If you behave yourself, who would bully you for no reason? It must be that you have a childish temper again. My mother-in-law, you should discipline her more, don't be polite. Hua Jingong quickly stood up and said with a smile.
这次的事可半点不能怪姑奶奶，全是这小子。他唠唠叨叨在说什么，楚留香已懒得去听了。只见名满天下的第一剑客薛衣人，此刻已在他眼前。只见这老人面容清癯，不鞋白袜。
I can't blame my aunt at all for what happened this time. It's all this kid. Chu Liuxiang was too lazy to listen to what she was talking about. She saw Shui Yiren, the world's best swordsman, at this moment already in front of him. He saw this old man with a pale face and cloth shoes and white socks.
穿着件蓝布长衫，风采也没有什么特异之处，只不过一双眼睛却是炯炯有光，令人不敢逼视。施少奶奶正在大声道：“这人叫叶盛兰，殷大妹子就是被他害死的，他居然还有脸敢撒野。”
Wearing a blue cloth gown, there is nothing special about his appearance, but his eyes are so bright that people dare not look into them. Young Mistress Sher was saying loudly, "This man's name is Yi Xinglan. He was the one who killed Sister Yin. He actually has the nerve to act wildly."
连你老人家他都不瞧在眼里。花金公道：“据说这人乃是京里的一个浪荡子，什么都不会，就会在女人身上下功夫，也不知害过多少人了。”施少奶奶道：“你老人家快出手教训教训他吧。”
He doesn't even look at you, old man. Hua Jingong said, "It is said that this man is a prodigal in the capital. He knows nothing but works hard on women. He has harmed many people." Mrs. Sher said, "You old man, hurry up and teach him a lesson."
他们在说什么？薛衣人似乎也全未听到，他只是顺也不顺地凝住着楚留香，忽然抱了抱拳，道：“小女无知，但望阁下恕罪。”楚留香也躬身道：“薛大侠言重了。”薛衣人道：“请先用茶。”
Shui Yiren didn't seem to hear anything they were saying. He just stared at Chu Liuxiang for a moment, suddenly clasped his fists and said, "I am ignorant, but I hope you will forgive me." Chu Liuxiang also bowed and said, "Master Shui is serious." Shui Yiren said, "Please have some tea first."
少时老朽在置酒为阁下洗尘。楚留香道：“多谢。”施少奶奶瞧得眼睛发直，忍不住道：“爹，你老人家何必还对这种人客气？他……”薛衣人忽然沉下了脸，道：“他怎样？他若不看在你年幼无知。”
After a while, the old man will buy wine to wash away the dust for you. Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you very much." Mrs. Sher's eyes were straightened when she saw it, and she couldn't help but said, "Dad, why are you so polite to this kind of person?" Shui Yiren suddenly darkened his face and said, "What about him? If he doesn't think you are young and ignorant."
你还能活着回来见我吗？”施少奶奶怔了怔，也不知他爹爹怎会看出他不是人家的对手。花金公陪笑道：“可是他。”薛衣人沉声道：“亲家母，老夫若是两眼还不瞎。”
Can you still come back to see me alive? Young Mistress Sure was stunned, and she didn't know how her father could see that she was no match for him. Hua Jingong said with a smile, "But he." Shui Yiren said in a deep voice, "Dear mother-in-law, if I am not blind yet."
可以断言，这位朋友绝不是京城的浪荡子，也不是叶盛兰，否则他就不会来了。他转向楚留香，微微一笑，道：“阁下风采照人，神气内敛，江湖中虽是人才辈出，更胜从前，但据老朽所知。”
It can be concluded that this friend is definitely not a prodigal from the capital, nor is he Yi Xinglan, otherwise he would not come. He turned to Chu Liuxiang, smiled slightly, and said, "Your Excellency is charming and restrained. Although there are many talented people in the world, they are better than before, but as far as I know."
像阁下这样的少年英雄，普天之下也不过只有2、3人而已。楚留香道：“前辈过奖。”薛衣人目光闪动，道：“据闻金坛千柳庄的蝙蝠公子，无论武功人望，俱已隐然有领袖中原武林之势。”
There are only 2 or 3 young heroes like you in the world. Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you, Senior." Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, "It is said that the Vabat master of Qianlu village in Jintan has the potential to lead the martial arts in the Central Plains regardless of his martial arts skills."
但阁下显然不是蝙蝠公子。楚留香笑了笑，道：“在下怎敢与蝙蝠公子相比？”薛衣人也笑了笑，道：“阁下的武功人望，只怕还在蝙蝠公子之上。若是老朽猜得不错，阁下想必就是。”
But you are obviously not a bat boy. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How dare I compare with young Master Bat?"
他盯着楚留香，一字字道：“楚香帅。”这老人竟一眼看出了他的来历，楚留香暗中也吃了一惊，动容道：“前辈当真是神目如电，晚辈好生钦佩。”薛衣人捋须而笑，道：“如此说来。”
He stared at Chu Liuxiang and said word by word, "Chu Xiang is handsome." The old man could see where he came from at a glance. Chu Liuxiang was secretly surprised and said with emotion, "Senior, your eyes are really as bright as lightning. I am so admired by this junior." Shui Yiren stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "That's it."
老朽这双眼睛毕竟不瞎，还是认得英雄的。花金公和施少奶奶面容全都改变了，失声道：“你真的是楚留香？”楚留香微笑点了点头。花金公眼睛发直，道：“你为何不早说呢？”
After all, the old man's eyes are not blind, and he can still recognize heroes. The faces of Hua Jingong and young Master Shi all changed, and they lost their voices and said, "Are you really Chu Liuxiang?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and nodded. Hua Jingong's eyes were straightened and he said, Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
楚留香道：“在下昨夜便已说了，怎奈夫人不肯相信而已。”花金公怔了半晌，长长叹了口气，道：“你若非叶盛兰，为何到我们那里去呢？”楚留香道：“久闻夫人之名，特去拜访。”花金公笑了。
Chu Liuxiang said, "I said it last night, but my wife just didn't want to believe it." Hua Jingong was stunned for a long time, then let out a long sigh and said, if you weren't Yi Xinglan, why did you come to our place? Chu Liuxiang said, I've heard Madam's name for a long time, so I went to pay her a special visit. Hua Jingong smiled.
连眼睛都笑了，道：“好，好，你总算看得起我，我却好像有点对不起你。这样吧，明天晚上我请你吃鲈鱼，我亲自下厨房，叫你看看我的手艺是不是比左老头子差。你可千万要赏脸呀。”
Even his eyes smiled, and he said, Okay, okay, you finally think highly of me, but I seem a little sorry for you. Well, I'll treat you to sea bass tomorrow night, and I'll go to the kitchen myself to show you what my cooking skills are. No worse than old man's wa. You must give me a favor.
楚留香笑道：“夫人赐，怎敢辞？”施少奶奶忽又冲了进去，一面笑道：“我也会调理鲈鱼，我这就下厨房去。”花金公咯咯笑道：“楚香帅，你可真是好口福，我们家的宗儿和他做了好几年夫妻。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, How dare you refuse, madam? Mrs. Shi suddenly rushed in again and said with a smile, I can also cook sea bass. I'll go to the kitchen right now. Hua Jingong chuckled and said, Chu Xiangshui, you are such a blessing. Our Zonger has been married to her for several years.
都没有看到他下过一次厨房里。薛夷人只有装作没有听到，咳嗽几声，缓缓道：“久闻香帅不使剑，但天下的名剑一经香帅品题，便立刻身价100倍。老朽倒也有几口藏剑。”
I never saw her go out to the kitchen once. Shuiren could only pretend not to hear, coughed a few times, and said slowly, I've heard for a long time that Xiangshui doesn't use swords, but the world's famous swords, once Xiangshui tastes them, will immediately be worth 100 times, and he will become an old man. There are also a few hidden swords.
想请香帅法眼一评。楚留香大喜道：“故所愿也，不敢请耳。”花金公笑道：“你今天非但口福不浅，眼福更好。我们亲家翁的那几口剑，平时从来也不给人看的，连我都看不到。”
I would like to ask Xiangshui Fian to comment. Chu Liuxiang was overjoyed and said, It's my wish, but I don't dare to ask my ears. Hua Jingong smiled and said, Not only do you have a good taste today, but your eyesight is even better. The swords owned by our father-in-law are never shown to anyone, not even me.
薛夷人淡淡道：“剑为凶器，亲家母今天也还是莫要去看的好。”第4章，天下第一剑。薛家庄也是依山而建的青色的山脉，蜿蜒伸展如后山。
Shuiren said calmly, The sword is a murder weapon, so it's better for my mother-in-law not to go see it today. Chapter for the best sword in the world. Zuojiazwang is also built on the mountains, with green mountains winding into the back mountains.
有时园中的雾几乎已可和山巅的云雾结在一起。他们踏着碎石子的路，穿过后园，园子里并没有鲜艳的花木，一亭一旦都带着雅致的古拙之意。楚留香和薛夷人并肩而行。
Sometimes the fog in the garden can almost merge with the clouds and mist on the mountain top. They walked on the gravel road through the back garden. There were no bright flowers and trees in the garden, and every pavilion and stone had an elegant and clumsy feel. Chu Liuxiang and Shuiren walked side by side.
谁都没有说话。一个人到了某种地位时，就自然会变成一个不多话的人。秋天的早上风并不冷，天却很高。他们走入个青翠的竹林，露珠凝结在竹叶上， 就像是镶嵌在翡翠上的珍珠。
No one spoke. When a person reaches a certain status, he will naturally become a person of few words. The wind was not cold in the autumn morning, but the sky was high. They walked into a green bamboo forest, and dewdrops condensed on the bamboo leaves, like pearls inlaid on emerald.
竹林的尽头便连接着山路，已被青苔染绿的壁上有道古拙的铁门，看来坚实而沉重。薛衣人开了门，道：“乡帅请，老夫带路。”门后是条长而黑暗的石道，寒气森森，便人肌肤。
The end of the bamboo forest is connected to the foot of the mountain. On the wall that has been dyed green by moss, there is an ancient iron gate, which looks solid and heavy. Shui Yiren opened the door and said, "Xiang Shui, please, I will lead the way." Behind the door is a long and dark stone path. The air is so cold that it bites the skin.
薛衣人等楚留香走进来，就立刻又将门紧紧闭上，将光明和温暖一齐隔断在门外，四下骤然沉寂了起来，连一丝声音都听不到。若是要杀人，这的确是好地方。
When Shui Yiren waited for Chu Liuxiang to walk in, he immediately closed the door tightly again, blocking out the light and warmth. Suddenly, everything fell silent, and not even a sound could be heard. If you want to kill people, this is indeed a good place.
但楚留香却并没有丝毫不安，他似乎对薛衣人很信任。薛衣人和他初见，便将他带到这秘密的重地中来，他似也并不觉得奇怪。石地转过几折，便到了个深邃的洞穴。
But Chu Liuxiang was not uneasy at all. He seemed to trust Shui Yiren. He didn't seem surprised that Shui Yiren brought him to this secret place when they first met him. After turning several times on the rocky ground, we arrived at a deep cave.
石壁上嵌着铜灯，阴森森的灯光下，只见洞穴四面都排着石案，每张石案上都有个黝黑的铁匣。迎面一张石案上的铁匣长而窄，里面装的想必就是薛衣人是铜拱璧的剑器。
There are copper lamps embedded in the stone walls. Under the gloomy light, I can see stone tables lined up on all sides of the cave, and there is a dark iron box on each stone table. The iron box on the stone table in front of you is long and narrow. It must contain swords that Shui people regard as gongbi.
但另一些铁匣中装的是什么呢？薛衣人捧着剑匣，似乎忘了身旁还有楚留香存在，他全心全意都已融入剑中，到了忘人忘我的境界。楚留香忽然发现这老人竟似完全变了。
But what's in the other iron boxes? Shui Yiren held the sword box and seemed to have forgotten that Chu Liuxiang existed beside him. He had integrated his whole heart and soul into the sword, reaching a state of forgetfulness of others and self. Chu Liuxiang suddenly discovered that the old man seemed to have completely changed.
楚留香第一眼看到他时，只觉得他的风度优雅而从容，就像是个不求闻达的智者，也像是个已厌倦红尘、退隐林下的名人。神情虽未免稍觉凌厉，但绝没有露出令人不安的锋芒。
When Chu Liuxiang saw him for the first time, she felt that his demeanor was elegant and calm, like a wise man who did not seek to be famous, or like a celebrity who was tired of the world and retired to the woods. Although his expression was a little sharp, it was definitely not revealing a disturbing edge.
楚留香方才和他并肩走在还不到3尺宽的小径上，也没有丝毫担心，就仿佛和一个平凡的老人走在一起。 但现在剑还未出鞘，楚留香已觉得有种逼人的剑气刺骨生寒。
Chu Liuxiang had just walked side by side with him on the path that was less than 3 feet wide. She didn't have the slightest worry, as if she was walking with an ordinary old man. But now, before the sword was unsheathed, Chu Liuxiang already felt an overwhelming sword energy that was chilling to the bone.
这剑气显然不是剑发出来的，这剑气就是薛异人本身发出来的。在这里，他已不再是和儿女亲家闲话家常的老人，一踏入这道门，他就又变成了昔日叱咤江湖、快意恩仇的名侠。
This sword energy obviously did not come from the sword. This sword energy comes from Shuiren himself. Here he is no longer an old man chatting with his children and in-laws. As soon as he steps into this door, he becomes the famous knight who once dominated the world and took pleasure in revenge.
这地方藏的不只是剑，还藏着他昔日的回忆，所以他才绝不允许任何人侵犯到这里来。但他为何又要楚留香来呢？薛异人缓缓开启了铁匣，取出了柄剑。这口剑形状古朴。
This place hides not only the sword, but also the memories of his past, so he will never allow anyone to invade here. But why did he want Chu Liuxiang to come again? Shuiren slowly opened the iron box and took out the sword. This sword has a simple shape.
黝黑中带着墨绿的剑身，并没有耀目的光芒，只不过楚留香远在8尺外，已觉得寒气鞭人肌肤。锵的一声，薛异人一指弹剑，剑作龙吟。楚留香脱口道：“好剑。”薛异人目光闪动，道
The dark green sword body had no dazzling light, but Chu Liuxiang was 8 feet away and could already feel the coldness on his skin. With a clang sound, Shuiren flicked the sword with his fingers, and the sword made a dragon's roar. Chu Liuxiang blurted out, "What a sword!" Shuiren's eyes flashed and he said,
香帅认的这口是什么剑吗？楚留香缓缓道：“昔日周氏之明主太康、少康父子及天下名将铸八方之铜，10年而得一剑，便是那八方铜剑。”薛异人道：“好，好眼力。”他虽在大声称赞。
Does Xiang Shui know what kind of sword this is? Chu Liuxiang said slowly, In the past, the famous masters of the Zhou dynasty, Taikang and Shao Kang, father and son, gathered famous craftsmen from all over the world to cast Bafang's copper. After 10 years, they got a sword, which is the Bafang bronze sword. Shuiren said, Okay, good eyesight. Although he was praising loudly.
面上却毫无表情，又取出口剑来。这口剑皮鞘华美，剑柄上嵌着松绿石、镶金丝，剑柄与剑身中的质虽似黄金铸成，却作古铜颜色。薛异人道：“这口剑呢？”楚留香道：“古来雄主皆有名剑。”
There was no expression on his face, and he took out his sword again. The leather scabbard of this sword is gorgeous. The hilt is inlaid with turquoise stone and inlaid with gold wire. Although the hilt and the pig in the sword body look like they are made of gold, they are made of bronze. Shuiren said, Where is this sword? Chu Liuxiang said, In ancient times, heroes all had famous swords.
少康铸八方铜剑，颛须有画影腾空，太甲有剑名文光，武丁有剑名赵胆。他笑了笑，道：“这口剑就是赵胆，但剑匣却被后人加以装饰过了。” 薛夷人道：“好，好眼力。”
Shao Kong cast Bafang bronze swords. Zhuanshu had the sword name Huaying, Tinkong. Taijia had the sword name Wenguang. Wu Ding had the sword name Zhao Dan. He smiled and said, "This is the sword." The sword is Zhao Dan, but the sword box has been decorated by later generations. Shui Yiren said, "Okay, good eyesight."
他冷漠的面上却仍不动声色，但目中已有些赞赏之意。过了半晌，又缓缓取出一口剑来。这口剑乌纱皮鞘，紫铜吞口，长剑出鞘才半寸，已有种灰蒙蒙、碧森森的寒光映入眉睫。
His cold face remained calm, but there was some appreciation in his eyes. After a while, he slowly took out a sword. The sword was sheathed in black shark skin, and the copper was swallowed. Only half an inch after the sword was taken out of the sheath, a gray and cold light shone into the eyebrows.
薛夷人手里捧着这口剑，眼睛里的光仿佛更亮了。他凝住着剑锋，沉默了很久，才一字字道：“香帅，请看，这口剑是什么剑？”楚留香也凝住着剑锋，沉默了很久，才缓缓道：“
Shui Yiren held the sword in his hand, and the light in his eyes seemed to be brighter. He stared at the sword's edge and was silent for a long time before saying word by word, "Xiang Shui, please look at it. What kind of sword is this?" Chu Liuxiang also stared at the sword's edge and was silent for a long time before slowly saying,
这是口无名之剑。”薛夷人长眉骤然宣起，道：“无名之剑。”楚留香道：“不错，无名之剑，但剑虽无名，人却有名。”薛夷人道：“此话怎讲？”楚留香道：“干将莫邪，前辈可知道吗？”薛夷人道：“
"This is the nameless sword." Shui Yiren's long eyebrows suddenly raised and he said, "The nameless sword?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, it is a nameless sword, but although the sword is nameless, the person is famous." Shui Yiren said, "How do you say this?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Senior, do you know about the generals?" Shui Yiren said,
干将莫邪上古神兵，老朽虽未得见，却听到过的。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“其实干将莫邪只不过一双夫妻的名字，但100年以后提起干将莫邪4个字，却只知有见，而将其人忘怀了。”
"Even though I haven't seen it, I have heard about it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Actually, Ganjiang is just the name of a couple. But 100 years later, when the 4 words Ganjiang are mentioned, all one knows is the sword, and the person is forgotten."
他不等薛夷人说话，接着又道：“越王聘欧冶子铸剑舞，是为纯君战卢豪曹于长巨阙；楚王命风胡子求剑得3，是为龙渊太阿公事。千载以来，提起这8口剑来。”
He didn't wait for Shui Yiren to speak, and then said, "The king of Yu hired O Yezi to make 5 swords, which are called Chenjun, Zhanlu, Haichao, Yuchang, and Juk. The king of Chu ordered Feng Huzi to ask for the sword. The 3rd one is Longyuan, Tia, and Gongshi. For thousands of years, these 8 swords have been mentioned."
可说无人不知，但知道欧冶子与风胡子这2位大师的又有几人？薛夷人道：“香帅的意思是？”楚留香道：“这只因为人因剑明，人的光芒已被剑的光芒所掩盖，是以后人但知有战卢巨阙。”
It can be said that no one knows it, but how many people know the two masters O Yezi and Feng Beard? Lu, Juk.
而不知有欧爷子。薛夷人道：不错，武林中还记得欧爷子的人确实不多。楚留香道：前辈掌中这口剑，剑虽无名，但能使此剑的却必非寻常人。薛夷人道：哦，何以见得？楚留香道：
But I didn't know there was O Yezi. Shuiren said, Yes, there are indeed not many people in the martial arts who still remember O Yezi. Chu Liuxiang said, Senior holds this sword in his palm. Although the sword is nameless, the person who can wield it must be an extraordinary person. Shuiren said, Oh. How can you see it? Chu Liuxiang said,
只因此剑锋芒毕露，杀气逼人。若非绝代之高手，若无惊人之手段，但不足以御此剑，只怕反倒要被剑伤身。他笑了笑，道：若是在下两眼不瞎。
This is why the sword is sharp and murderous. If you are not an unparalleled master or have amazing methods, but you are not strong enough to control this sword, you may be injured by the sword instead. He smiled and said, If only I were not blind.
这口剑必定就是前辈昔日纵横江湖时所配之物。听到这时，薛夷人才为之悚然动容，失声道：香帅当真是神目如电，老朽好生佩服。这番话也正是楚留香赞美薛夷人的话。
This sword must be what the senior wore when he traveled across the rivers and lakes in the past. Hearing this, Shuizi was horrified and moved, and said in a loss of voice, Xiang Shui is really a god with lightning eyes. I admire him very much. These words are exactly what Chu Liuxiang praised Shuiren.
两人相视一笑，个人心里都不禁生出几分敬重相惜之意。薛夷人道：江湖传言的确不虚，香帅的见识和眼力果然都非同小可。但香帅可知道四壁的这些铁匣装的是什么？楚留香道：
The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and each of them couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for each other. Shuiren said, The rumors in the world are indeed true. Xiangshui's knowledge and eyesight are indeed extraordinary, but does Xiangshui know what these iron boxes on the four walls contain? Chu Liuxiang said,
能与名剑作伴，匣中必非常物。薛夷人打开了个铁匣，匣子里却只有件长衫。雪白的长衫已微微发黄，可见贮藏的年代已有不少。薛夷人将长衫一抖。
If you can keep a famous sword as your companion, you will definitely find something extraordinary in the box. Shuiren opened an iron box, but there was only a long gown in the box. The snow-white gown has turned slightly yellow, which shows that it has been stored for many years. Shuiren put the long gown into a shake.
楚留香这才发现长衫的前胸处有一串血迹，就像是条赤红的毒蛇般蜿蜒在那里。在惨淡的灯光下看来，血迹已发黑了。薛夷人缓缓道：香帅可知道这衣服上染的是谁的血？
Only then did Chu Liuxiang discover a string of blood stains on the front of the gown, snaking there like a red poisonous snake. Under the dim light, the blood stains had turned black. Shuiren said slowly, Xiang Shui, does he know whose blood is stained on these clothes?
他眼睛虽在盯着长衫上的血迹，却又似乎在望着很远很远的地方。过了很久，才淡淡一笑，接道：这已是很久以前的事了。 香帅只怕并未听到过这人的名字，但30年前，
Although his eyes were staring at the blood stains on his gown, he seemed to be looking far away. After a long time, he smiled faintly and continued, "This happened a long time ago. I'm afraid Xiangshui has not yet I've heard this man's name before, but 30 years ago."
杀手无常裴桓却也非等闲人物。楚留香肃然道：“晚辈虽年轻识浅，却也知道杀手无常掌中一双无常钩，打遍南七省，却不知此人已死在前辈手上。”薛衣人道：“那是在佝偻山。”
The killer, impermanence, Pei Huan, is no ordinary person. Chu Liuxiang said solemnly, "Although I am young and have little knowledge, I still know that the killer impermanence has a pair of impermanent hooks in his palms and has hit all 7 southern provinces, but I don't know that this person has died in the hands of my predecessors." Shuiren said, "That was at Goluo Mountain."
他神思四意，回到遥远的往日，缓缓地叙说着。楚留香眼前仿佛已展出一幅肃杀苍凉的图画。佝偻山，暮霭苍茫，西天如血。薛衣人白衣如雪，独立在寒风中山巅上。
His mind seemed to have returned to the distant past, and he spoke slowly. A picture of sobering desolation seemed to have been displayed in front of Chu Liuxiang's eyes. Goluo Mountain is covered with mist and mist at dusk, and the western sky is like blood. The people in Shui are dressed in white as snow, standing alone in the cold wind on the top of the mountain.
望着面貌狰狞的杀手无常缓缓走了过来，然后剑光一闪，鲜血溅在雪一般的衣服上，宛如在雪地上洒落一串梅花。薛衣人缓缓道：“如今30年的岁月虽已消逝，但他们的血。”
Looking at the ferocious-looking killer impermanence slowly walked over. Then, the sword flashed. Blood splashed on the snow-like clothes, like a string of plum blossoms scattered on the snow. Shuiren said slowly, "Although 30 years have passed away now, their blood."
却是永远不会消失的。楚留香道：“他们的血，难道这些铁匣里？”薛衣人冷冷道：“香帅难道不明白血衣人这3字是如何得来的？”楚留香望着四面石岸上的铁匣。
"But it will never disappear." Chu Liuxiang said, "Their blood? Could it be that in these iron boxes?" Shuiren said coldly, "Don't Xiangshui understand how the 3 words 'the man in blood' came about?" Chu Liuxiang looked at the iron boxes on the stone tables on all sides.
想到每个铁匣里都藏着一件雪白的长衫，每件长衫上都染着一个人的鲜血，每滴鲜血中都包含着一个令人悚悸的故事，每个故事中都必有一场惊心动魄的血战。想到这里，
Thinking that there is a snow-white gown hidden in every iron box, and every gown is stained with a person's blood, and every drop of blood contains a horrifying story, and there must be a scene in every story. Thrilling bloody battle. Think of this.
楚留香心底也不禁泛起一阵寒意。薛衣人目光如刀，一字一字道：“人不犯我，我不犯人；人若犯我，剑下无情。”就是这柄剑，不知饮下了多少人的鲜血。他剑光一闪，
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Shuiren's eyes were like a knife, and he said word by word, "I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, the sword will be merciless. This sword has drank the blood of many people." His sword flashed.
忽然闪电般向楚留香刺了出去。见到中原一点红时，楚留香已觉得他剑法之快，当世无双；见到帅一番时，楚留香就觉得一点红还不算是天下第一快剑。见到那白痴时
Suddenly, he stabbed Chu Liuxiang like lightning. When he saw Zhong Yu and Yidianhong, Chu Liuxiang felt that his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. When he saw Shuai Yifeng, Chu Liuxiang felt that Yidianhong was not the fastest sword in the world. When he saw that idiot,
楚留香又觉得帅一番的剑法不算什么了。但此刻，楚留香才终于知道什么是真正的快剑。薛一人这一剑刺来，竟来得完全无影无踪，谁也看不出他这一剑是如何出手。
Chu Liuxiang felt that Shuai Yifeng's swordsmanship was nothing. But at this moment, Chu Liuxiang finally knew what the real, quick sword was. Shuai Yiren's sword thrust came completely without a trace, and no one could see how he used the sword.
是从哪里刺过来的？楚留香居然根本没有闪避，但这快如闪电、势若雷霆的一剑，到了楚留香咽喉前半寸处，就忽然停顿了。停时就像发时同样快，同样突然，同样令人不可捉摸。
Where did it come from? Chu Liuxiang actually didn't dodge at all. But the sword, which was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, suddenly stopped half an inch before Chu Liuxiang's throat. The stopping time is just as fast, just as sudden, and just as unpredictable as the starting time.
不可思议，这一停十比一发更令楚留香吃惊。薛一人发这一剑时，显然还未尽全力，否则就停不下来了。他未使全力时刺出的一剑已是如此急迫，使出全力来那还得了。
Unbelievably, this stop surprised Chu Liuxiang more than the shot. Shuai Yiren obviously didn't use all his strength when he fired this sword, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop. The sword thrust when he didn't use all his strength was already so urgent, but it was still okay when he used all his strength.
薛一人望着楚留香，似乎也有些惊异。这一剑到了他咽喉时，他非但神色不变，而且连眼都未眨。这年轻人已有了泰山崩于前而色不变，麋鹿星于左而目不顺的定力，单知这份定力。
Shuai Yiren looked at Chu Liuxiang and seemed a little surprised. When the sword reached his throat, not only did his expression remain unchanged, but he didn't even blink. This young man already has the concentration of Taishan collapses in front, but his color remains unchanged, and the elk rises to the left, but his eyes don't blink. This concentration alone.
又隐然有一代宗主的气魄。剑尖虽还未刺入楚留香的咽喉，但森冷的剑气却已刺入他的肌肤。他喉头的皮肤上虽已起了一颗颗寒粒，面上却依然未动声色。在楚留香说来，
He also clearly has the courage of a generation of sect masters. Although the tip of the sword had not penetrated Chu Liuxiang's throat, the cold sword energy had already penetrated his skin. Although there were shivers on the skin of his throat, his face remained calm. Speaking of Chu Liuxiang,
被人用剑尖抵住咽喉，这已不是第一次了。虽然他也知道这一次的剑比以前任何一次都要快得多，这么快的剑若已到了咽喉前，世上就没有人能闪避得开了。
This was not the first time that someone held the tip of a sword to his throat. Although he also knew that the sword this time was much faster than any before. If such a fast sword had reached the throat, no one in the world could dodge it.
薛一人冷冷地望着他，过了很久， 才一字字道：“你可是为了我的剑而来的。”楚留香笑了，道：“你以为我想来偷你的剑？”薛衣人道：“楚香帅的名声，我早已久仰得很。”楚留香道
Shuiren looked at him coldly, and after a long time, he said one by one, "Are you here for my sword?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "You think I want to steal your sword?" Shuiren said, "I have admired Chu Xiangshui's reputation for a long time." Chu Liuxiang said,
那么你就该知道他从未在朋友身上打过主意。薛衣人道：“无论任何事都有例外的，也许你这次就是例外。”楚留香道：“这次我为何要例外？”薛衣人道：“你对剑不但很有学问。”
Then you should know that he has never thought about his friends. Shuiren said, "No matter everything, there are exceptions. Maybe you are the exception this time." Chu Liuxiang said, "Why should I make an exception this time?" Shuiren said, "You are not only very knowledgeable about swords.
也很有兴趣，是吗？”楚留香又笑了，道：“不错，我对剑很有兴趣，我对红烧肉也很有兴趣，但我却从未想过偷条猪回家去养着。”薛衣人厉声道：“那么你是为何而来？”楚留香淡淡道
Very interested too, right? Chu Liuxiang smiled again and said, "Yes, I am very interested in swords. I am also very interested in braised pork, but I have never thought about stealing a pig and raising it at home." Shuiren said sternly, "Then why are you here?" Chu Liuxiang said lightly,
有人用剑对着我的脖子时，我通常都不喜欢跟他说话。”薛衣人道：“你喜欢我将剑刺下去？”楚留香大笑道：“薛衣人若是会刺冷剑的人，那么我就真看错你了。我若看错了你。”
I usually don't like talking to someone when they have a sword to my neck. Shuiren said, "Do you like me to stab the sword down?" Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "If Shui Yi is someone who can stab Ling Jian, then I will really misjudge you. If I misjudge you,
就算死在你的手上，也只能怨我自己有眼无珠，一点也不冤枉。”薛衣人又凝住了他很久，才缓缓道：“你从来没有看错过人吗？”楚留香微笑道：“我若肯让他手里拿着剑站在我身旁，
even if I die in your hands, I can only blame myself for being blind, and I am not unjust at all." Shuiren stared at him for a long time, then slowly said, "Have you never misjudged someone?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If I am willing to let him hold the sword in his hand and stand beside me,
就绝不会看错他。”薛衣人仰面大笑道：“好，楚留香果然浑身是胆，果然名不虚传。”锵的一声，剑已入鞘。薛衣人微笑道：“但若说楚香帅是为了花金宫才到石家庄来的，
you will never misjudge him." Shuiren looked up and laughed and said, "Okay, Chu Liuxiang is indeed full of courage, and she truly deserves her reputation." With a sound of clang, the sword was sheathed. Shuiren smiled and said, "But if Chu Xiangshui came to Shijiazhuang just for Huajin Gong,
我无论如何是不会相信的。”楚留香笑道：“连我自己都不相信。”薛衣人笑容又渐渐消失，道：“香帅到石家庄去，莫非就是为了要叫花金公带你来见我？”楚留香笑道：“
I wouldn't believe it anyway." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Even I don't believe it myself." Shuiren's smile gradually disappeared and he said, Xiang Shui went to Shizhuang. Could it be that he wanted Hua Jingong to bring you to see me? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
薛大侠既已退隐林泉，在下要见非常之人，只有用非常的手段了。薛夷人目光闪动，道：“你为何如此急着见我？”楚留香沉吟了半晌，道：“3、4年前，江湖中忽然出现了一群职业刺客。”
Now that Shui Daxia has retired to Linquan, if I want to meet extraordinary people, I can only use extraordinary means. Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, Why are you so anxious to see me? Chu Liuxiang pondered for a long time and said, 3 or 4 years ago, a group of professional assassins suddenly appeared in the world.
薛夷人悚然道：“职业刺客。”楚留香道：“不错，这些人不辨是非，不分善恶，只以杀人为业。无论谁，只要出得起价钱，他们就会为他杀人。”他叹了口气，接道：“他们无论什么人都杀。”
Shui Yiren said in awe, Professional assassin? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, these people do not distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, they only make murder their profession. No matter who can afford the price, they will kill for him. He sighed and continued, They kill no matter who they are.
黑道的他们杀，白道的他们也杀，就算那些与武林素无关联的人，他们还是杀。就因为如此，所以我认为他们实在比那些杀人放火的强盗还要可恨，还要可怕。
They kill those in the underworld. They also kill those in the White Realm, even those who have nothing to do with martial arts. Because of this, I think they are actually more hateful and terrifying than those robbers who kill people and set fires.
因为强盗杀人，至少还要选择对象。薛夷人动容道：“江湖中出了这种人，我怎么连一点风声都不知道？”楚留香道：“这些人的行事极隐秘，若非他们找到我头上来，我也一点都不知道。”
Because robbers at least have to choose their targets to kill. Shui Yiren said with emotion, There is such a person in the world, how come I don't even know about it? Chu Liuxiang said, These people are very secretive. If they hadn't found me, I wouldn't have known about it at all.
薛夷人笑道：“他们若是算计到香帅身上，只怕已离末日不远了。”楚留香道：“这些人现在的确已死的死，伤的伤，不复再能为恶。只不过这些人的首领至今却仍逍遥法外。”薛夷人道：“
Shui Yiren smiled and said, If they plot against Xiang Shui, I'm afraid the end is not far away. Chu Liuxiang said, These people are indeed dead now and can no longer do evil, but the leaders of these people are still at large. Shui Yiren said,
他们的首领是谁？”楚留香道：“我至今还不知道此人是谁，只知他非但机智过人，而且剑法绝高。”薛夷人微微一笑，道：“所以香帅就怀疑这人就是我。”楚留香也微微一笑，道：“若非如此。”
Who is their leader? Chu Liuxiang said, I still don't know who this person is. I only know that he is not only witty, but also has superb swordsmanship. Shui Yiren smiled slightly and said, So Xiangshui suspects that this person is me? Chu Liuxiang also smiled slightly and said, If it wasn't like that.
我也不会到这里来了。薛夷人目光灼灼，道：“香帅如今已查出来了吗？”楚留香缓缓道：“阁下方才那一剑出手，的确和他们有7分相似。”薛夷人沉声道：“如此说来，你认为我就是那首领？”
I won't come here either. Shuiren's eyes were burning and he said, Has Xiang Shui been found out now? Chu Liuxiang said slowly, Your Excellency's sword shot just now is indeed very similar to them. Shuiren said in a deep voice, So, do you think I am the leader?
楚留香微笑道：“阁下若是那刺客的首领，方才那一剑就不会收回去了。”薛夷人什么话也没有说，缓缓转过身，将长剑藏入石匣。只见他肩头起伏，心情似乎很激动。过了很久，才缓缓说
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, If you were the leader of the assassin, you wouldn't have taken back that sword just now. Shuiren didn't say anything. He turned around slowly and hid the long sword in the stone box. He saw his shoulders rising and falling, and he seemed to be very excited. After a long time, he slowly said,
你可知道我为何至今还未杀死左青豪？他忽然问出这句话来，楚留香不禁怔了怔。幸好薛夷人也并没有等他回答，又道：“只因我这一生非但很少有朋友，连仇人都不多。”
Do you know why I haven't killed Zhuo Qingho yet? He suddenly asked this question, and Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but be startled. Fortunately, Shuiren did not wait for his answer, and said, Because I have not only few friends in my life, but also enemies. Not much.
尤其是像左青侯那样的仇人，我若杀了他，就更寂寞了。楚留香虽看不到他的脸，但望着他瘦削的背影，望着他长白的头发，心里也不禁泛起一阵凄凉之意，长叹道：“古来英雄多寂寞。”
Especially for an enemy like Zhuo Qingho, if I kill him, I will be even more lonely. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see his face, looking at his thin back and his long white hair, she couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in her heart. She sighed. In ancient times, heroes were so lonely.
一个人在低处时，总想往高处走，但走得愈高，跟上去的人就少。等他发现高处只剩下他一个人时，再想回头也来不及了。薛夷人标枪般挺立着的身子，忽然像是变得有些佝偻。
When a person is at a low place, he always wants to go to a high place, but the higher he goes, the fewer people are following him. When he finds that he is the only one left at the high place, it is too late to look back. Shuiren's body, which stood upright like a javelin, suddenly seemed to become a little rickety.
他又沉默了很久，才长叹了一声，道：“但我已渐渐老了，一个人到了快死的时候，总想将身前的障结结清，也免得死后带进棺材去。”楚留香沉默着，因为他不知该说什么。薛夷人道：
He was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, But I am getting older. When a person is about to die, he always wants to settle the accounts before him, so as not to take them into the coffin after death. Chu Liuxiang was silent because he didn't know what to say. Shuiren said,
所以我和左青侯已约定，在今年的除夕做生死的决斗。那不单是我和他两人的决斗，也是我们薛左两家的决斗，因为我们两家是100年的世仇。
So Zhuo Qingho and I have agreed to have a life and death duel on New Year's Eve this year. It will not only be a duel between him and me, but also a duel between our Shuezhua family, because our two families have been feuding for hundreds of years.
仇恨几乎已远的令人将结仇的原因都忘记了。楚留香悚然动容，道：“这件事左青侯为何没有告诉我？”他心里已恍然明白左青侯为何急着要将女儿嫁到丁家去了。
The hatred is almost so far away that one has forgotten the reasons for the hatred. Chu Liuxiang was horrified and said, "Why didn't Zhuo Qinghe tell me about this?" He suddenly understood why Zhuo Qinghe was eager to marry his daughter to the Ding family.
只因女儿一嫁出去，就不再是左家的人，就不必再参与这场决生死的血战。左青侯为女儿的苦心实在是无微不至。薛夷人豁然转过身，凝住着楚留香，道：“但我以为他已告诉你了。”
Just because once his daughter gets married, she is no longer a member of the Zhuo family, and she no longer has to participate in this bloody battle of life and death. Zhuo Qinghe's painstaking efforts for his daughter are really meticulous. Shui Yiren suddenly turned around, stared at Chu Liuxiang, and said, "But I thought he had told you."
以为你就是为了要助权才到松江府来的，所以先要设法来探听我的虚实。楚留香道：“所以才要设法来偷你的剑。一个人要和老虎搏斗，最好先设法拔掉他的牙齿。”他笑了笑，淡淡道：“
I thought you came to Songjiang Mansion just to help me, so you had to try to find out my truth first. Chu Liuxiang said, "That's why I tried to steal your sword." If a person wants to fight a tiger, it's best to try to pull out his teeth first. He smiled and said lightly.
但楚留香就算是这样的人，左青侯也绝不会是这样的人，否则他就不配做薛夷人的对头了。薛夷人道：“楚留香若是这种人，那么我就算看错你了，那也只能怪我自己有眼无珠。”
But even if Chu Liuxiang is such a person, Zhuo Qinghe will never be such a person, otherwise he would not be worthy of being Shui Yiren's enemy. Shui Yiren said, "If Chu Liuxiang is this kind of person, then even if I misjudge you, I can only blame myself for being short-sighted."
怪不得别人，是吗？这句话正是楚留香方才对他说的。楚留香望着他冷漠的面容，心里忽然泛起一阵温暖之意，只因他已发现这老人其实并不像外表看来那么冷酷。
No one else to blame, right? This is exactly what Chu Liuxiang said to him just now. Looking at his cold face, Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt a sense of warmth in his heart, just because he had discovered that the old man was not as cold as he appeared.
他暗中叹了口气，道：“你们的除夕决斗难道已势在必行了吗？”薛夷人沉默了半晌，忽然一笑，道：“此刻鱼响已烧好了，我们为何不先去喝一杯再说？”楚留香并不是胡铁花那样的酒鬼。
He sighed secretly and said, "Is your New Year's Eve duel inevitable?" Shui Yiren was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "The fish is already cooked now, why don't we go have a drink first?" Chu Liuxiang is not an alcoholic like Hu Taihua.
他白天一向很少喝酒的，只有心情特别高兴或者特别悲伤时才是例外。今天也就是例外，但他却不知道今天是特别高兴还是特别难过。他心里有很多事，而且很复杂。
He rarely drank during the day, except when he was particularly happy or sad. Today is an exception. But he didn't know whether he was particularly happy or sad today. He has a lot on his mind, and it's very complicated.
他要找个时候好好想清楚。在没有想清楚之前，他决定什么事也不做。鲈鱼烧的的确不差，只不过楚留香却怀疑鱼不是那位施少奶奶做的，因为她手上连一点油腻都没有。
He needs to find time to think it over. Before thinking clearly, he decided to do nothing. The sea bass was indeed cooked well, but Chu Liuxiang suspected that the fish was not made by Mrs. Shi, because her hands were not even a little greasy.
楚留香见过很多不会烧菜的女人，却偏偏喜欢故意躲在厨房里，然后再将菜端出来，硬说菜烧得不好，请原谅，让别人以为菜就是他烧的。
Chu Liuxiang has seen many women who don't know how to cook, but they like to hide in the kitchen on purpose, and then bring the dishes out and say, "The food is not cooked well, please forgive me." Let others think that she cooked the food.
因为就连这种女人也知道，会烧菜不但是做妻子的光荣，也是她丈夫的光荣。楚留香总觉得这种人很可笑，总想问问他们：你既然觉得不会烧菜很丢人，以前为何不学呢？
Because even this kind of woman knows that being able to cook is not only an honor for a wife, but also an honor for her husband. Chu Liuxiang always felt that such people were ridiculous, and always wanted to ask them, "Since you think it's embarrassing not to know how to cook, why didn't you learn how to cook before?"
施少奶奶果然已娇笑着道：“鱼烧的只怕不好，香帅你莫要见笑。”楚留香还未说话，薛姨人已淡淡道：“你根本连炒蛋都不会，这条鱼也不是你烧的。”他话未说完。
As expected, Mrs. Shi smiled coquettishly and said, "I'm afraid the fish won't be cooked well. Don't make fun of Xiang Shui." Before Chu Liuxiang could speak, Shui Yiren said calmly, "You don't even know how to scramble eggs, and you didn't cook this fish." He didn't finish speaking.
施少奶奶已红着脸溜了进去。花金公痴痴笑道：“想不到亲家翁也会说话，想必是因为见了香帅，心情才特别好，这倒应该谢谢我才是。”薛姨人道：“不错，等施举人来了，我一定敬他一杯。”
Mrs. Shi had already slipped in with a blushing face. Hua Jingong chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that my brother-in-law can speak. I must be in a particularly good mood because I met Xiang Shui. You should thank me for that." Shui Yiren said, "Yes, when Shiju comes, I will definitely give him a toast."
花金公怔了怔，勉强笑道：“香帅在这里坐，我到后面找亲家母聊天去。”薛姨人等他走了，才叹口气道：“他总算听懂了我的话，总算知道自己该到什么地方去了，这倒真不容易。”
Hua Jingong was startled, then forced a smile and said, "Xiang Shui sits here. I will go to the back to chat with my mother-in-law." Shui Yiren waited for her to leave, then sighed and said, "She finally understood what I said and finally knew where she should go. This is not easy."
楚留香笑道：“的确不容易。”薛姨人举杯道：“若不将女人赶走，男人怎能安心喝酒？来喝一杯。”楚留香一饮而尽，忽然长叹道：“若非薛左两家的世仇，你和左青侯一定会成为好朋友的。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It is indeed not easy." Shui Yiren raised his glass and said, "If we don't drive women away, how can men drink with peace of mind? Come and have a drink." Chu Liuxiang drank it all and suddenly sighed. If it weren't for the feud between Shui's family, Yuan's Wu Qingho would definitely become good friends.
薛姨人脸色变了变，道：“你本是左青侯的朋友，如今也是我的朋友。我指望你明白一件事：薛左两家的仇恨是谁也化解不开的。”楚留香道：“为什么？”薛姨人沉声道。
Shui Yiren's expression changed and he said, "You were Zhou Qingho's friend, and now you are also my friend. I only hope you understand one thing. No one can resolve the hatred between the Shuizhua family. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Shui Yiren said in a deep voice.
你可知道这100年来，薛家已有多少人死在左家人的手上？楚留香道：是否和左家人死在薛家人手上的差不多？薛夷人道：正是如此，也正因如此，是以薛左两家的仇恨才愈结愈深。
Do you know how many people from the Shui family have died at the hands of the Zhou family in the past 100 years? Chu Liuxiang said, Is it similar to the death of the Zhou family at the hands of the Shui family?
除非这两家人中有一家死尽死绝，否则这仇恨谁也休想化解得开。楚留香只听得心里发冷，正不知该说什么。突听一人大叫道：好呀，你们有好酒好菜，也不叫我来吃。
Unless one of the two families is killed, no one can resolve this hatred. Chu Liuxiang felt cold in her heart and didn't know what to say. Suddenly someone shouted, Okay, you have good wine and food, but you don't ask me to come and eat.
一个人横冲直撞地走了进来，却正是那白痴薛宝宝。他今天穿的一套红衣服上竟绣着织绿乌龟。楚留香发现他好像已全不认得自己了，一坐下来就将整盘鱼搬到面前。
A man walked in, but it was the idiot Shui Baobao. The red clothes he wore today actually had a green turtle embroidered on them. Chu Liuxiang found that he didn't seem to recognize her at all. As soon as he sat down, he moved the whole plate of fish in front of him.
用手提起来就吃。薛夷人皱了皱眉，苦笑道：这是舍弟笑人，他。薛宝宝满嘴都是鱼，一面吐刺，一面笑道：薛夷人是大剑客，薛笑人却是大吃客。薛笑人虽然从小打不过薛夷人，
Just pick it up with your hands and eat it. Shui Yiren frowned and said with a wry smile, This is my brother laughing at him, he. Shui Baobao's mouth was full of fish. He spit out thorns and said with a smile, Shui Yiren is a great swordsman, but Shui Shaoren is a big eater. Although Shui Shaoren has not been able to beat Shui Yiren since he was a child.
但吃起来，薛夷人却要落荒而逃。薛夷人怒道：谁叫你来的？薛宝宝笑嘻嘻道：这也是我的家，我为何不能来？你可以骂我没出息，总不能说我不是薛老爹的儿子吧？
But when it tasted, Shui Yiren was about to flee. Shui Yiren said angrily, Who asked you to come? Shui Baobao said with a smile, This is also my home, why can't I come? You can scold me and call me worthless, but you can't say that I am not Father Shui's son.
薛夷人长叹了口气，摇着头道：香帅莫见笑，他本来不是这样子的，直到7、8年前，也不知道为了什么，竟忽然变了。楚留香心里暗暗叹息，家家都有本难念的经，这一代名侠。
Shui Yiren sighed, shook his head and said, Xiang Shui is not funny. He was not like this originally. Until 7 or 8 years ago, I don't know why, but suddenly changed. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. This generation of famous heroes.
其实也和普通人一样，也有他的烦恼和不幸，只不过这些事都已被他耀目的光辉所掩，人们只能看到他的光彩，却忘了有光的地方必有阴影。
In fact, just like ordinary people, he also has his troubles and misfortunes, but these things have been covered up by his dazzling brilliance. People can only see his brilliance, but forget that where there is light, there must be shadows.
楚留香的本意确实是为了要探查那刺客集团的神秘首领而来的，但现在他主要的目的却改变了。左青侯是他的好朋友，他一定要为左青侯解决这问题，何况借尸还魂。
Chu Liuxiang's original intention was indeed to investigate the mysterious leader of the assassin group, but now his main purpose has changed. Zhuo Qinghe is his good friend. He must solve this problem for Zhuo Qinghe, not to mention bringing back the soul.
这件事实在太不可思议，他自己也想将这件事弄明白。到薛家庄来之前，他本有许多话要对薛异人说，可是现在他忽又改变了主意。他忽然发现这件事其中还有许多值得研究之处。
This matter was so unbelievable that he himself wanted to figure it out. Before Zhuo Jiazhuang came, he had many things to say to the people in Shui. But now he suddenly changed his mind. He suddenly discovered that there was much worth studying in this matter.
所以他决定暂时什么话都不说。薛异人并没有坚持挽留他，只和他定下了后会之期，然后亲自送他到门口，目送着他远去。薛宝宝却躲在门后痴痴地笑。楚留香没有乘车，
So he decided not to say anything for the time being. Shui Yiren did not insist on keeping him. He only set a date for their meeting with him, then personally walked him to the door and watched him go away. Shui Baobao hid behind the door and chuckled. Chu Liuxiang did not take the bus.
也没有骑马。他一直认为走路的时候头脑往往会变得很清楚，因为走路可以使血液下降，血液下降了，头脑自然就会冷静，而他现在最需要的就是一个冷静的头脑。
No riding either. He has always believed that when walking, the mind tends to become clearer, because walking can make the blood drop. When the blood drops, the mind will naturally calm down, and what he needs most now is a calm mind.
但他究竟发现了什么？究竟想什么呢？秋天的太阳照在人身上，轻柔温暖的，就像是情人的手，令人觉得说不出的舒服。秋天正是适于走路的时候，可是还没有走出多远。
But what did he find? What are you thinking about? The autumn sun shines on people, as soft and warm as a lover's hands, making people feel indescribably comfortable. Autumn is the right time for walking. However, we haven't gone very far yet.
楚留香就发现后面有个人不急不离地盯着他。这人骑着头黑黝黝的驴子，头上戴着顶又宽又大的帽子，而且一直低垂着头，似乎生怕别人瞧见他的面目。
Chu Liuxiang found someone behind him staring at him intently. This man was riding a black donkey, wearing a wide and big hat on his head, and kept his head lowered, as if he was afraid that others would see his face.
楚留香根本就没有回头瞧他一眼，像是不知道后面有人，这人的胆子就越来越大了，走得越来越近。楚留香暗暗觉得好笑，这人想必是个初出江湖的新手。
Chu Liuxiang didn't even look back at him. As if she didn't know there was someone behind her, the man became more and more bold and walked closer and closer. Chu Liuxiang secretly found it funny. This person must be a newbie.
否则他怎会有这么大的胆子来盯楚留香的梢？将近正午的时候，楚留香就到了秀野桥。桥上有个青衣妇人正闪闪烁烁地向西头眺望，她头上包着青布帕，用两只手紧紧抓住。
Otherwise, how could he have the courage to stare at Chu Liuxiang? At nearly noon, Chu Liuxiang arrived at Xiuya Bridge. On the bridge, there is a woman in green clothes shivering and looking to the west. She has a blue cloth handkerchief wrapped around her head and is holding it tightly with both hands.
显然也生怕被人瞧见面目，但楚留香还是一眼就瞧出他是谁了。那骑着黑驴子的人看见楚留香走上桥，就躲在一棵树后，却露出了半边脸、一只眼睛，将帽子随手摘了下来。
Apparently he was also afraid of being seen. But Chu Liuxiang could still tell who she was at a glance. The man riding the black donkey saw Chu Liuxiang walking onto the bridge and hid behind a tree, but with half of his face and one eye exposed, he casually took off his hat.
他好像以为只有自己有眼睛，别人都是瞎子。楚留香却好像真的忽然变成瞎子了。桥上的青衣妇人自然就是梁妈，她一张苍老干瘪的脸，也不知是因为被风吹的。
He seemed to think that he was the only one with eyes and everyone else was blind. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have suddenly become blind. The woman in green clothes on the bridge is naturally Mother Liang. Her old and shriveled face is probably caused by being blown by the wind.
还是因为害怕发了青，一看到楚留香，他就匆匆赶过来，喘息着道：“谢天谢地，你总算来了。”楚留香道：“你以为我骗你？以为我不会来？”梁妈嗫嚅着道：“但你真有法子能让我再见到小姐吗？”
Or because I was afraid of turning blue. As soon as she saw Chu Liuxiang, she hurried over and gasped, "Thank God, you are finally here." Chu Liuxiang said, "Do you think I lied to you? Think I won't come?" Liang Ma murmured, "But do you really have a way to let me see the young lady again?"
只要能见小姐一面，我死了也甘心。第5章刺客。梁妈望着楚留香，不胜期盼地道：“你真能够让我见到小姐？”楚留香道：“你若有诚心，自然看得到她。”梁妈道：“我当然有诚心。”
As long as I can see the young lady, I am willing to die. Chapter 5 Assassin. Liang Ma looked at Chu Liuxiang and said hopefully, "Can you really let me see the young lady?" Chu Liuxiang said, "If you are sincere, you will naturally be able to see her." Mother Liang said, "Of course I am sincere."
观音菩萨。楚留香不让他说完这句话，就抢着道：“好，那么你3天后再来，莫要在正午，等到天黑了再来。”梁妈怔了怔，道：“3天，还要再过3天。”楚留香正色道：“这种事自然要选日子。”
Guanyin Bodhisattva. Chu Liuxiang didn't let her finish her sentence and rushed to say, "Okay, then you come back in 3 days. Don't come back at noon or wait until dark." Liang Ma was startled and said, "3 days? 3 more days?" Chu Liuxiang said seriously, "It is natural to choose the day for this kind of thing."
急不得的，你若真有诚心，连3天都等不得吗？梁妈自然很容易就打发走了。楚留香虽觉得对这善良的老太婆有些抱歉，但这3天的时间关系却实在太大。过了3天后
You can't wait. If you were really sincere, wouldn't you be able to wait even 3 days? Liang Ma was naturally sent away easily. Although Chu Liuxiang felt a little sorry for the kind old woman, the 3 days were really too important. 3 days later.
所有的事也许就全改观了。突然间，蹄声骤响， 那骑着黑驴子的人忽然加速疾驰而来，追到楚留香身后，突地反手一鞭，向楚留香的脖子抽了下去。长鞭破空，划起了尖锐的风声。
Maybe everything will change. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of hooves. The man riding the black donkey suddenly accelerated and galloped over, caught up with Chu Liuxiang, and suddenly whipped Chu Liuxiang's neck with his backhand. The long whip broke through the air and made a sharp sound of wind.
楚留香头也未回，一伸手就捉住了鞭梢，笑斥道：“下来吧！”他随手一抖，那人身子就自鞍上飞起，凌空一个翻身，落在桥畔，头上的遮阳帽也掉了，露出一张长长的马脸。
Chu Liuxiang didn't even look back. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the tip of the whip, laughing and scolding, "Come down." He shook his hand casually, and the man flew up from the saddle, turned over in the air, and landed on the bridge. The sun hat on his head also fell off, revealing a long horse face.
这人居然是施少奶奶。黑驴子直冲到桥头，才停了下来，用梗子磨着桥柱，一声声青丝，那神情倒有几分和施少奶奶相似。楚留香微笑道：“不知是少奶奶驾到，险些就得罪了。”
This person turned out to be Mrs. Sher. The black donkey rushed straight to the end of the bridge and then stopped. It rubbed its neck against the bridge pillar and hissed softly. Its expression was somewhat similar to that of Mrs. Sher. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I don't know if it was the young mistress who arrived, but I almost offended him."
恕罪恕罪！施少奶奶恨恨盯着他，道：“你少说风凉话！我问你，你一天到晚鬼鬼祟祟的，究竟在干些什么？你究竟打我们什么主意？”楚留香叹了口气，道：“我有天大的胆子。”
Forgive me, forgive me. Mrs. Sher stared at him bitterly and said, "Stop talking sarcastically. Let me ask you, what are you doing sneaking around all day long? What exactly do you want from us?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "I have great courage."
也不敢打少奶奶你的主意啊！施少奶奶脸居然也红了，大声道：“那么，你将梁妈找来干什么？”楚留香道：“什么也没有，只不过聊聊天而已。”施少奶奶冷笑道：“
I don't dare to have any ideas about you, young mistress." Mrs. Sher's face actually turned red, and she said loudly, "Then, why did you bring Mother Liang here?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Nothing, just chatting." Mrs. Sher sneered.
楚香帅的胃口是几时改变了的？几时变得喜欢跟老太婆聊天了？楚留香又叹了口气，道：“我不找老太婆聊天，难道少奶奶肯陪我聊天吗？”施少奶奶盯着他，眼睛里忽然有了笑意。
When did Chu Xiangshuai's appetite change? When did he start to like chatting with old ladies? Chu Liuxiang sighed again and said, "I don't want to chat with the old lady. Will the young lady be willing to chat with me?" Mrs. Sher stared at him, with a smile suddenly in her eyes.
忽然掉头就走。他的身材不错，只看背影，倒颇有韵致。楚留香只希望他莫要回头，一回头就糟了。不幸施少奶奶却偏偏要回头，而且还笑了笑，道：“你既然要跟我聊，为什么不跟我来？”
Suddenly he turned around and left. She has a good figure. Just looking at her back, she looks quite charming. Chu Liuxiang just hoped that she would not look back. It would be bad if she did. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sher turned around and smiled and said, "Since you want to talk to me, why don't you come with me?"
楚留香这次真的叹了口气，他想，若有谁敢用回眸一笑百媚生这句话来形容这位少奶奶，他一定要跟那人打架。施少奶奶不但在笑，还甩了个飞眼，道：“你怕什么？难道我会吃了你？”
Chu Liuxiang really sighed this time. He thought that if anyone dared to use the phrase, "look back and smile" to be charming, to describe this young lady, he would definitely fight with that person. Not only was Mrs. Sher smiling, she also rolled her eyes and said, "What are you afraid of? Could it be that I will eat you?"
楚留香喃喃道：“你看来倒真像会咬人的模样。”施少奶奶道：“你嘴里咕噜咕噜在说什么？”楚留香苦笑道：“我什么也没说，只不过嘴突然抽筋而已。”
Chu Liuxiang murmured, "You really look like you can bite people." Mrs. Sher said, "What are you talking about in your mouth?" Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't say anything, it's just that my mouth suddenly cramped."
他心里只希望施少奶奶的脖子忽然抽了筋，再也回不过头来。怎奈施少奶奶的脖子却灵活得很，一下子又回过头来，笑道：“你又不是小狗，为什么要跟在人家后面走？”
In his heart, he just hoped that young Madame Sher's neck would suddenly cramp and never come back. However, young Madame Sher's neck was very flexible, and she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "You are not a puppy, why are you following me? Walking behind others?"
楚留香只好硬着头皮走上前去，过了半晌，忍不住道：“少奶奶，随便什么地方都可以聊天的，你要到哪里去？”施少奶奶又白了他一眼，道：“有很多小伙子都在偷偷地叫我雪里红。”
Chu Liuxiang had no choice but to step forward. After a while, she couldn't help but said, "Young mistress, you can chat anywhere, where are you going?" Mrs. Sher rolled her eyes at him again and said, "Many young men are secretly calling me Zulihong."
还以为我不知道。楚留香只有摸鼻子，发誓今后再也不吃雪里红炒肉丝这样菜了，宁可吃萝卜干也不吃雪里红。薛红红嘟起了嘴，道：“喂，你想找我聊天，怎么不说话呀？”
Thought I didn't know. Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose and vowed never to eat dishes like shredded pork stir-fried with Zulihong again. She would rather eat dried radish than Zulihong. Shui Honghong pouted and said, "Hey, you want to chat with me, why don't you say anything?"
难道变成了哑巴？楚留香看到他那嘟起了的嘴，恨不得能在上面挂个油瓶。只恨胡铁花没有来，他也许真做得出的。楚留香干咳了2声，笑道：“你那位二叔可真有趣。”
Has he become mute? When Chu Liuxiang saw her pouty mouth, she wished she could hang an oil bottle on it. She just regretted that Hu Taihua didn't come. Maybe he could really do it. Chu Liuxiang coughed twice. He smiled and said, "That second uncle of yours is really interesting."
就像个孩子似的，但剑法却又那么高。那天晚上我要不是跑得快，差点就被他刺了个透明窟窿。薛红红也笑了，道：“幸好你跑得快，我二叔除了吃之外就会使剑。他疯病刚发作的时候。”
He was like a child, but his swordsmanship was so high. If I hadn't run fast that night, he would have stabbed me through a transparent hole.
硬逼着我爹爹和他动手，连爹爹都几乎被他刺了一剑。楚留香眼睛忽然亮了，道：“后来呢？” 薛红红笑道：“后来爹爹自然还是将他制住了，他一气之下就疯得更厉害。”楚留香道
He forced my father to fight him, and even my father was almost stabbed by him. Chu Liuxiang's eyes suddenly lit up and said, What happened next? Chu Liuxiang said,
据令尊大人说，他本来并不是这样子的。薛红红道：“他就是练剑练疯了的。”楚留香道：“哦。”薛红红道：“他剑法本来就不错，但比起我爹爹来自然还差得远，所以就拼命练剑。”
According to your father-in-law, he was not originally like this. Shui Honghong said, Well, he just went crazy practicing sword practice. Chu Liuxiang said, Oh.
一心想胜过我爹爹，练的饭也不吃，觉也不睡，但无论他怎么练，还是比不上爹爹。有一天晚上，他忽将二婶杀了，说是二婶总是扰乱他练剑，但杀了二婶后，他自己也变得疯疯癫癫。
He wanted to be better than my dad, and even practiced without eating or sleeping. But no matter how hard he practiced, he still couldn't compare to his dad. One night he suddenly killed his second aunt, saying that she always disturbed his sword practice. But after killing his second aunt, he himself became crazy.
老说自己只有10岁，就因为年纪小，所以剑法才不如爹爹。楚留香叹道：“一个人到了无可奈何时，也只有自己骗自己了。只不过他……”薛红红忽然娇嗔道：“我们为什么老是要提他呢？”
He always said that he was only 10 years old, and because of his young age, his swordsmanship was not as good as that of his father. Chu Liuxiang sighed. When a person is helpless, he can only deceive himself. It's just that he... Shui Honghong suddenly said coquettishly, Why do we always have to mention him?
难道没有别的事可提了吗？楚留香摸了摸鼻子，道：“你想听什么，我就陪你聊什么。”薛红红瞟了他一眼，抿嘴笑道：“一个男人和一个女人在一起，可聊的事太多了，你难道还不知道？”
Is there nothing else to mention? Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, I will talk with you about whatever you want to hear. Shui Honghong glanced at him, pursed her lips and smiled. When a man and a woman are together, there are too many things to talk about, don't you know?
难道还要我来教你？他痴痴笑道：“你若还要别人教，你就不是风流侠盗楚留香了。”楚留香一听风流侠盗这名字就头疼，更令他头疼的是，他发现薛红红带他走的路愈来愈偏僻。
Do you still want me to teach you? She chuckled and said, If you still want others to teach you, you are not Chu Liuxiang, the romantic thief. Chu Liuxiang had a headache when he heard the name romantic thief. What made him even more troubled was that he found that the road Shui Honghong took him was getting more and more remote.
而且路的尽头，林木掩映中似乎还有几间屋子，他不敢想象到了屋里之后会发生什么事。但这时他想走已来不及了。薛红红已拉住他的手，媚笑道：“我带你到个好地方去。”
And at the end of the road, hidden among the trees, there seemed to be several houses. He couldn't imagine what would happen after entering the houses. But by now it was too late for him to leave. Shui Honghong had taken his hand and said with a charming smile, I will take you to a good place.
你应该怎么感激我才是呢？楚留香道：“我，嗨，嗨。”他忽然跳起来，道：“不好，你那头黑驴子不见了，快回去找吧。”薛红红咯咯笑道：“ 一头驴子丢了也没有什么了不得，我有了你。
How should you thank me? Chu Liuxiang said, this, dash. He suddenly jumped up and said, No, your black donkey is gone. Go back and look for it. Shui Honghong chuckled and said, It's no big deal if a donkey is lost. I have you.
还要驴子干什么？若有人说楚留香会脸红，非但别人不信，只怕连他自己也不会相信。但现在他的脸真有些红了。薛夷人也许就因为杀人杀得太多了，所以才会生下这种宝贝女儿。
What else do you need a donkey for? If someone said that Chu Liuxiang would blush, not only would others not believe it, but even he himself would not believe it. But now, his face is really red dot. Shuiren may have killed too many people. That's why I gave birth to such a precious daughter.
他还没有被女儿气死，倒真是怪事一件。薛红红已拉着楚留香向那枫林奔了过去。阳光映得一林枫叶红如晚霞，枫林中山屋三五，建筑的又小巧又精致，看来宛如图画。
It's a strange thing that he hasn't been mad at his daughter yet. Shui Honghong had already pulled Chu Liuxiang and ran towards the maple forest. The sunlight reflects the maple leaves as red as the sunset. There are 3 or 5 mountain houses in the maple forest. The buildings are small and exquisite, and they look like pictures.
这实在是情人们幽会的好地方。此刻在楚留香身旁的若不是薛红红，到了这种地方，他一定会觉得有些飘飘欲仙。但现在他却觉得自己好像个活鬼，活活的倒霉鬼。
This is really a good place for lovers to meet. If it weren't for Shui Honghong, who was next to Chu Liuxiang at this moment, he would definitely feel a little elegant when he got to a place like this. But now, he felt like a living ghost. A living unlucky ghost.
薛红红一只手拉着他，一只手已在推门。楚留香苦笑道：“这是谁的屋子你也不知道，怎么随便推人家的门？若要被人当小偷抓住，岂非冤枉？”薛红红道：“谁敢将我当小偷？”
Shui Honghong held him with one hand and was already pushing the door open with the other. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, You don't know whose house this is, so how can you just push open the door? If you are caught as a thief, wouldn't it be unfair? Shui Honghong said, Who dares to treat me as a thief?
楚留香道：“平时自然不会，但你若跟我在一起，就说不定了。我的名声一向不太好，说不定会连累你。”他一面说，一面就想溜之大吉，但薛红红却将他的手抓得更紧，笑道：“你放心吧。”
Chu Liuxiang said, Of course not, but if you are with me, it might happen. My reputation has never been very good, and it might hurt you. As he spoke, he wanted to run away. But Shui Honghong held his hand tighter and said with a smile, Don't worry.
这里也是薛家的产业。楚留香又想摸鼻子，怎奈两只手都被薛红红拉住了，只有苦笑道：“你们家的产业倒真不少。”薛红红道：“这本是我二叔没有发疯时独居练剑的地方。”
This is also the property of the Shui family. Chu Liuxiang wanted to touch her nose again, but her hands were held by Shui Honghong. She could only smile bitterly and said, Your family has quite a lot of property. Shui Honghong said, This is where my second uncle lived alone to practice swordsmanship when he wasn't crazy.
后来就空了下来， 我二弟打猎时虽也时常来住，但这几天他却到。他一边说着话，一边已推开门。说到这里，突听一人怒吼道：“什么人敢乱闯？”吼声中，一样黑乎乎的东西直打了出来。
Later, it was free. Although my second brother often came to stay when he was hunting, these few days he came. As she spoke, she opened the door. When she said this, she suddenly heard someone roaring. Said, "Who dares to break in?" Amidst the roar, something black was shot out.
擦着薛红红的头皮飞过，远远落在门外，竟是只靴子。屋子里布置的简单而精致，地上铺着又厚又软的兽皮，两个几乎已脱得完全赤裸的人正在兽皮上打滚。薛红红一开门，
It flew past Shui Honghong's scalp and landed far outside the door. It turned out to be a boot. The room was decorated simply and exquisitely. The floor was covered with thick and soft animal skins. Two people, almost completely naked, were rolling around on the animal skins. Shui Honghong opened the door.
男的立刻怒吼着跳起来，抄起只靴子就往外掷。女的赶紧抢起件衣服掩住胸腹，却还是没能掩住两条白生生的腿。即使用楚留香的眼光来看，这两条腿也算是第一流的。
The man immediately roared and jumped up, picked up a boot and threw it out. The woman quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and covered her chest and abdomen, but she still couldn't cover her two bare legs. Even from Chu Liuxiang's perspective, these two legs were considered first-rate.
那男的年纪很轻，也是一身细皮白肉，长得倒很英俊，只不过脸色苍白，眼睛里布满了红丝。看到推门的薛红红，他脸上怒容立刻变为惊讶。薛红红看到他，也吃了一惊，失声道：“是你。”
The man was very young and had thin skin and white flesh. He was quite handsome, but his face was pale and his eyes were full of red threads. Seeing Shui Honghong pushing open the door, the angry look on his face immediately turned into surprise. When Shui Honghong saw him, she was also surprised and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it you?"
这少年一把抓起衣服，就躲到张椅子后面去了。那女的想站起来，看到楚留香笑眯眯的眼睛，赶紧又坐了下来，将两只又长又直的腿拼命向里面缩。薛红红铁青着脸，厉声道：
The young man grabbed his clothes and hid behind a chair. The woman wanted to stand up, but when she saw Chu Liuxiang's smiling eyes, she quickly sat down again and retracted her two long, straight legs as hard as she could. Shui Honghong's face was livid and she said sternly,
你岂非已经到省城去办年货了吗？怎么会到了这里？那少年一面穿衣服，一面陪笑道：反正离过年还早得很，我想等2天再去也不迟。薛红红冷笑道：我早就在奇怪。
Have you already gone to the provincial capital to do some New Year shopping? How did you get here? The young man put on his clothes and said with an apologetic smile, Anyway, it's still very early before the Chinese New Year. I think it's not too late to wait for 2 days before going. Shui Honghong sneered, I've been wondering for a long time.
你怎么会忽然勤快起来了？居然抢着办事，原来你是想避开爹爹到外面来打野时。他眼睛一瞪，道：我问你，这女的是谁？那少年道：是我的朋友。薛红红冷笑道：朋友？我看你。
How come you suddenly become so diligent and rush to do things? It turns out that you want to avoid Daddy and go outside to hunt for wild food. Her eyes widened and she said, "Let me ask you, who is this woman?" The young man said, "Yes, he is my friend." Shui Honghong sneered, "Friends? I see you."
那少年忽然伸出头来，抢着道：“我问你，你这男的又是谁？”薛红红怔了怔，道：“自然是我的朋友。”那少年也冷笑道：“朋友？我看只怕未必吧。”薛红红恼羞成怒，跳起来吼道：“老二！”
The young man suddenly stretched out his head and said, "Let me ask you, who is this man of yours?" Shui Honghong was startled and said, "Yes, of course he is my friend." The young man also sneered, "Friend? I'm afraid not necessarily." Shui Honghong became angry with shame, jumped up and shouted, "Second brother."
我告诉你，你少管我的闲事。那少年悠悠道：“好，我们来定个交易，只要你不管我的闲事，我也绝不管你的闲事，否则若是闹出去，只怕你比我更丢人。”薛红红冲了过去。
"I'm telling you, stay out of my business." The young man said leisurely, "Okay, let's make a deal. As long as you don't care about my own business, I will never care about yours. Otherwise, if we make a fuss, I'm afraid you will be more embarrassed than me." Shui Honghong rushed over.
抬起腿一脚将椅子踢翻，大叫道：“我有什么好丢人的？我又没脱光屁股跟人家捣鬼。”楚留香实在不想再听下去了，悄悄带起门溜了出去，心里说不出的难受，替薛衣人难受。
He raised his leg and kicked the chair over, shouting, "What do I have to be ashamed of? I didn't take off my butt and make trouble with others." Chu Liuxiang really didn't want to listen anymore, so she quietly opened the door and slipped out, feeling unspeakably uncomfortable in her heart, feeling sorry for Shuiren.
他现在自然已知道，这少年就是薛家二公子薛斌，这姐弟两人真是一个模子里铸出来的活宝。只可怜薛衣人一世英名，竟生出这么样一对儿女来。豪门多孽子。
Naturally, he now knows that this young man is Shui Bin, the second son of the Shui family. These two siblings are truly living treasures cast from the same mold. It's a pity that Shui Yi, who has been famous all his life, gave birth to such a pair of children. A rich family has many evil sons.
楚留香发觉这句话真是说的有学问。一个人若想成为天下无双的剑客，就最好不要养儿女，因为最好的剑客必定是最坏的父亲。剑就像是女人一样，你想她服从你。
Chu Liuxiang found that this sentence was really knowledgeable. If a person wants to become an unparalleled swordsman, it is best not to raise children, because the best swordsman must be the worst father. The sword, like a woman, you want it to obey you.
就一定要全心全意地对他，否则他就会出卖你。一个人纵然被女人出卖了200次，还可以再找第201个女人，但只要被剑出卖一次，就得死。楚留香叹了口气，喃喃道：“薛衣人。”
You must give it your whole heart, otherwise it will betray you. Even if a person is betrayed by a woman 200 times, he can still find the 201st woman, but if he is betrayed by a sword once, he will die. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, Shuiren.
薛衣人，你虽能将剑指挥如意，但是你自己何尝不是剑的奴隶？ 房子里那姐弟两人还在争吵，而且声音愈来愈大，但门却忽然开了，一个人飞跑了出来，大声道：“喂，你等一等。”
Schweieren, although you can command the sword as you wish, you are not the slave of the sword. The two siblings in the house were still arguing, and the sound became louder and louder, but the door suddenly opened. A person ran out and said loudly, "Hey, wait a minute."
楚留香一回头，就看到那方才像条小白羊般蜷曲在虎皮上的女孩子，正在向他不停地招手。现在她当然穿起了衣服，但扣子还没有扣上。她没有穿鞋袜。
When Chu Liuxiang turned around, he saw the girl who had just curled up on the tiger's skin like a little white sheep, waving to him. Now of course she was dressed, but the buttons were not yet buttoned. She didn't wear any shoes or socks.
衣襟里露出了一段雪白的皮肤，白得令人眼花。百褶裙下面露出了一截修长的小腿，纤巧的足踝和一双底平直脸的脚。楚留香尽量想使自己的眼睛规矩些。
A section of snow-white skin was exposed from the skirt, which was dazzlingly white. Under the pleated skirt, a section of slender calves, delicate ankles, and a pair of feet with flat toes were exposed. Chu Liuxiang tried her best to keep her eyes regular.
尽量不往她的衣襟里面看，但这双脚却实在是种诱惑。只要是男人，就无法拒绝这种诱惑。楚留香叹了口气，道：“你是在叫我？”那少女道：“不错，我有话要跟你说。”她飞奔过来。
Try not to look inside her clothes, but these feet are really tempting. As long as you are a man, you cannot resist this temptation. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Are you calling me?" The girl said, "Yes, I have something to tell you." She ran over.
突然轻呼了一声，一个又香又甜又温柔的身子就整个倒入了楚留香怀里。楚留香苦笑道：“你若想找个人替薛二少做完他方才还没有做完的事，你只怕找错人了。”
Suddenly she let out a soft breath, and a fragrant, sweet and gentle body fell into Chu Liuxiang's arms. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "If you want to find someone to finish what Xue Ershao has not finished just now, you are probably looking for the wrong person."
那少女似乎根本没有听到他在说什么，颤声道：“我的脚，我的脚。”楚留香这才发现他的脚原来已被石头割破了，鲜血一滴滴往下流，疼得他眼泪都几乎流了出来。他不但腿美，脚美。
The girl didn't seem to hear what he was saying at all, and said in a trembling voice, my feet, dash." Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that her foot had been cut by a stone, and blood was flowing down drop by drop. The pain was so painful that she almost shed tears. She not only has beautiful legs, but also beautiful feet.
脸也美，此刻美丽的脸上满是痛苦之色，再加上几滴眼泪，更显得楚楚可怜。楚留香又不禁叹了口气，喃喃道：“下次跟别人幽会的时候，记住千万莫要脱鞋子。”
The face is also beautiful. At this moment, the beautiful face is full of pain, and with a few tears, it looks even more pitiful. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but sigh again and murmured, "Next time you have a tryst with others, remember not to take off your shoes."
这女孩子看来虽是那么丰满，但身子却轻得很。楚留香几乎完全没有用力气，就将她抱了起来。那少女咬着嘴唇勉强一笑，轻轻道：“谢谢你。” 楚留香的鼻子虽然不灵，
Although this girl looked so plump, her body was very light. Chu Liuxiang picked her up with almost no effort at all. The girl bit her lip and forced a smile, and said softly, "Thank you." Although Chu Liuxiang's nose is not working well,
但还是嗅到了一阵如兰四射，可以令任何男人心跳加快的香气。他只有将鼻子尽量离得远些，苦笑道：“你用不着谢我，还是谢谢你的脚吧。”那少女脸绯红了起来，道：“快走。”
but I still smelled a scent that was like orchid and musk, and could make any man's heart beat faster. He could only put his nose as far away as possible and said with a wry smile, "You don't need to thank me, just thank your feet." The girl's face turned red and she said, "Let's go quickly."
莫要等他们追出来。其实楚留香又何尝不怕薛红红追出来，用不着他说，楚留香已一溜烟般窜入了山坡下的树林里。虽然刚过正午还没有多久，树林中光线却很有暗。
Don't wait for them to chase you out. In fact, Chu Liuxiang was not afraid of Shui Honghong chasing her out. She didn't need to say anything. Chu Liuxiang had already jumped into the woods at the foot of the hillside. Although it had not been long after noon, the light in the woods was very dark.
无论任何女人，在这种光线下看来都会变得漂亮些的，何况这女孩子本就美得很。楚留香实在不知道自己能不能受得了这种诱惑，他只好转过眼睛，道：“你要我将你抱到什么地方去？”
Any woman would look more beautiful under this kind of light, not to mention this girl was very beautiful. Chu Liuxiang really didn't know if she could withstand this kind of temptation. He had no choice but to turn his eyes and said, "Where do you want me to carry you?"
那少女喘息着，忽然拔出一柄尖刀。楚留香正觉得她身上香气有点要命，这柄尖刀已抵住了她的胸膛，刺得将她的衣服划破了一条缝。这一招倒真的大出楚留香意料之外。
The girl gasped and suddenly pulled out a sharp knife. Just when Chu Liuxiang felt that the scent of her body was a bit deadly, the sharp knife was pressed against his chest, tearing a slit in his clothes. This move was really beyond Chu Liuxiang's expectation.
只听那少女冷冷道：“你若还想要命，就得答应我一件事。”楚留香叹道：“像你这样的女孩子，要男人答应你，还用得着刀吗？”那少女咬着牙，厉声道：“你少胡思乱想。”
Just listen to the girl say coldly, "If you still want to die, you have to promise me something." Chu Liuxiang sighed. If a girl like you wants a man to promise you, do you still need a knife? The girl gritted her teeth and said sternly, "Stop thinking so wildly."
我不是你想的那种女人。楚留香道：“哦。”那少女道：“你莫以为我刚刚是在跟那姓薛的幽会，我只是……”说着说着，她眼泪又流了下来，美丽的脸上充满了愤怒怨恨之色。
"I'm not the kind of woman you think." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh." The girl said, "Don't think that I was just having a tryst with that Shui. I was just dash." As she spoke, she shed tears again. Beautiful, his face was full of anger and resentment.
甚至连嘴唇都咬出血来。楚留香渐渐开始觉得这女孩子有趣了，只因她已被她引起了好奇之心。他忍不住问道：“你只是在干什么？”那少女道：“复仇。”楚留香讶然道：“复仇？为谁复仇？”
Even biting his lips made them bleed. Chu Liuxiang gradually began to find this girl interesting. Just because she had aroused his curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you just doing?" The girl said, "Revenge." Chu Liuxiang said in surprise, "Revenge? Revenge for whom?"
那少女道：“我姐姐。”楚留香道：“你姐姐？她难道死在那位薛公子手上？”那少女恨恨道：“薛斌虽没有杀她，但他死的却更惨。薛斌若一刀杀了他，反倒好些。”楚留香道
The girl said, "My sister." Chu Liuxiang said, "Your sister? Did she die at the hands of that Mr. Shui?" The girl said bitterly, "Although Shui Bin didn't kill her, her death was even worse. It would have been better if Shui Bin killed her with one knife." Chu Liuxiang said,
那么他是用什么法子害死你姐姐的？那少女道：“他用的是最卑鄙、最可恨的手段害得我姐姐。”他忽然顿住语声，瞪着楚留香道：“我已说的太多了，我只问你，你肯不肯答应？”楚留香道
"So how did he kill your sister?" The girl said, "He used the most despicable and hateful means to harm my sister." She suddenly stopped speaking, stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, "I have said too much. Yes, I just ask you, will you agree?" Chu Liuxiang said,
答应什么事？你要我帮你复仇？”那少女道：“不错。”楚留香道：“你若不将事情对我说清楚，我怎么能帮你的忙呢？”那少女道：“无论如何，你都非答应我不可，否则我就要你的命。”
"Promise to what? You want me to help you get revenge?" The girl said, "Not bad." Chu Liuxiang said, "If you don't tell me clearly, how can I help you?" The girl said, "No matter what, you must agree to me, otherwise I will kill you."
楚留香笑了，道：“你以为你真能杀死我？”那少女将刀握得更紧，厉声道：“你以为我不敢杀你？”她话刚说完，突觉身子一麻，手里的刀也不知怎的，忽然就到了楚留香手上。
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Do you think you can really kill me?" The girl held the knife tighter and said sternly, "You think I don't dare to kill you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt numb, and the knife in her hand suddenly found its way into Chu Liuxiang's hand.
就好像楚留香用了什么魔法一样。楚留香道：“你这把刀本来是准备杀薛公子的。”那少女拼命咬着牙，全身还是在抖个不停。楚留香叹了口气，道：“幸好你方才还没有机会下手。”
It was as if Chu Liuxiang had used some magic. Chu Liuxiang said, "This knife of yours was originally intended to kill Mr. Shui." The girl gritted her teeth desperately, her whole body still shaking. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Fortunately, you didn't have the chance to make a move just now.
否则你此刻只怕也已死在薛斌手上了。”他的手一扬，刀就飞了出去，夺得定在树上。楚留香道：“你既非杀人的女孩子，这把刀也不是杀人的刀。你若真的想复仇，
Otherwise, you will probably die in Shui Bin's hands right now." As soon as he raised his hand, the knife flew out and nailed it to the tree dot. Chu Liuxiang said, "You are neither a murderer's girl, nor is this knife a murderer's knife. If you really want revenge."
看来还得另外想法子了。那少女忽然放声痛哭起来，用一双又白又嫩的小手拼命勒着楚留香的胸膛，痛哭着道：“你杀了我吧！ 你干脆杀了我倒好些。楚留香苦笑道：“你莫非弄错了？”
It seems that we have to think of another way. The girl suddenly burst into tears. With a pair of white and tender little hands, she beat Chu Liuxiang's chest desperately and cried bitterly, "Kill me. It would be better if you just kill me." Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "You must have made a mistake."
我可不是那位薛公子。那少女阿声道：“若不能为我姐姐复仇，我也不想活了，我也不想活了。”她忽然挣扎着从楚留香怀抱中跳下去，去拔树上的刀，但她还没有冲过去。
I am not that Mr. Xue. The girl murmured, "If I can't avenge my sister, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore." She suddenly struggled and jumped out of Chu Liuxiang's arms and went to pull up the tree. Knife. But she hasn't rushed over yet.
楚留香忽又到了他面前，他身子又冲入了楚留香怀里。楚留香轻轻拍着他的肩头，柔声道：“像你这样又年轻又美丽的女孩子，若也不肯活下去，那还有什么人能活得下去呢？”
Chu Liuxiang suddenly arrived in front of her again. Her body rushed into Chu Liuxiang's arms again. Chu Liuxiang patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "If a young and beautiful girl like you is unwilling to live, then who else can live?"
你若连活的勇气都没有，怎么能替你姐姐复仇？那少女垂着头，跺着脚，流泪道：“我反正已没希望了，死了倒干净。”楚留香道：“谁说你没希望？”那少女豁然抬起头，道：“你肯帮我的忙？”
If you don't even have the courage to live, how can you avenge your sister? The girl lowered her head, stamped her feet, and said in tears, "I have no hope anyway, and death will be a clean slate." Chu Liuxiang said, "Who said you have no hope?" The girl suddenly raised her head and said, Are you willing to help me?"
楚留香道：“也许，可是你一定要先将这件事说明白。”他扶着她在树下坐了下来，静静地瞧着她，道：“你至少总得先告诉我，你是谁？叫什么名字？”他的目光是那么温柔，又那么明亮。
Chu Liuxiang said, "Maybe, but you must explain this matter clearly first." He helped her sit down under the tree, looked at her quietly, and said, "You must at least tell me first, who are you? What's your name?" His eyes are so gentle and bright.
令人觉得他不但可以做最温柔的情人，也可以做忠诚的朋友。那少女垂下头，苍白的面颊已起了红晕，嗫嚅着道：“我姓石。”楚留香道：“石小毛。”那少女红着脸道：“不是，石秀云。”
It makes people feel that he can not only be the gentlest lover, but also a loyal friend. The girl lowered her head, her pale cheeks flushed, and muttered, My surname is Shi. Chu Liuxiang said, Shi Xiaomao. The girl blushed and said, No, Shi Xiuyun.
楚留香笑了，道：“这名字正配得上你，你也是这地方的人。”石秀云道：“嗯。”楚留香道：“就住在这附近。”石秀云道：“我们家种的田也是薛家庄的。我父亲没有去世的时候。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, This name suits you just right. Are you from this place too? Shi Xiuyun said, Yeah. Chu Liuxiang said, You live near here? Shi Xiuyun said, The fields our family cultivates also belong to Zuojiazwang. My father didn't pass away.
还在薛家的家属里教过书。楚留香道：所以你姐姐才会认得薛斌。石秀云咬着嘴唇道：薛斌小的时候，我父亲最喜欢他，总说他又聪明又能干，又文武双全，将来一定有出息。
He also taught in the Xue family's private school. Chu Liuxiang said, Is that why your sister recognizes Xuebin? Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and said, When Xuebin was young, my father liked him the most. He always said that he was smart, capable, and good at both civil and military affairs, and he would definitely be promising in the future.
所以时常带回家来玩，谁知他竟是个人面兽心的畜生。爹爹在九泉下若知道他做的事，只怕。说着说着，他不禁又轻轻啜泣起来。楚留香道：你姐姐究竟是怎么死的呢？
So I often bring him home to play, but who would have thought that he is actually a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. If Dad knew what he did under Jiuquan, he would be afraid. I would be afraid. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sobbed softly again. Chu Liuxiang said, How did your sister die?
石秀云只是摇着头，流着泪，什么话都不说。楚留香知道这件事其中必有许多难言的隐衷，他本不愿逼别人说出自己不愿说的事，但薛斌却是施阴的未婚夫婿，有关他的每件事。
Shi Xiuyun just shook his head, shed tears, and said nothing. Chu Liuxiang knew that there must be many unspeakable secrets in this matter, and he did not want to force others to say things that he did not want to say. But Xue Bin is Shi Yin's fiancé, and everything about him is.
都可能关系着这借尸还魂的秘密。楚留香忽然道：你的脚还疼吗？石秀云又流着泪点了点头。楚留香轻轻握住了他纤巧的足踝。
All of them may be related to the secret of reviving a dead body. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, Does your foot still hurt? Shi Xiuyun nodded again with tears in his eyes. Chu Liuxiang gently held her delicate ankle.
用一块洁白的丝巾温柔地替他擦净了脚底的血污和泥沙。石秀云的身子已剧烈地颤抖起来，脸上更红得像是晚霞，只觉全身再也没有一丝力气，连头都无法抬起，全身都在发抖。
Use a white silk scarf to gently wipe away the blood and mud on the soles of her feet. Shi Xiuyun's body was shaking violently, and his face was as red as sunset. He felt that he no longer had any strength in his body and could not even lift his head. My whole body was shaking.
楚留香用丝巾替他包扎着伤口，忽又问道：你姐姐是不是上了薛斌的当？石秀云似乎已连一丝抗拒的力量都没有了，无论楚留香问他什么，他都会毫不迟疑地回答。
Chu Liuxiang used a silk scarf to bandage her wound, and suddenly asked, Did your sister fall into Xue Bin's trap? Shi Xiuyun seemed to have no strength to resist at all. No matter what Chu Liuxiang asked her, she would answer without hesitation.
他说的虽然含混不清，但楚留香也已明白他姐姐在痴恋着一个人，那人却是个薄情人。他姐姐为相思所苦，缠绵入骨，竟至一病不起。他看到他姐姐死前的痛苦。
Although she spoke vaguely, Chu Liuxiang also understood that her sister was obsessed with someone, but that person was a thin lover. Her sister suffered from lovesickness so much that she fell ill. She saw her sister's pain before she died.
所以才决心杀死这负心的人。楚留香叹道：你说的不错，他骗得他这么惨， 倒真不如一刀杀了他反倒仁慈些。可是你是怎么知道这男人就是薛斌？石秀云恨恨道：我当然知道。
That's why I decided to kill this heartless person. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You are right, he deceived her so miserably. It would be more merciful to kill her with one knife. But, how did you know that this man is Xue Bin? That's why I decided to kill this heartless person. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You are right, he deceived her so miserably. It would be more merciful to kill her with one knife. But, how did you know that this man is Xue Bin? Shi Xiuyun said bitterly, Of course I know.
楚留香道：是你姐姐告诉你的。石秀云又流泪道：他对他实在太好了，直到临死时还不肯说出他的名字，但用不着他说，我也知道。楚留香道：为什么？石秀云道：
Chu Liuxiang said, Did your sister tell you? Shi Xiuyun cried again. She was so good to him that she refused to say his name until she was dying, but she didn't need to say it, I knew it. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Shi Xiuyun said,
因为我姐姐病重的时候，薛斌总是借过来探望消息，看他那种鬼头鬼脑的样子，我就知道他没有安什么好心。他咬着牙道：我知道他是希望我姐姐快些死，他才好放心跟诗音成亲。
Because when my sister was seriously ill, Xue Bin always came to see her for some excuses. Looking at his sneaky look, I knew he didn't have any good intentions. She gritted her teeth and said, I know he wants my sister to die quickly so that he can safely marry Shirin.
楚留香沉吟着，喃喃道：不错，他若和这件事全无关系，又怎会对你姐姐那么关心？石秀云道：所以我姐姐一死，我就决心杀了她。楚留香叹了口气，道：所以你就到那里去找她。
Chu Liuxiang pondered and murmured, Yes, if he had nothing to do with this matter, how could he care so much about your sister? Shi Xiuyun said, So as soon as my sister died, I decided to kill him. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, So you go there to find him.
石秀云道：我知道他时常都到那小屋子里去，所以就在那里等着，等了2天，果然被我等到了。可是，他黯然接着道：可是我也知道我绝没有杀死他的力量，所以我就。
Shi Xiuyun said, I knew that he often went to that small room, so I waited there. After waiting for 2 days, I was indeed waiting for him, but... She continued sadly, but I also know that I never have the power to kill him, so I just...
楚留香摸了摸鼻子，道：所以你就想到了那法子。石秀云垂下头，颤声道：我除了用那种法子之外，根本就没有别的法子接近他。美丽的胴体的确是女人最好的武器。
Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, That's why you thought of that method. Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Besides using that method, I have no other way to get close to him. A beautiful body is indeed a woman's best weapon.
楚留香又叹了口气，苦笑道：你不觉这法子太冒险了些？石秀云头垂得更低，流泪道：我早已准备杀了他之后，自己也一死了之。楚留香沉默了半晌，忽又问道：你姐姐是在哪天死的？
Chu Liuxiang sighed again and said with a wry smile, Don't you think this method is too risky? Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said with tears, After I had already prepared to kill him, I would also die. Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time, and then asked again, On what day did your sister die?
石秀云道：“9月27就是立冬前一天的晚上，也就是大前天晚上。”楚留香道：“那么他现在还没有下葬？”石秀云道：“第二天就已经下葬了。”楚留香皱眉道：“为什么要如此匆忙？”
Shi Xiuyun said, September 27th is the night before the beginning of winter, which is also the night before the day before. Chu Liuxiang said, So, she hasn't been buried yet? Shi Xiuyun said, It was buried the next day. Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, Why are you in such a hurry?
石秀云道：“我二叔坚持要快些将他下葬，他老人家说人死了之后最好入土为安。”楚留香道：“你二叔？”石秀云道：“我父母都已去世了，什么事都由二叔做主。”楚留香又沉默了半晌。
Shi Xiuyun said, My second uncle insisted on burying her as soon as possible. He said that after death, it is best to bury her in peace. Chu Liuxiang said, Your second uncle? Shi Xiuyun said, My parents have passed away, and my second uncle makes the decision on everything. Chu Liuxiang was silent for another long while.
道：“我想到你姐姐的墓上去瞧瞧。秋风肃杀，已吹寒了白杨下的一抔黄土。单薄的石碑上很简单地刻着石凤云之墓，一个披麻戴孝的少年正跪在墓前，哀哀地悲哭着。”
Said, I think. I want to go and have a look at your sister's grave. The chilling autumn wind has chilled the handful of loss under the poplar trees. The thin stone tablet is simply engraved with Tomb of Shi Fengyun. A young man wearing sackcloth and mourning was kneeling in front of the tomb, crying sadly.
楚留香和石秀云远远就看到了这少年。石秀云讶然道：“这人是谁？为什么来哭我姐姐的墓？”楚留香也觉得很奇怪，道：“你不知道他是谁？”石秀云道：“除了二叔外。”
Chu Liuxiang and Shi Xiuyun saw the young man from a distance. Shi Xiuyun said in surprise, Who is this person? Why do you come to cry at my sister's grave? Chu Liuxiang also felt strange and said, You don't know who he is? Shi Xiuyun said, Except for my second uncle.
我们连一个亲人都没有。那少年似乎已被他们的脚步声所惊动，突然跳了起来，用双手掩着脸，飞也似的跑走了。他身法居然很快，看来轻功的根基很不错。
We don't even have any relatives. The young man seemed to have been alarmed by their footsteps. He suddenly jumped up, covered his face with his hands, and ran away as fast as he could. His movement skills were unexpected. Soon, it seemed that the foundation of Qinggong was very good.
但没有人能在楚留香面前跑掉。楚留香身形一闪，已挡在他面前。这少年从未见过身法这么快的人，简直是快如鬼魅，一惊之下，脸色都黄了，啊声道：“求求你，让我走吧。”
But no one can run away in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang's figure flashed and was already in front of him. This young man had never seen anyone with such fast movements. He was as fast as a ghost. He was shocked, his face turned yellow, and he murmured, Please, let me go.
我并没有做什么。楚留香道：“你既然没有做什么事，为何要逃呢？”这少年道：“我。”突然出手一拳，向楚留香胸膛击出。这一拳居然也很快，看来他武功的根基也很不错。
I didn't do anything. Chu Liuxiang said, since you didn't do anything, why did you run away? The young man said, I. Suddenly he punched Chu Liuxiang in the chest. This punch was actually very fast. It seems that his martial arts foundation is also very good.
但除了撒娇的女孩子外，又有谁的拳头能打得上楚留香的胸膛？楚留香又一闪，一伸手就叼住了他的腕脉。这时，石秀云也已赶了过来。
But except for the coquettish girl, who else can punch Chu Liuxiang in the chest? Chu Liuxiang dodged again and stretched out her hand to grab his wrist vein. At this time Shi Xiuyun had also rushed over.
这少年真恨不得将自己的头藏到裤裆里去，但石秀云还是看到了他，失声道：“是你。”楚留香道：“你认得他？”石秀云道：“他是薛斌的书童，小时候也常跟薛斌到我家去的。”他瞪着那少年。
This young man really wanted to hide his head in his crotch, but Shi Xiuyun still saw him and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Do you recognize him?" Shi Xiuyun said, "He is Xue Bin's book boy, and he often went to my house with Xue Bin when he was a child." She stared at the boy.
道：“已见，我问你，你慌里慌张、鬼鬼祟祟的，究竟在干什么？”已见似乎刚流过泪，此刻却在流着冷汗，勉强陪笑道：“我没有呀。”石秀云道：“我姐姐死了，为什么要你来披麻戴孝？”已见道：“我。”
Said Yijian, "Let me ask you, what are you doing in such a panic and furtively?" Yijian seemed to have just shed tears, but now he was sweating coldly. He forced a smile and said, I didn't. Shi Xiuyun said, "My sister is dead. Why do I need you to come and show your mourning?" Yijian said, "
我。”他似乎忽然灵机一动，立刻大声道：“石老师一向对我很好，石姑娘去世，我自然要尽尽心。”石秀云道：“那么我父亲去世的时候，你为何没有披麻戴孝呢？”已见怔住了。
He seemed to suddenly have an idea, and immediately said loudly, "Teacher Shi has always been very kind to me. When Miss Shi passes away, I will naturally do my best." Shi Xiuyun said, "Then when my father passed away, why didn't you wear hemp and mourn?" Yijian was stunned.
满头大汗如雨而落。石秀云忽然一把揪住了他的头发，阿声道：“你难道敢对我姐姐？”他话未说完，已见已跪了下去，以手顿地，嘶声道：“我该死！求姑娘饶我！我该死！”石秀云瞪着他。
Sweat fell like rain from my head. Shi Xiuyun suddenly grabbed his hair and shouted, "You, how dare you do this to my sister?" Before she finished speaking, Yijian knelt down, paused with her head on the ground, and hissed, "I deserve to die. Please forgive me, girl, I deserve to die." Shi Xiuyun stared at him.
身子又颤抖起来，忽然狂吼道：“我杀了你！我杀了你！”但楚留香已握住了他的手，柔声道：“无论如何，他这么做总是出于诚心。我若死了，若有人肯为我披麻戴孝，我也就死得很安心了。”
His body started to tremble again, and he suddenly roared, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" But Chu Liuxiang had already held her hand and said softly, "No matter what, he always does this out of sincerity. If I die, if someone is willing to wear sackcloth and mourn for me, I will die with peace of mind."
石秀云道：“可是他 他怎么能对我姐姐？我姐姐怎么会对他？他又急又怒，连话都说不清了。楚留香叹道：“你莫忘了，他也是人。”石秀云忽然放声哭了起来，跺着脚道：“我错了，我弄错了。”
Sure, Xiuyun said, but how could he treat my sister? How could my sister treat him? She was anxious and angry, and couldn't even speak clearly. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Don't forget, he is also a human being. Sure, Xiuyun suddenly burst into tears and stamped his feet. I was wrong. I made a mistake.
我不该去找薛斌，我怎么能在他面前那么丢人？我以后还有什么脸见人？楚留香轻轻搂住了他，他的手臂是那么温柔，那么坚强，无论多么悲伤，多么紊乱的心，在这里都可以获得平静。
I shouldn't have gone to Schwebin. How could I be so embarrassed in front of him? How can I see anyone in the future? Chu Liuxiang hugged her gently. His arms were so gentle and so strong. No matter how sad or disordered his heart was, he could find peace here.
一剑仍然跪在地上，流着泪。楚留香叹道：“他死了，你如此伤心；他活时，你为何不对他好些？”一剑流泪道：“我不敢。”楚留香道：“不敢，为什么不敢？”一剑道：“我是个低三下四的人。”
Yi Jian was still kneeling on the ground, crying. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You were so sad when she died. Why didn't you treat her better when she was alive? Yi Jian cried and said, I don't dare. Chu Liuxiang said, Don't you dare? Why don't you dare? Yi Jian said, I am a lowly person.
我配不上他。楚留香道：“所以你宁可眼看着他为你而死。”一剑痛哭失声道：“我不知道他会这样，我也不知道他对我这么好。”楚留香道：“无论怎么样，他病重的时候，你总该去看看他的。”
I don't deserve her. Chu Liuxiang said, So you would rather watch her die for you? Yi Jian burst into tears and said, I didn't know she would be like this, and I didn't know she was so good to me. Chu Liuxiang said, No matter what, when she is seriously ill, you should always go and see her.
一剑道：“是他叫我莫要去找他的。”楚留香摇了摇头，叹道：“女孩子若要你莫去找她，她的意思也许就是要你去找她。你若连这道理都不明白，怎么能做男人？”一剑怔了怔，痴痴道。
Yi Jian said, She told me not to go looking for her. Chu Liuxiang shook her head and sighed. If a girl wants you not to go to her, she may mean that you go to her. If you don't even understand this, how can you be a man? Yi Jian was startled for a moment, and said,
但他说他永远也不要再见我。楚留香叹道：“那是因为他觉得你太没有勇气，所以才故意这么说的。你若真的爱他，就该鼓起勇气向他求亲。”一剑道：“他若真有这意思，为什么不说出来？”
But she said, she would never see me again. Chu Liuxiang sighed. That's because she thought you had no courage, so she said that on purpose. If you really love her, you should have the courage to propose to her. Yi Jian said, If she really meant this, why didn't she say it?
楚留香苦笑道：“她若肯说出来，就不是女子了。”一剑怔了半晌，忽然将头撞在地上，痛哭着道：“凤云，我该死，我是个混蛋，是个呆子。可是你为什么要这样做？你不但害苦了我。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, If she is willing to say it, she will no longer be a woman. Yi Jian was stunned for a long time, then suddenly hit his head on the ground, crying bitterly, Feng Yun, I deserve to die, I am a bastard, an idiot. But why did you do this? Not only did you hurt me,
也害了你自己。楚留香叹了口气，喃喃道：“其实你也用不着难受，在自己喜欢的女人面前，每个男人都会变成呆子的。看着一个大男人在自己面前嚎啕大哭，实在不是一件愉快的事。”
You're also hurting yourself. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, Actually, you don't have to feel bad. Every man will become a fool in front of the woman he likes. Watching a grown man cry in front of you is really not a pleasant thing.
等已见哭声停下来的时候，楚留香就立刻道：“我想请你做件事，不知道你肯不肯答应？”已见抽泣着道：“你是个好人，无论你要我做什么，我都答应。”楚留香道：“请你转达薛公子。”
When Yi Jian stopped crying, Chu Liuxiang immediately said, I want to ask you to do something. I wonder if you are willing to agree? Yi Jian sobbed and said, You are a good person. No matter what you want me to do, I will agree. Chu Liuxiang said, Please convey this to Mr. Shui.
就说我大后天晚上在那小屋等他，希望他来跟我见面。一见到，可是我家公子怎知道你是谁呢？楚留香道：“我叫楚留香。”一见就像是忽然吞下个热鸡蛋，整个人都僵住了。
Just say that I will wait for him in that cabin the night after tomorrow, hoping that he will come and meet me. Yi Jian said, But how does my young master know who you are? Chu Liuxiang said, My name is Chu Liuxiang. Yi Jian froze as if he had suddenly swallowed a hot egg.
连气都透不过来，他睁大了眼睛，张大了嘴，过了半晌，才长长吐出口气，痴痴道：“你老人家就是楚香帅。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“我就是楚留香，但并不老。”一见用袖子擦了擦鼻涕。
I can't even breathe. He opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth wide, and after a long while, he let out a long breath and said, You are Chu Xiangshui. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, I am Chu Liuxiang, but I am not old. Yi Jian wiped his nose with his sleeve.
喃喃地说道：“早知你老人家就是楚留香，方才就算杀了我，我也不敢出手了。”石秀云这时睁大了眼睛，痴痴地望着楚留香。等已见走了，才轻轻叹息一声，道：“原来你这么有名。”
He murmured, If I had known that your old man was Chu Liuxiang, even if he had killed me just now, I would not have dared to take action. Shi Xiuyun opened his eyes wide at this time and looked at Chu Liuxiang dreamingly. After Yi Jian left, he sighed softly and said, So you are so famous.
楚留香苦笑道：“有名并不是件好事。”石秀云垂下了头，望着自己的脚，望着脚上的那块丝巾，也不知在想什么，竟想得出了神。楚留香道：“我也想求你一件事，不知你肯不肯答应？”
Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, Being famous is not a good thing. Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and looked at his feet and the silk scarf on his feet. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he was lost in thought. Chu Liuxiang said, I also want to ask you something. I wonder if you are willing to agree?
石秀云轻轻道：“你说吧，无论什么事，我都肯答应你。”他似乎发觉自己这句话说的有些语病， 面叶又绯红了起来，在渐已西斜的阳光下，看来就像一朵海棠。
Shi Xiuyun said softly, "Just tell me, no matter what, I will promise you." She seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her words, and her dimple turned red again. Under the gradually setting sun, she looked like a begonia.
楚留香心里也不禁泛起了一阵涟漪，柔声道：“那么你赶快回家好好睡一觉，将这所有的一切都暂时忘记。”石秀云道：“你呢？”楚留香道：“我还要去办些事，等到。”
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart, and said softly, "Then go home quickly and have a good sleep, and forget all this for the time being." Dash. Shi Xiuyun said, "What about you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I have to do some things until."
石秀云忽然打断了他的话，大声道：“其实你用不着赶我走，我也不会缠住你的。我至少还没有你想象中那么不要脸。”他虽然在勉强控制自己，语声还是不免有些哽咽。
Shi Xiuyun suddenly interrupted him and said loudly, "Actually, you don't need to drive me away, and I won't pester you. At least I'm not as shameless as you think." Although she was trying to control herself, her voice was still choked with sobs.
刚擦干了的眼泪又扑簌簌地流了下来，话没有说完，就扭头飞奔了出去。可是还没有奔出几步，脚下一个踉跄，又跌倒在地。楚留香苦笑道：“你为什么要说这种话？你可知道？”
The tears that had just been wiped flowed down again. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. But before he could take a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground again. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you say such things? Do you know?"
就算你不缠住我，我也要缠你的。石秀云流着泪说道：“你也用不着来骗我，像你这样的名人，自然不会愿意和我这样的女孩子来往。你走吧。”楚留香俯下身，轻抚她的柔发，道：“
Even if you don't pester me, I will pester you." Shi Xiuyun said with tears, "You don't need to lie to me. A celebrity like you will naturally not be willing to associate with a girl like me. You, just go." Chu Liuxiang leaned down, stroked her soft hair, and said,
谁说我不愿和你来往？我一直想约你今天晚上在这里见面，可惜你不等我说完话就跟我发脾气。石秀云怔了怔，眼泪不再流了，头却垂得更低，悠悠道：“现在我既然已跟你发了脾气。”
"Who said I don't want to interact with you? I've always wanted to ask you to meet here tonight, but it's a pity that you lost your temper with me before I could finish speaking." Shi Xiuyun was stunned, his tears stopped flowing, but his head hung lower, and he said quietly, "Now that I have lost my temper with you."
你自然不愿再和我见面了。楚留香笑道：“你以为我和你一样也会发孩子脾气？”石秀云嘟起了嘴，道：“谁说我是孩子？你看我还像孩子吗？任何人都可以看出他不再是孩子了。”
"Of course you don't want to see me again." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Do you think I, like you, also lose my child's temper?" Shi Xiuyun pouted and said, "Who said I was a child? Do you think I still look like a child? Anyone can see that she is no longer a child."
就算是孩子也可以感觉得出。他自己也很明白这一点，故意深深吸了口气，似乎想证实自己的话，又似乎在向楚留香示威，那丰满的胸脯几乎已胀破了衣服。楚留香摸了摸鼻子，笑道：“
Even children can feel it. She knew this very well, and deliberately took a deep breath, as if she wanted to confirm her words, and as if she was demonstrating to Chu Liuxiang. Her plump breasts had almost burst through her clothes. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a smile,
你自然也是个大人了，你以后就该像大人一样，莫要乱发脾气，也莫要再胡思乱想。他目光自他的胸脯望下，落在他巧纤的足踝上，包在他仙足上的丝巾又渗出了一丝丝血。
Of course you are an adult now. You should act like an adult from now on. Don't lose your temper or think too much. His eyes looked down from her breasts to her delicate ankles. The silk scarf wrapped around her slender feet leaked a trace of blood.
楚留香忍不住又道：“你的脚若还在疼，我抱你回去好不好？”石秀云道：“你若抱我回家，以后只怕就要别人抱你了。”楚留香道：“为什么？”石秀云扑哧一笑，道：“
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but said again, "If your feet are still hurting, let me carry you back?" Shi Xiuyun said, "If you carry me home, I'm afraid someone else will have to carry you in the future." Chu Liuxiang said, "Why?" Shi Xiuyun smiled and said,
我二叔若看到你抱我回家，不打断你的腿才怪。”他娇笑着自楚留香身旁跑开，忽又回眸笑道：“莫忘了今天晚上。”这次他跑得很快，也没有摔跤，他的脚似已不疼了。
"If my second uncle saw you carrying me home, it would be weird if he didn't break your legs." She ran away from Chu Liuxiang with a sweet smile, then looked back and smiled, "Don't forget, tonight." This time she ran very fast and did not fall. My feet don't seem to hurt anymore.
楚留香望着他纤细的腰肢，飞扬的黑发，忍不住将自己的鼻子重重地捏了一下，苦笑着喃喃道：“楚留香呀，楚留香，看来你的病已愈来愈重了。”他自己很明白自己的毛病。
Chu Liuxiang looked at her slender waist and flying black hair, and couldn't help but pinch her nose hard, and murmured with a wry smile, Chu Liuxiang, it seems that your illness has become more and more serious. He himself knows what's wrong with him.
那就是一遇见美丽的女孩子，他的心就软了，随便怎么样也板不起脸来说话。也不知为什么，也许是因为他的运气太好，也许是因为他运气太坏。
That is, as soon as he meets a beautiful girl, his heart softens and he cannot speak with a straight face no matter what. I don't know why, maybe it's because he's very lucky, maybe it's because he's very unlucky.
他时常总是会遇见一些美丽的女孩子，最要命的是，这些女孩子也都很喜欢他。楚留香算准薛红红和薛斌都已走了，于是他又回到那小屋，小屋果然空无人迹。
He always meets some beautiful girls. The most terrible thing is that these girls also like him. Chu Liuxiang was sure that Xue Honghong and Xue Bin had left, so he returned to the hut. As expected, the hut was deserted.
倒翻了的椅子也没有扶起来，他就像遗落了什么东西似的，在屋子里搜索了很久，表情看来很失望，显然什么也没有找着。屋子里有个很大的铁火炉，现在还是秋天。
The overturned chair was not lifted up. As if he had left something behind, he searched the house for a long time. His expression looked very disappointed, and he obviously found nothing. There is a big iron stove in the house, and it is still autumn.
这火炉自然已有很久都没有用过了， 但炉子上却连一点灰尘都没有。楚留香眼睛一亮，打开了炉门，就发现炉子里藏有个小铁箱，铁箱里装的竟都是女子梳妆用的花粉。
Naturally, this stove had not been used for a long time, but there was not even a speck of dust on the stove. Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she opened the stove door and found a small iron box hidden in the stove. The iron box contained pollen for women's dressing.
这小屋本是个很男性的地方，只有这铁箱却显然是女子之物，里面每样东西都很精致，有个小小的菱花镜，2柄檀香木的梳子，几盒胭脂花粉也都是很上等的质量。
This small house is originally a very masculine place, but this iron box is obviously a woman's thing. Everything in it is very exquisite, including a small diamond mirror, 2 sandalwood combs, and several boxes of rouge pollen. Very high quality.
这些东西的主人想必是个很讲究修饰的女子，身份也一定不低，否则就用不起这么贵的东西。花金公和薛红红都可能常到这地方来，他们若在这里和别人幽会。
The owner of these things must be a woman who is very particular about grooming, and her status must be high, otherwise she would not be able to afford such expensive things. Hua Jingong and Shuehonghong may often come to this place, if they have trysts with others here.
当然用得着这些东西。一个和别人幽会过的女子，自然很需要梳梳头发，抹抹胭脂，将自己重新打扮打扮，才好回去见自己的丈夫。但这铁箱子却绝不是花金公的，也不是薛红红的。
Of course you need these things. A woman who has had a tryst with someone else naturally needs to comb her hair, put on rouge, and dress herself up again before she can go back to see her husband. But this iron box definitely does not belong to Hua Jingong, nor does it belong to Shuehonghong.
因为他们身上的香气很浓郁，这些花粉的香气却很清雅。那么是谁将这铁箱子藏在这里的呢？楚留香用手蘸了些花粉，抹在鼻子上，仔细嗅了很久。
Because their fragrance is very strong, the fragrance of these pollen is very elegant. So, who hid this iron box here? Chu Liuxiang dipped her hand into some pollen, rubbed it on her nose, and smelled it carefully for a long time.
嘴角渐渐露出了一丝满意的微笑。门是开着的。就在这时，突然有个人自门外掠了进来。他穿着紧身的黑衣，以黑金蒙面，身法快如疾风，轻如飞絮，掌中一柄长剑，更急如闪电。
A satisfied smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The door is open. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door. He was wearing tight-fitting black clothes and covered his face with a black scarf. His movements were as fast as the wind and as light as flying catkins. He held a long sword in his hand that was as fast as lightning.
长剑闪电般刺向楚留香的背心。这一剑之快，纵然是迎面刺来的，世上只怕也很少有人能闪避得开，何况是自背后暗袭。楚留香只觉背心一寒，剑锋刺耳，再想闪避已来不及了。
The long sword pierced Chu Liuxiang's vest like lightning. This sword was so fast that even if it was struck head-on, very few people in the world would be able to dodge it, let alone an attack from behind. Chu Liuxiang felt a chill on her vest, the sword wind was harsh, and it was too late to dodge.
剑尖已刺入他的背脊。第6章，死里逃生。一阵尖锐的痛苦 直透入楚留香心底。他身上每一条肌肉全都生出了一种剧烈的反应，身子也立刻飞掠而起，凌空一个翻身。
The tip of the sword had pierced his back. Chapter 6: Escape from Death. A sharp pain penetrated into Chu Liuxiang's heart. Every muscle in his body reacted violently, and his body immediately flew up and turned over in the air.
反手将2盒花粉撒了出去，黑衣人一箭得手，第2箭又带刺出，突见一片浅红色的粉雾自楚留香手里撒了出来，鼻子里也嗅到了一阵淡淡的香气。他大惊之下，立刻闭起眼睛。
He threw out the 2 boxes of pollen with his backhand. The man in black succeeded with 1 sword, and when he was about to thrust out the 2nd sword, he suddenly saw a piece of light red-pink mist scattering from Chu Liuxiang's hand, and he also smelled a faint aroma in his nose. Shocked, he immediately closed his eyes.
掌中剑化为一片光幕，护住了全身，倒退8尺，退到门口。等他再睁开眼睛，只见楚留香还是枪一般笔直地站在那里，静静地望着他，嘴角居然也还带着微笑。
The sword in his palm turned into a curtain of light, protecting his whole body, and he retreated 8 feet to the door. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Chu Liuxiang still standing there as straight as a gun, looking at him quietly, with a smile on his lips.
但剑尖上却已有鲜血在滴落。黑衣人也笑了，咯咯笑道：“楚留香应变之快，果然是天下无双，只可惜还是没有避开我那一剑。”楚留香淡淡一笑，道：“我本在奇怪，是谁的剑如此快。”
But blood was already dripping from the sword tip. The man in black also laughed and chuckled. Chu Liuxiang's quick response is indeed unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that he still didn't avoid my sword. Chu Liuxiang smiled lightly and said, I was wondering whose sword was so fast.
想不到原来是你。黑衣人道：“你岂非正在找我？”楚留香道：“不错，我一直都在找你，却未想到你真的在这里。”黑衣人道：“你既然在这里，我自然也在这里。”楚留香道：
I never thought it was you. The man in black said, Are you looking for me? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, I have been looking for you, but I never thought you were really here. The man in black said, Since you are here, I am naturally here too. Chu Liuxiang said,
难道你是跟着我来的？黑衣人道：“正是。”这人自然就是那刺客组织的首领。他鹰隼般的目光瞪着楚留香，冷笑道：“你一直在找我，我也一直在找你。你想要我的命，我也想要你的命。”
Did you come with me? The man in black said, Exactly. This man is naturally the leader of the assassin organization. He stared at Chu Liuxiang like a falcon and sneered, You have been looking for me, and I have been looking for you. You want my life. I want your life too.
我们2人之间，反正只有一个人能活下去。楚留香微笑道：“你认为谁能活下去呢？”黑衣人的目光又落在剑尖的血滴上，悠然道：“到了此刻，你难道还想活下去？”楚留香忽然又笑了。
Between the 2 of us, only one can survive anyway. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Who do you think can survive? The man in black's eyes fell on the blood drops on the tip of the sword again, and he said leisurely, At this moment, do you still want to live? Chu Liuxiang suddenly laughed again.
淡淡道：“ 阁下剑法之快，纵然天下无双，只可惜。黑衣人厉声道：你既然未能避开我一剑，我第二剑就必能要你的命。楚留香微笑道：不错，我既已受伤，自然就无法再避开你的快剑。
He said calmly, Your swordsmanship is so fast that it is unparalleled in the world, but it's a pity. The man in black said sternly, Since you failed to avoid my first sword, my second sword will definitely kill you. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Yes, since I have been injured, naturally I can no longer avoid your sharp sword.
可是你这第二剑是否能刺得出来呢？黑衣人冷笑道：我杀人从来不会手软的。楚留香道：有句话江湖中很多人都知道，你难道未曾听人说起？黑衣人道：什么话？
But can your second sword pierce it? The man in black sneered, I never show mercy when I kill people. Chu Liuxiang said, There is a saying that many people in the world know. Have you never heard anyone say it? The man in black said, What are you talking about?
楚留香慢声长吟道：道帅销魂香，悄悄断人肠。黑衣人的瞳孔骤然收缩了起来，失声道：销魂香。楚留香道：不错，你方才既已中我的销魂香，若还不求我救你。
Chu Liuxiang chanted in a long voice, The ecstasy of the bandit commander quietly breaks people's hearts. The man in black's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lost his voice. Ecstasy? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, you have just fallen into my ecstasy, if you still don't ask me to save you.
一个时辰内便要毒发无救了。黑衣人瞪了他半晌，忽然仰面大笑起来，道：楚留香，你休想要我上你的当，那只不过是和女人用的香粉而已。楚留香叹了口气，喃喃道：女人用的香粉。
Within an hour, the poison will become fatal. The man in black stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed and said, Chu Liuxiang, don't expect me to be fooled by you. It's just a box of perfume for women. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, Powder used by women.
这里怎会有女人用的香粉？我难道会将女人用的香粉一天到晚藏在身上？他愈说愈好笑，又忍不住笑了起来。黑衣人厉声道：你若活在世上，我食不知味，寝不安枕。
Why is there any perfume used by women here? Should I hide the perfume used by women on my body all day long? The more he talked, the funnier he became, and he couldn't help but laugh. The man in black said sternly, If you were alive in this world, would not be able to eat and sleep well.
无论如何，我也要先杀了你再说。楚留香厉声道：请。黑衣人道：就算那真是销魂香，你身上就必有解药，我先要你的命，再搜你的解药。楚留香微笑道：好主意。黑衣人紧握着剑。
No matter what, I will kill you first. Chu Liuxiang said sharply, Please. The man in black said, Even if it is really the incense of ecstasy, you must have the antidote on your body. I will kill you first, and then search for your antidote. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Good idea. The man in black holds the sword tightly.
牙齿咬得咯咯作响，嘴里虽然说得凶，其实手已不免有些软了。这第二剑再也刺不出去。楚留香背负着双手，笑道：“阁下为何还不出手？早些杀了我，解药岂非也就能早些到手了吗？”
His teeth were clenching, and although he was speaking fiercely, his hands were actually a little soft, and he could no longer stab with the second sword. Chu Liuxiang put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Why haven't you taken action yet? If you kill me earlier, wouldn't the antidote be obtained earlier?"
黑衣人道：“解药难道不在你身上？”楚留香道：“我说的话你反正不信，又何必还要问我？”黑衣人咬了咬牙，道：“我就算肯放了你，又怎知你会给我解药？”楚留香道：“你的确没把握。”
The man in black said, "Don't you have the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You don't believe what I said anyway, so why bother asking me?" The man in black gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I am willing to let you go, how do I know you will give me the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You are indeed not sure."
黑衣人的目光反而突然冷静了下来，凝住着楚留香的脸。过了半晌，他才缓缓道：“我不杀你，你给我解药。”楚留香道：“这交易我们两人反正谁也不会吃亏。”黑衣人道：“解药在哪里？”
The man in black's eyes suddenly calmed down, focusing on Chu Liuxiang's face. After a long while, he slowly said, "I won't kill you, but you will give me the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "No one of us will suffer from this transaction anyway." The man in black asked, "Where is the antidote?"
楚留香道：“你等我走出门后，就开始从1数起，数到1000时再出去。”黑衣人道：“然后呢？”楚留香道：“我会将解毒的法子写在你出门后第一眼看到的树下，但你千万要记着。”
Chu Liuxiang said, "When you wait for me to walk out the door, start counting from 1 and count to 1,000 before going out." The man in black said, "Then what?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I will write the detoxification method under the first tree you see when you go out, but you must remember it."
一定要数到1000时才能出去，否则这交易就算砸了。黑衣人沉默了半晌，缓缓道：“据说楚留香从不食言，却不知是真是假。”楚留香笑了笑，道：“无论是真是假，你很快就会知道了。”
You must count to 1,000 before you can go out, otherwise the deal will be ruined. The man in black was silent for a long time and said slowly, "It is said that Chu Liuxiang never breaks his promise, but I don't know whether it is true or not." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Whether it is true or false, you will know soon."
他从黑衣人身旁走过去，黑衣人只要一伸手就可刺穿他的咽喉，但他甚至连瞧都没有瞧这黑衣人一眼。赌注现在已经压上了，他知道黑衣人已非赌下去不可。
He walked past the man in black. The man in black could stab his throat with just one stretch of his hand, but he didn't even look at the man in black. The bet was now on, and he knew the man in black had to go ahead with it.
黑衣人眼睛盯着他，全身每一条肌肉都已绷紧。只见楚留香施然出了门，轻轻将门掩起。他从未见过一个人走在生死边缘上还能如此轻松的。他自己掌心早已沁出了冷汗。
The man in black stared at him, and every muscle in his body was tense. Chu Liuxiang Shiran walked out of the door and gently closed the door. He had never seen a person walk so easily on the edge of life and death. Cold sweat broke out on his own palms. 1,
2, 3，从1数到1000，并不是件很困难的事。若是数得快，用不了盏茶时候就可以数完。但黑衣人却觉得好像永远也数不完似的。他本也是个赌徒。 只不过这次赌的未免太大了。
2, 3. Counting from 1 to 1,000 is not very difficult. If you count quickly, you can finish the count in less than a cup of tea. But the man in black, it feels like there will never be enough. He is also a gambler, but this time he gambled too much.
也未免太冒险，若有一丝选择的余地，他就绝不会将赌注压下去。992、993，黑衣人砰地撞开门，一跃而出，两个起落后，便已掠到第一眼看到的树下。
It would be too risky. If there was any room for choice, he would never place the bet. 992, 993. The man in black banged open the door and jumped out. After 2 ups and downs, he was already under the first tree he saw.
地上果然有用树枝画出的字迹，只有4个字：你为中毒。歪歪斜斜的字迹，像是正在对他嘲笑。黑衣人呆住了，呆了半晌，忍不住在这4个字上重重吐了口水，又狠狠踩了几脚。
Sure enough, there were writings drawn on the ground with branches. Only 4 words. You are not poisoned. The crooked handwriting seemed to be mocking him. The man in black was stunned for a long time. He couldn't help but spat heavily on these 4 words and stepped on them a few times.
喃道：“直娘贼，妈那8字。”他几乎将各省各地只要他知道的骂人的话全都骂了出来。这姓楚的王八蛋原来又在使诈，原来他方才只要一伸手就可将楚留香置之于死地。
He murmured, "Straight bitch, mother naughty bitch." He cursed almost all the curse words he knew from all over the provinces. This bastard named Chu turns out to be cheating again. It turns out that he could kill Chu Liuxiang with just one stretch of his hand.
他实在想不通，楚留香在那种时候怎么还能一点也不紧张？楚留香那时只要淌出一滴汗，他的剑只怕早已出手。楚留香，楚留香，你也用不着得意，今日你虽然又逃脱了一次。
He really couldn't understand how Chu Liuxiang could not be nervous at all at that time. As long as Chu Liuxiang shed a drop of sweat, his sword would have been shot. Chu Liuxiang, you don't need to be proud, even though you escaped again today.
但我杀你的机会还是多得很。他忽然想起，楚留香既已受了重伤，必定逃不远的。就算已逃出1000步，他还是很快就能追上。地上果然有一滴干涸了的血迹。黑衣人俯下身子。
But there are still many opportunities for me to kill you. He suddenly remembered that Chu Liuxiang had been seriously injured and would not be able to escape far. Even if he had escaped 1,000 steps, he would still be able to catch up soon. Sure enough, there was a drop of dried blood on the ground. Black the man in clothes leaned down.
像猎狗般在地上搜索着，终于找到了一行足迹。他就像狼一般追出去。以楚留香受伤之重，的确是逃不远的，他的确很快就能追上。只可惜楚留香根本没有逃，他就躲在这株树上。
Searching the ground like a hunting dog, I finally found a line of footprints. He chased it like a wolf. With the seriousness of Chu Liuxiang's injuries, he really couldn't escape, and he would be able to catch up soon. It's a pity that Chu Liuxiang didn't escape at all. He was hiding in this tree.
黑衣人骂他的每句话，他都听得清清楚楚。他生平挨的骂，只怕还没有今天1天多。楚留香望着黑衣人去远， 只觉眼前渐渐发花，身子说不出的虚弱，竟自树上直跌下来。
He could clearly hear every word the man in black scolded him. I'm afraid he hasn't been scolded as much in his life as he is today. Chu Liuxiang watched the man in black go away, and felt his eyes gradually getting blurry, and his body felt indescribably weak, and he fell straight from the tree.
现在黑衣人若是赶回来，他根本全无抵抗之力，无论如何，他也是血肉之躯，被人在背上刺了一剑，总不是玩的。楚留香虽看不到背上的伤势，却知道这一剑刺得很深。
Now if the man in black rushes back, he will have no resistance at all. In any case, he is also made of flesh and blood. Being stabbed in the back is not a joke. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see the injury on his back, he knew that the sword penetrated deeply.
说不定已经刺到骨头，流的血自然也不少。以他现在的体力，绝对无法走回至卑山庄。他倚着树干，喘了半天气，正想找个地方先躲一躲，突听一阵沙沙的脚步声穿林而来。
It might have pierced the bone, and there would naturally be a lot of blood. With his current physical strength, he would never be able to walk back to Beibei Villa. He leaned against the tree trunk and panted for a long time. He was about to find a place to hide first when he suddenly heard a rustling footsteps coming through the forest.
楚留香几乎连呼吸都停顿了。黑衣人若是去而复返，他只有死路一条。只听一人道：“这种地方怎会有好户头？看来我又上了你这小贼的当了。”另一人道：“我骗你干什么？”
Chu Liuxiang almost stopped breathing. If the man in black leaves and comes back, he will only die. Only one person said, "How can there be a good account in a place like this? It seems that I have been fooled by you, a little thief again." Another person said, "Why did I lie to you?"
我每次只要一来，他们一出手，至少就是5钱银子。第一人道：“5钱银子给臭要饭的，那人难道阔疯了吗？”第二人笑道：“这你就不懂了，男人在女人面前总会装得大方些的。”
Every time I come, they will give me at least 5 pieces of silver. The first person said, "I gave 5 coins to a beggar. Is that person crazy?" The second person laughed and said, "You don't understand this. Men always pretend to be more generous in front of women."
我说的可不是夫妻，是情人，在老婆面前就不会大方了。第一人也笑了，道：“你说的这一男一女2位财神爷在哪里？”第二人道：“就在前面的小屋里，依我看，他们8成是在那里幽会。”
I'm not talking about a couple, but a lover. You won't be generous in front of your wife. The first person also laughed and said, "Where are the 2 gods of wealth, a man and a woman you mentioned?" The second person said, "It's in the small house in front. In my opinion, they probably had a tryst there."
这2人从说话的声音听来俱是童子的口音。楚留香暗中松了口气，回头望去，只见2个13、14岁的叫花子笑嘻嘻地从这边走。2人穿的虽然破破烂烂，神情却是高高兴兴。
The voices of these 2 people sounded like children's accents. Chu Liuxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked back, only to see 2 beggars of 13 or 14 years old walking away from here with a smile. Although they were dressed in tatters, they looked happy.
左面的是个小麻子，大大的眼睛，满脸都是调皮捣蛋的样子。右面的一个是个小秃子， 看来比小麻子还要调皮10倍。两人身法都很轻灵，武功的根基显然不弱。
The one on the left is a little pockmarked boy with big eyes and a mischievous look on his face. The one on the right is a little bald guy, who seems to be 10 times more naughty than the little pockmarked one. Both of them are very agile in their movements, and their martial arts foundation is obviously not weak.
楚留香这一生中简直没有看到过比这2个小叫花子更令他愉快的人了。他从未想到叫花子居然如此可爱。那小秃子和小麻子也瞧见了他，两人一起停下脚步。
Chu Liuxiang had never seen anyone in his life who made him more happy than these 2 little beggars. He never thought that beggars could be so cute. The little bald man and the little pockmarked man also saw him, and they stopped together.
4只大眼睛瞪着他，滴溜溜地乱转。楚留香向他们笑了笑，道：“两位小兄弟脚下功夫不错，不知可是丐帮门下？”小秃子眼珠子一转，道：“我为何要告诉你？”楚留香笑道。
For big eyes stared at him, spinning around. Chu Liuxiang smiled at them and said, "The 2 little brothers are good at footwork. I wonder if they are members of the beggar clan?" The little bald man rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I tell you?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
你们能带我去见此地的龙头大哥吗？小麻子眼珠也转了转，道：“我为何要带你去？”楚留香道：“我叫楚留香，我想他一定愿意见我的。”小麻子道：“楚留香是什么？”他话未说完。
Can you take me to see the leader of this place? Xiao Matzi also rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I take you there?" Chu Liuxiang said, "My name is Chu Liuxiang. I think he will definitely be willing to see me." Xiao Matzi said, "What is Chu Liuxiang?" He didn't finish his words.
脸上已挨了小秃子一个耳光，大叫道：“你为何打我？”小秃子扮了个鬼脸道：“你若连楚香帅都不知道，就算挨10个耳光都嫌太少了。”小麻子捂着脸，眼睛忽然亮了，道：“楚香帅。”
The little bald man had been slapped on the face and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" The little bald man made a face and said, "If you don't even know Chu Xiangshui, even 10 slaps are too little." Xiao Matzi covered his face, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Chu Xiang is handsome."
你说的是那位到帅业留香、威名震八方的楚香帅？小秃子道：“除了这位楚香帅，哪里还有第2位楚香帅？”小麻子啪的又给了自己一个耳光，道：“我的妈呀！锅里炖着狗肉，香得要命。”
Are you talking about Chu Xiangshui, the thief commander Yi Liuxiang, whose reputation is known everywhere? The little bald man said, "Aside from this Chu Xiangshui, where is the second Chu Xiangshui?" Xiao Matzi gave himself another slap in the face and said, "Oh my God." Dog meat was stewed in the pot, and it smelled terrible.
世上纵有不咬叫花子的狗，也很少有不吃狗肉的叫花子。这正如喝酒的时候可以不吃狗肉，吃狗肉的时候却绝不能不喝酒。叫花子、狗肉、酒好像永远分不开的。
Even if there are dogs in the world who don't bite beggars, there are very few beggars who don't eat dog meat. This is just like drinking without eating dog meat, but eating dog meat without drinking. Beggars, dog meat, and wine seem to be forever inseparable.
破庙里有10来个叫花子，衣衫虽破烂，神情却绝不猥琐，一望而知 必定都是丐帮弟子。这些人背后大多背着2、3只麻袋，其中只有一个黝黑短小的少年乞丐，身后的麻袋有6只。
There were about a dozen beggars in the ruined temple. Although their clothes were in tatters, their expressions were anything but obscene. It was obvious at a glance that they were all disciples of the beggar clan. Most of these people were carrying 2 or 3 sacks on their backs, and among them there was only a dark and short young beggar with 6 sacks behind him.
腰上还插着个黑铁桶，也不知是做什么用的。楚留香后来才知道，他叫小火神，正是此间的龙头老大。此刻数十双眼睛都在望着楚留香，目光中充满了敬畏仰慕之色。
There is also a black iron tube stuck on his waist, and I don't know what it is for. Chu Liuxiang later learned that his name was Little Fire God, and he was the leader of the place. At this moment, dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at Chu Liuxiang, their eyes full of awe and admiration.
也有几分亲切之意，因为大家都知道楚香帅是丐帮的朋友，这也是每个丐帮弟子都引以为荣的事。小火神正陪着笑道：“弟子们早已久仰香帅的大名了。”
There is also a sense of intimacy, because everyone knows that Chu Xiangshui is a friend of the beggar clan. This is something that every beggar clan disciple is proud of. The little Vulcan smiled apologetically and said, "The disciples have long admired Xiangshui's name."
可是做梦也未想到，今日居然能真的有幸见到香帅的大驾，这实在是天大的喜事。楚留香伤口已包扎好了，此刻正倚在神案前啜啖着比人参汤还滋补的狗肉汤，微笑着道。
But I never dreamed that I would be lucky enough to meet Xiang Shui today. This is really a great joy. Chu Liuxiang's wound has been bandaged. At this moment, she is leaning in front of the magic table, sipping dog meat soup that is more nourishing than ginseng soup, and says with a smile,
你们现在欢喜，以后只怕连讨厌都来不及了。他又啜了口狗肉汤，笑道：“因为你们请我吃肉，我却是来找你们麻烦的。”小火神怔了怔，道：“难道兄弟有什么地方得罪了香帅？”
If you are happy now, it will be too late to hate you later. He took another sip of the dog meat soup and said with a smile, "Because you invited me to eat meat, but I came to trouble you." The little Vulcan was startled and said, "Did brother offend Xiang Shui in some way?"
楚留香笑道：“你们怎会得罪我？只不过我有几件麻烦事想求你们而已。”小火神松了口气，展言道：“香帅对丐帮恩重如山，莫说要我们效劳做事，就是要我们跳河，我们也照跳不误。”
Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How could you offend me? It's just that I have a few troubles to ask you." The little Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, "Xiang Shui is very grateful to the beggar clan. Not only does he ask us to do things for him, but he even asks us to jump into the river. We will do it."
丐帮门下多的是血性男子，楚留香知道，若是对这些人讲客套话，就显得自己是伪君子。当下正色道：“第一件事，我要你们去打听一个人，这人本来的名字叫叶盛兰，据说是在京城混的。”
There are many bloody men in the beggar clan. Chu Liuxiang knew that if he spoke politely to these people, he would appear to be a hypocrite, so he said seriously, "First thing, I want you to inquire about a person. This person's original name is Yi Xinglan. It is said that he was hanging out in Beijing.
但我想这几天他必定已到了这里。我希望你们能打听出他落脚在什么地方，究竟是干什么的。 是不是有人和他同住。小火神听楚留香说，第一件事情要他去打听叶盛兰的近况。
But I think he must have been here in the past few days. I hope you can find out where he lives, what he does, and whether anyone lives with him. The little Vulcan heard Chu Liuxiang say that the first thing he wanted to do was to inquire about Yi Xinglan's current situation.
不由笑道：“香帅，请放心，打听消息正是我们的拿手本事。只要世上有叶盛兰这个人，我们就能刨出他的根来。”楚留香道：“第二件事，我要你派几位兄弟去盯住薛家庄的二公子薛斌。”
He couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, Xiang Shui. Inquiring about information is our specialty. As long as there is Yi Xinglan in the world, we can dig out his roots." Chu Liuxiang said, "The second thing is, I want you to send a few brothers to keep an eye on Shui Bin, the second son of Shui family village."
和石家庄里的一个老奶妈叫梁妈的，无论他们到哪里去，都要盯住。小火神道：“这也办得到。”楚留香道：“第三件事，我希望你能想个法子，将丁家双剑的丁老二骗回家去。”
He and an old nanny named Liang Ma in Shizhuang would keep an eye on them wherever they went. The little Vulcan said, "It can be done." Chu Liuxiang said, "The third thing, I hope you can find a way to trick Ding Laoer from the Ding family's double swords back home."
这2天他也到这里来了，就住在智碑山庄。小火神想了想，道：“这件事也包在我们身上，一定替香帅办好。”楚留香长长吐出口气，道：“第4件事可就困难些了。”小火神笑道：
"He has also been here these 2 days and stayed at Tuabei Villa." The little Vulcan thought for a moment and said, "This matter is also on our shoulders. We must handle it for Xiangshui." Chu Liuxiang let out a long breath and said, "The fourth thing is more difficult." The little Vulcan smiled and said,
只要是香帅交代下来的，再困难我们也办得到。楚留香道：“好，今天晚上我要你们陪我去挖坟。”小火神这才真的怔住了，香帅的主意难道已打到死人身上去了吗？小火神眼睛发直。
"As long as it is given by Xiangshui, we can do it no matter how difficult it is." Chu Liuxiang said, "Okay, tonight, I want you to accompany me to dig a grave." The little Vulcan was really startled now. Could it be that Xiang Shui's idea was to kill the dead? The little Vulcan's eyes were straight.
简直有些哭笑不得。小兔子道：“老大若不敢去，我去。”楚留香笑了，道：“你真敢去？”小兔子道：“若是别人叫我去挖人家的坟，我不打他17、8个耳光才怪。但香帅要我去挖坟，我就去挖坟。”
It was almost dumbfounding. The little bald man said, "If the boss doesn't dare to go, I will go." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "You really dare to go?" The little bald man said, "If someone asked me to dig someone's grave, it would be weird if I didn't slap him 17 or 8 times. But if Xiangshui asks me to dig his grave, I will dig his grave."
楚留香道：“为什么？”小兔子眨了眨眼睛，道：“因为我知道香帅绝不会要我们去做坏事的。”小麻子立刻道：“不错，我也去。”小火神叹了口气，苦笑道：“看来这2个小鬼比我还懂事。”
Chu Liuxiang said, "Why?" The little bald man blinked and said, "Because I know Xiangshui will never ask us to do bad things." Xiao Matzi immediately said, "Yes, I'll go too." The little Vulcan sighed and smiled bitterly. It seems that these two brats are more sensible than me.
比我还知道好歹。香帅，你要我们什么时候去挖坟，我们就什么时候去。楚留香道：今夜3更。他拉起了2个孩子的手，笑道：你们都是我的好朋友，但有时我也会带你们去做坏事的。
He knows better than me. Xiangshui, we will dig the grave whenever you want us to. Chu Liuxiang said, third watch tonight. He took the hands of the 2 children and smiled. You are all my good friends, but sometimes I will lead you to do bad things.
过2年等你们长大了些，我一定来找你们去痛痛快快地喝几杯，还要找2个小美人来替你们斟酒。他大笑着接道：这些也并不是什么好事，但总比挖坟有趣些。
When you grow up in 2 years, I will definitely come to you to have a few drinks, and I will also find 2 little beauties to pour the wine for you. He laughed and continued, these are not a good thing, but they are more interesting than digging graves.
楚香帅居然拿他们当朋友，居然要请他们喝酒，小秃子和小麻子几乎开心得快要发疯了。楚留香忽然又道：你们今天本来是想到那小屋去的吗？小麻子道。
Chu Xiangshui actually regarded them as friends and even invited them to drink. Little Baldy and little Motzi were almost going crazy with joy. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said again, Did you originally want to go to that hut today? Xiao Motzi said.
小兔子说：那小屋里有2个很大方的人，他第一次遇见他们，他们就给了1两多银子，第2次又是7、8钱。小兔子笑道：但是我却不是故意去敲竹杠的，第一次我是到那里去捉蝴蝶。
The little bald man said that there were 2 very generous people in the hut. The first time he met them, they gave him more than 1 tael of silver, and the second time they gave him 7 or 8 cents. The little bald man smiled and said, But I didn't mean to rip off people. The first time I went there was to catch butterflies.
遇见他们从那小屋里出来，他们硬要给我银子，我也只好收下了。小麻子道：第2次呢？难道也不是故意的吗？小秃子瞪了他一眼，才笑道：以后我只不过时常都去逛逛罢了。
When I met them coming out of the hut, they insisted on giving me money, so I had no choice but to accept it. Xiao Motzi said, What about the second time? Isn't it intentional? The little bald man glared at him, then smiled and said, From now on, I will just go shopping from time to time.
从来也没有去敲过他们的门，也不是每次都能遇见他们的。小麻子撇了撇嘴，道：还说什么有福同享，有难同当，自己去了17、8次才叫我去。小秃子笑道：我是怕你生得太丑。
I have never knocked on their door, nor can I meet them every time. Xiao Motzi curled his lips and said, You also said that we share blessings and share hardships. I went there 17 or 8 times before asking me to go. The little bald man smiled and said, I'm afraid you'll be too ugly.
把人家吓跑了。小麻子叫了起来，道：我丑，你很美吗？秃不秃，赖葫芦。楚留香也笑了，但眼睛却发着光，又问道：那2人是一男一女？小秃子道：2人都很年轻，穿的也都很漂亮。
It scared people away. Xiao Motzi screamed and said, Am I ugly? Are you beautiful? Bald or not, a leprosy gourd. Chu Liuxiang also smiled, but her eyes were shining, and she asked again, Are those 2 people a man and a woman? The little bald man said, "Well, both of them are very young and dressed beautifully."
一看就知道是有钱人家的小姐和少爷，但对人却很和气。楚留香道：“他们长得是何模样？”小秃子想了想，道：“两人长得都没有什么特别的地方，都不难看，尤其那位姑娘。”
At first glance, you can tell that they are a young lady and young master from a wealthy family, but they are very kind to others. Chu Liuxiang said, "What do they look like?" The little bald man thought for a while and said, "There is nothing special about them, neither of them are ugly, especially the girl."
一笑就有两个酒窝，美极了。楚留香道：“下次你若再看到他们，还认不认得？”小秃子道：“当然认得，我小秃子可不是忘恩负义的人，无论谁对我有好处，我一辈子都忘不了。”
There are two dimples when you smile, so beautiful. Chu Liuxiang said, "If you see them again next time, will you recognize them?" The little bald man said, "Of course I do. My little bald man is not an ungrateful person. No matter who is good to me, I will never forget it in my life."
楚留香拍了拍他肩头，笑道：“好，好极了。”第7章，人约黄昏后，天还没有黑，石秀云就已在等着了。他既不知道楚留香为何邀约他在这里相见。
Chu Liuxiang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, great." Chapter 7, An Appointment After Dusk. It wasn't dark yet, but Shi Xiuyun was already waiting. She didn't know why Chu Liuxiang asked her to meet here.
更想不到自己会在亲姐姐的坟墓前和一个陌生的男人有约会，但她却还是来了。还没有吃晚饭，她的心就已飞到了这里，刚提起筷子，就恨不得一口将饭扒光。
He never imagined that he would have a date with a strange man in front of his sister's grave. But she still came. Before she had dinner, her heart was already here. As soon as she picked up her chopsticks, she wanted to eat all the rice in one bite.
然后他就站在门口等天黑下来，左等天也不黑，右等天也不黑。他常听人说，到了秋天就会黑得早些。幸好这地方很荒僻，终日也瞧不见人影，所以他一个人站在这里痴痴地等。
Then she stood at the door and waited for it to get dark. When she waited, it wasn't dark either. She often heard people say that it gets dark earlier in autumn. Fortunately, this place was very remote and no one could be seen all day long, so she stood here alone and waited dreamily.
无论等多久，都不怕被人瞧见。望着自己姐姐的坟，她心里本该发酸发苦才是，但现在只要一想起楚留香，她心里就觉得甜甜的，把别的事全都忘了。脚还有些疼。
No matter how long you wait, you are not afraid of being seen. Looking at her sister's grave, she should have felt sour and bitter, but now whenever she thinks of Chu Liuxiang, she feels sweet in her heart and forgets everything else. My feet still hurt a little.
他已将楚留香替他包扎的那块丝巾悄悄藏在怀里，悄悄换了双新绣花鞋。姐姐刚死了没几天，他就穿上新的绣花鞋了。他自己也觉得自己很不对，却又实在忍不住不穿。
She had secretly hidden the silk scarf that Chu Liuxiang had bandaged her in her arms, and quietly changed into a new pair of embroidered shoes. A few days after her sister died, she put on new embroidered shoes. She felt that something was wrong with her, but she couldn't help but not wear them.
她将这双新绣花鞋脱下来好几次， 最后还是穿了出来。他觉得楚留香一双眼睛总是在看着他的脚，他觉得自己一穿上这双新鞋子，脚就显得特别好看。天愈来愈黑，风愈来愈大。
She took off her new embroidered shoes several times, and finally put them on. She felt that Chu Liuxiang's eyes were always looking at her feet. She felt that her feet looked particularly beautiful as soon as she put on the new shoes. The sky is getting darker and the wind is getting stronger.
她却觉得身子在发热，热得要命。她为什么还不来？会不会不来了？她咬着嘴唇，望着刚升起的新月。月亮升到树这么高的时候，她若还不来，我绝不再等。可是月亮早已爬过了树梢。
But she felt that her body was heating up, extremely hot. Why hasn't he come yet? Will he stop coming? She bit her lip and looked at the newly rising crescent moon. If he doesn't come when the moon rises as high as the tree, I will never wait any longer. But the moon has already climbed over the treetops.
他还是在等，他一面痴痴地等，一面悄悄地恨。他就算来了，我也绝不睬他。可是，一瞧见楚留香的身影，他就什么都忘了，忘得干干净净。他飞也似的迎了上去。楚留香终于来了。
She is still waiting. While she waited foolishly, she secretly hated her. Even if he comes, I will never pay attention to him. But as soon as she saw Chu Liuxiang's figure, she forgot everything, completely forgotten. She rushed forward like flying. Chu Liuxiang finally came.
还带来许多人。石秀云则跑出2步，又停下脚。楚留香正在对着他微笑，笑得那么温柔。可是你为什么要带这么多人来呢？石秀云咬了咬牙，扭头就走。他希望楚留香追了上来。
And brought many people. Shi Xiuyun took 2 steps and stopped again. Chu Liuxiang was smiling at her, so gently. But why did you bring so many people here? Shi Xiuyun gritted his teeth, turned around and left. She hoped that Chu Liuxiang would catch up.
却偏偏听不到脚步声，他忍不住放缓了脚步，想回头去瞧，却又怕被人家笑。他又是生气，又是伤心，又有些着急，有些后悔，正不知该如何是好。突听身旁有人在笑。
But she couldn't hear the footsteps. She couldn't help but slow down her pace, wanting to look back, but she was afraid of being laughed at. She was angry, sad, anxious, regretful, and didn't know what to do. Suddenly I heard someone laughing next to me.
楚留香不知何时已追上来了，正带着笑瞧着他，笑得那么可爱，又那么可恨，像是已看透了他的心事。石秀云的脸红了。楚留香没有追来的时候，他想停下来，楚留香追上来。
Chu Liuxiang had caught up to her at some point and was looking at her with a smile that was so cute and yet so hateful, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Shi Xiuyun's face turned red. When Chu Liuxiang didn't chase her, she wanted to stop, but Chu Liuxiang caught up with her.
他的脚步就又加快了，低着头从楚留香面前冲了过去。但楚留香却拉住了他，柔声道：“你要到哪里去？”石秀云咬着嘴唇，跺着脚道：“放手，让我走。你既然不愿见我，为何又来拉着我？”
Her pace quickened again, and she rushed past Chu Liuxiang with her head lowered. But Chu Liuxiang held her back and said softly, "Where are you going?" Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and stamped his feet. "Let me go." Since you don't want to see me, why are you holding me back?
楚留香道：谁说我不愿见你？石秀云道：那么就算我不愿见你好了，让我走吧。楚留香道：你既然不愿见我，为什么要在这里等我？石秀云的脸更红，眼圈也红了，跺着脚道：不错。
Chu Liuxiang said, Who said I don't want to see you? Shi Xiuyun said, Then even if I don't want to see you, just let me go. Chu Liuxiang said, Since you don't want to see me, why are you waiting for me here? Shi Xiuyun's face turned even redder and his eye circles were red. He stamped his feet and said, Not bad.
我是想见你，你明知我一定会在这里等你，所以就带这么多人来瞧，瞧你多有本事，到处都有女孩子等你。楚留香笑了，道：其实我也不想带他们来的，但有件事却非要他们帮忙不可。
I want to see you. You know that I will definitely wait for you here, so you bring so many people to see how capable you are. There are girls everywhere waiting for you. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Actually, I didn't want to bring them here, but there is something I have to ask for their help.
石秀云忍不住问道：什么事？楚留香道：我要他们将这座坟墓挖开来瞧瞧。石秀云叫了起来，道：你疯了！为什么要挖我姐姐的坟？楚留香道：这不是你姐姐的坟，若是我猜得不错。
Shi Xiuyun couldn't help but ask, What's the matter? Chu Liuxiang said, I want them to dig up this tomb and take a look. Shi Xiuyun screamed and said, You are crazy. Why are you digging my sister's grave? Chu Liuxiang said, This is not your sister's grave, if my guess is correct.
这一定是做空坟。石秀云啊声道：谁说的？我明明看到他们将棺材埋下去。楚留香道：他们虽然将棺材埋了下去，但棺材里绝不会有人。他轻轻抚着石秀云的手，柔声道：
This must be an empty tomb. Shi Xiuyun groaned. Who said that? I clearly saw them burying the coffin. Chu Liuxiang said, Although they buried the coffin, there would never be anyone in the coffin. He gently stroked Shi Xiuyun's hand and said softly,
我绝不会骗你，否则我就不会约你到这里来了。只要你肯等一等，就会知道我说的话不假。棺材里果然没有人，只装着几块砖头。冷夜荒坟，秋风瑟瑟。
I would never lie to you, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to come here. As long as you are willing to wait a moment, you will know that what I say is true. Sure enough, there was no one in the coffin, only a few bricks were contained. The grave was deserted on a cold night, and the autumn wind rustled.
冷清清的星光照着一座挖开的新坟，一口薄薄的棺材，棺材里却只有几块砖头。死人到哪里去了？难道他已复活？石秀云全身都在发抖，终于忍不住嘶声大喊起来。
The deserted starlight illuminated a newly dug grave and a thin coffin, but there were only a few bricks in the coffin. Where have the dead gone? Has she been resurrected? Shi Xiuyun's whole body was trembling, and he finally couldn't help shouting.
我姐姐到哪里去了？我姐姐怎会变成了砖头？凄厉的呼声带起了回音，宛如鬼哭，又宛如鬼笑。四下荒坟中的冤鬼似乎一起融入了黑暗中，在向他嘲弄。
Where has my sister gone? How did my sister turn into a brick? The shrill cry brought back an echo, like a ghost crying or laughing. The innocent ghosts in the barren graves all around seemed to merge into the darkness, taunting her.
就连久走江湖的丐帮弟子心里都不禁泛起了一阵寒意。楚留香轻轻搂住了石秀云的肩头，道：“你有没有看到他们将你姐姐的尸身放入棺材？”石秀云道：“我看到的，我亲眼看到的。”
Even the disciples of the beggar clan who had been traveling for a long time could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chu Liuxiang gently hugged Shi Xiuyun's shoulders and said, "Did you see them putting your sister's body into the coffin?" Shi Xiuyun said, "What I saw with my own eyes."
楚留香道：“订棺材的时候呢？”石秀云想了想，道：“盖棺材的时候我不在，我本来也不愿离开的，可是二婶怕我悲哀过度，一定要我回房去。”楚留香道：“是你二叔订的棺材。”石秀云道：“嗯。”
Chu Liuxiang said, "What about when the coffin is nailed?" Shi Xiuyun thought for a moment and said, "I wasn't there when the coffin was being built. I didn't want to leave at first, but the second aunt was afraid that I would be too sad and insisted that I go back to my room." Chu Liuxiang said, "Did your second uncle nail the coffin?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Yeah."
楚留香道：“现在他的人呢？”石秀云道：“我姐姐落葬后第二天，二叔就到省城去了。”楚留香道：“去干什么？”石秀云道：“去替薛家庄采办年货。采办年货自然是件很肥的差事。”
Chu Liuxiang said, "Where are his people now?" Shi Xiuyun said, "The day after my sister was buried, my second uncle went to the provincial capital." Chu Liuxiang said, "What are you going to do?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Go and buy New Year's goods for Zuojiazwang." Buying New Year's goods is naturally a very fat job.
楚留香眼睛亮了，道：“薛家庄的年货是不是每年都由他采购？”石秀云道：“往年都不是。”楚留香嘴角露出一丝难测的笑容，喃喃道：“往年都不是，今年这差事却忽然落到他头上了。”
Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she asked, "Does Zuojiazwang's New Year's goods be purchased by him every year?" Shi Xiuyun said, "It was not the case in previous years." An unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of Chu Liuxiang's mouth, and he murmured, "It was not the case in previous years, but this year the job suddenly fell on him."
有趣有趣，这件事的确有趣得很。他忽又问道：“这差事是不是薛二公子派给他的？”石秀云道：“不错，就因为如此，所以我才更认为姐姐是被他害死的。他为了赎罪。”
Interesting, interesting. This is really interesting. He suddenly asked, "Is this mission sent to him by Second Master Shui?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Yes, because of this, I think that my sister was killed by him in order to atone for his sins."
所以才将差事派给我二叔。楚留香叹了口气，道：“他只怕不是为了赎罪，而是……”石秀云道：“是什么？”楚留香叹道：“这件事复杂得很，现在我们就算对你说了，你也不会明白。”
That's why I sent the mission to my second uncle. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "I'm afraid it's not for atonement, but..." Shi Xiuyun said, "What is it?" Chu Liuxiang sighed, "This matter is very complicated. Even if we tell you now, you won't understand."
石秀云流泪道：“我也不想明白，我只要知道我姐姐的尸身到哪里去了。”楚留香沉吟了半晌，道：“若是我猜的不错，不出3天， 我就可以将他的尸身带回给你。石秀云道：你
Shi Xiuyun cried and said, I don't want to understand either. I just want to know where my sister's body is. Chu Liuxiang pondered for a long time and said, If my guess is right, I can bring her body back to you in less than 3 days. Shi Xiuyun said, You.
你知道他的尸身在哪里？楚留香道：到目前为止，我还只不过是猜测而已，并不能确定。石秀云道：他尸身难道是被人盗走的？楚留香道：石秀云道：是谁盗走了他的尸身？
Do you know where her body is? Chu Liuxiang said, So far, I'm just guessing, and I can't be sure. Shi Xiuyun said, Did someone steal her body? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes. Shi Xiuyun said, Who stole her body?
为的是什么？他又没有什么珠宝陪葬之物，那人将他的尸身盗走又有什么用？楚留香柔声道：现在你最好什么都不要多问，我答应你，3天之内，我一定将所有的事都对你说清楚。
For what? She didn't have any jewelry to accompany her body, so what's the use of that person stealing her body? Chu Liuxiang said softly, You'd better not ask anything more now. I promise you, I will tell you everything clearly within 3 days.
楚留香回到智悲山庄的时候，天已快亮了。左青侯虽然早已睡下，但一听到楚留香回来，立刻就披着衣裳赶到他房里，一见就拉着他的手，道：兄弟，整天都见不到你的人影。
When Chu Liuxiang returned to Tuabei Villa, it was almost dawn. Although Zhou Qingho had already gone to bed, as soon as he heard Chu Liuxiang's return, he immediately rushed to his room with his clothes on. When he saw him, he took his hand and said, Brother, I haven't seen you all day.
可真快把我急死！你究竟跑到哪里去了？可探出什么消息？楚留香笑了笑，先不回答他这句话，却反问道：丁二侠呢？左青侯道：丁老二本来一直在逼着我，简直逼得我要发疯。
It's really driving me to death. Where did you go? What news can be found? Chu Liuxiang smiled. Without answering his question, he asked instead, Where is Ding Erxia? Zhou Qingho said, Ding Laoer has been forcing me, almost driving me crazy.
但今天晚上也不知为什么，他又忽然跑了，连话都没有说，看情形好像家里出了什么事似的。他叹了口气，苦笑道：兄弟，不是我幸灾乐祸，但我真希望他们家里出些事。
But tonight, for some unknown reason, he suddenly ran away again without even saying a word. It looked like something happened at home. He sighed and smiled bitterly. Brother, I'm not gloating about others' misfortune, but I really hope something happens to their family.
莫要再到这里来逼。楚留香道：姑娘呢？左青侯道：他倒真听你的话，整天都将自己关在屋里，没有出来。楚留香道：他本来就是个乖孩子。左青侯道：可是，这究竟是怎么回事呢？
Don't come here again. Chu Liuxiang said, Where is the girl? Zhou Qingho said, She really listened to you and locked herself in the room all day long without coming out. Chu Liuxiang said, She was always a good child. Zhou Qingho said, But what is going on?
我究竟该怎么办？丁家那边也不能老是这样拖下去。他紧紧拉着楚留香的手，道：兄弟， 你可千万要替我想个法子。楚留香道：法子总有的，但二哥现在却不能着急，也许不出3天。
What on earth should I do? The Ding family can't keep dragging things out like this. He held Chu Liuxiang's hand tightly and said, Brother, you must think of a way for me. Chu Liuxiang said, There is always a way, but second brother can't be anxious now. It may not take more than 3 days.
什么都可以解决了。3天，3天，这3天内难道会有什么奇迹出现不成？左金豪还待在问，楚留香却居然已睡着了。楚留香一醒，就听说有2个人在外面等着他，一个丐帮的弟子。
Everything can be solved. 3 days, 3 days. Could some miracle happen in these 3 days? Before Zhua Qingho could ask any more questions, Chu Liuxiang actually fell asleep. As soon as Chu Liuxiang woke up, he heard that there were 2 people waiting for him, a disciple of the beggar clan.
左二爷已请他在客厅里喝茶，还有一个人却不肯说出自己的来意，而且一直等在大门外不肯进来。回话的人叫左生，是左二爷的亲信，自然也是个很精明干练的人。他想了想，
Second Master Zhua has invited him to drink tea in the living room, but there is another person who refuses to tell his purpose and has been waiting outside the door, refusing to come in. The person who answered was Zhua Sheng, a close confidant of Mr. Zhua, and naturally a very shrewd and capable person. He thought about it.
才陪着笑道：这人长得倒也很平常，但行迹却很可疑，而且不说实话。楚留香道：哦。左生道：他说是自远道赶来的，但小人看他身上却很干净，一点也没有风尘之色。
Then he smiled apologetically and said, This man looks very ordinary, but his behavior is very suspicious, and he doesn't tell the truth. Chu Liuxiang said, Oh. Zhua Sheng said, He said he came from afar, but the little man saw that he was very clean and had no trace of dust at all.
骑来的那匹马也不像是走过远路的。楚留香道：你看他像不像练家子？左生道：他走路很轻快，动作也很敏捷，看来虽有几分功夫，但绝不像是江湖人。
The horse he rode didn't look like he had traveled a long way. Chu Liuxiang said, Do you think he looks like Lian Jiazi? Zhua Sheng said, He walks very briskly and moves very quickly. Although he seems to have some skills, he definitely doesn't look like a Jianghu person.
小人敢担保，他这辈子绝没有走出松江府100里外。楚留香笑了笑道：难怪二爷总是说你能干，就凭你这双眼睛，江湖中已很少有人能赶得上你。左生赶紧躬身道：
The villain can guarantee that he will never leave Songjiang Mansion 100 miles away in his life. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, No wonder the second master always says that you are capable. With your eyes, there are few people in the world who can catch up with you. Zhua Sheng quickly bowed and said,
这还不都是二爷和香帅你老人家的教诲？楚留香道：二爷呢？二爷吃了张老先生2铁凝神药，到午时才歇下，现在还没醒。楚留香道：大姑娘呢？左生道：姑娘看来气色倒很好。
This is not all the teachings of Yuri and Xiangshui. Chu Liuxiang said, Where is the second master? The second master took 2 doses of Mr. Zhang's tranquilizing medicine and didn't rest until noon. He's still not awake yet. Chu Liuxiang said, Where is the eldest girl? Zhua Sheng said, The girl seems to be looking very good.
而且也吃得下东西了，就是不让人到他屋里去，整天关着房门在屋子里。他叹了口气，压低了声音，道：“香帅总该知道，姑娘以前不是这个样子，从来不愿在屋子里这件事。”
And she was able to eat, but she didn't allow anyone to come into her room. She stayed in the room with the door closed all day. He sighed, lowered his voice and said, Xiang Shui should know. The girl was never like this before. She never wanted to be in the house. This matter.
这件事的确有点邪门。楚留香沉吟着道：“凡你去禀报姑娘，就说我明天一定有好消息告诉她，叫她莫要着急。”左生道：“你老人家现在是不是要先到客厅去见见那位丐帮的小兄弟？”
This thing is indeed a bit evil. Chu Liuxiang pondered, and said, If you bother to report to the girl, just say that I will have good news to tell her tomorrow, and tell her not to be anxious. Zhuoxing said, Do you, old man, want to go to the living room first to meet the little brother from the beggar gang?
楚留香道：“好。”小兔子显然已经等得不耐烦了，正在那里东张西望，看到楚留香，立刻就迎上前来请安，然后就笑道：“香帅昨天吩咐我们办的事，今天已经有些眉目了。”楚留香笑道。
Chu Liuxiang said, Okay. The little bald man was obviously impatient with waiting. He was looking around, and when he saw Chu Liuxiang, he immediately came forward to say hello. Then he smiled and said, What Xiang Shui asked us to do yesterday has already become somewhat apparent today. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said,
你们办事倒真快。小兔子道：“昨天香帅一交代下来，大哥立刻就叫全城的弟兄私下打听，最近有没有说北方话的陌生人在城里落脚，今天上午就有了消息。”楚留香微微笑着。
You guys do things really fast. The little bald man said, As soon as Xiang Shui gave the explanation yesterday, the eldest brother immediately asked all the brothers in the city to ask around to see if any strangers who speak northern dialect have settled in the city recently. This morning, there was news. Chu Liuxiang smiled slightly.
等他说下去，小兔子道：“最近到松江府来的北方人一共11个，其中6个人是从张家口来的皮货商，年纪已有40、50了，当然不会是香帅要找的人。”楚留香道：“嗯。”小兔子道：“
Wait for him to continue. The little bald man said, There are 11 northerners who have come to Songjiang Mansion recently. 6 of them are fur traders from Zhangjiago. They are already in their 40s or 50s. Of course they are not the people Xiang Shui is looking for. Chu Liuxiang said, Yeah. The little bald man said.
还有4个人是京城来的镖师，有2位年纪很轻，但我们已去盘过他的底，4个人中没有一个姓叶的。楚留香笑道：“还有2个人呢。”小兔子道：“那2人是一对夫妻，2人年纪都很轻。”
There are 4 other people who are escorts from the capital. 2 of them are very young, but we have checked their backgrounds, and none of them is named Yi. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Where are the other 2 people? The little bald man said, Those 2 are a couple, both of them are very young.
也都很好看，据说是京城什么大官的公子，带着新婚的媳妇到江南来游赏，顺便也来尝尝松江府的鲈鱼，但就连那客栈的店小二都知道他们在说谎。楚留香道：“哦，何以见得？”
They are also very good looking. It is said that they are the sons of some high-ranking officials in the capital. They came to the south of the Yangtze River with their newlyweds to visit, and they also came to taste the sea bass in Songjiang Prefecture. But even the waiter of the inn knew that they were lying. Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh, how can you see it?"
小兔子道：“因为他们说是来游山玩水的，却整天躲在屋子里不敢出来，更从来也没有吃过一条鲈鱼。两人穿的衣服虽然很华贵，但气派却很小，出手也不大方。”
The little bald man said, "Because they said they came to enjoy the mountains and rivers, but they hid in the house all day and did not dare to come out. They have never eaten a sea bass. Although the clothes they wore were very luxurious, their style was very small, and the action is not generous."
一点也不像有钱的阔少爷。他笑了笑，悄声道：“听那店小二哥说，有一天他无意中瞧见这位大少爷居然替他老婆洗脚，他老婆嫌水太热。”
He doesn't look like a rich young master at all. He smiled and whispered, "I heard from the second brother in the shop that one day he accidentally saw the young master washing his wife's feet. His wife thought the water was too hot."
一脚将整盆的洗脚水全都踢在这位大少爷身上，这大少爷却连屁也不敢放一个。楚留香眼睛亮了，道：“他姓叶。”小秃子道：“他在柜台上说的名字是李明生，但名字可以改的。”不错。
He kicked the entire basin of foot washing water on the young master, but the young master didn't even dare to fart. Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she said, "His surname is Yi?" The little bald man said, "The name he mentioned on the counter is Li Mingsheng, but the name can be changed." Good.
名字可以用假的，这两人住在哪家客栈？小秃子道：“就在东城门口那家福盛老店。”楚留香道：“好，你先到那里去等我，我随后就来。”河畔的柳树下系着一匹白马。
You can use fake names. Which inn are these two people staying at? The little bald man said, "It's the old Fusheng store at the entrance of Dongcheng." Chu Liuxiang said, "Okay, you go there and wait for me first, I will come later." There is a white horse tied under the willow tree by the river.
一个青衣人正站在树下，眼睛盯着制杯山庄的大门。楚留香并不认得他，他却认得楚留香。楚留香问他有何贵干，这青衣人指道：“主人有很要紧的事要见香帅一面。”楚留香问他。
A man in Sing Yi was standing under the tree, staring at the gate of Throwing Cup Villa. Chu Liuxiang didn't recognize him, but he recognized Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang asked him, "What are you doing?" The man in green just said, "Master has something very important to do and wants to see Xiang Shui." Chu Liuxiang asked him,
你家主人是谁？这青衣人陪笑道：“是香帅的故交，香帅一见面就知道了。现在他正在前面相候，特命小人来这里相请。”楚留香问他：“你家主人为何不来？又为何不让你说出他的姓名？”
"Who is your master?" The man in green smiled apologetically and said, "He is Xiang Shui's old friend. Xiang Shui knew it as soon as we met. Now he is waiting for me in front. I specially ordered this villain to come here to invite me." Chu Liuxiang asked him, "Why doesn't your master come? And why won't you tell him his name?"
这青衣人却什么话都不肯说了，只是弯着腰陪着笑，但显然是假笑，不怀好意的假笑。楚留香也笑了， 凝视着他，悠然道：“你什么都不肯说，怎知我会跟你去呢？”青衣人陪笑道。
But the man in Sing Yi refused to say anything. He just bent over and smiled, but it was obviously a fake smile with evil intentions. Chu Liuxiang also smiled, stared at him, and said leisurely, "You refused to say anything. How did you know that I would go with you?" The man in Sing Yi smiled apologetically and said,
香帅若是不去，岂非就永远不知道我家主人是谁了？那么香帅多少总会觉得有些遗憾吧。楚留香大笑道：“好，你家主人倒真是算准了我的短处，我若不去见一面。”
"If Xiangshui doesn't go, won't he never know who my master is? Then Xiangshui will always feel a little regretful, right?" Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Okay, your master has really figured out my shortcomings. If I don't go see him,
只怕真的要连觉都睡不着了。青衣人笑道：“我家主人早说过，天下绝没有楚香帅不敢见的人，也绝没有楚香帅不敢去的地方。”他一面说话，一面已解开了系在树上的马鞍。
I'm afraid I really won't be able to sleep. The man in Sing Yi smiled and said, "My master has said before that there is no one in the world whom Chu Xiangshui dare not meet, and there is no place in the world that Chu Xiangshui dares not go to." As he spoke, he untied the saddle tied to the tree.
用衣袖拍进了鞍上的尘土，躬身陪笑道：“香帅请。”楚留香道：“我骑马，你呢？”青衣人笑道：“已经用不着我了，这匹马自然会带香帅去的。”这青衣人的确摸透了楚留香的脾气与危险。
He wiped the dust off the saddle with his sleeves, bowed and said with a smile, "Please, Mr. Xiang." Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm riding a horse, what about you?" The man in Sing Yi smiled and said, "There is no need for me anymore. This horse will naturally take Xiang Shui there." This man in Sing Yi has indeed figured out Chu Luxiang's temper, and the more dangerous he is, the more dangerous he is.
愈诡秘的是，楚留香往往会觉得愈有趣。有时他纵然明知前面是陷阱，也会忍不住往下跳的。楚留香骑着马越过小桥，还隐隐可以听到那青衣人笑声隐隐传来。
The more mysterious things are, the more interesting Chu Liuxiang often finds them. Sometimes, even though he knew there was a trap ahead, he still couldn't help but jump down. Chu Liuxiang rode across the small bridge, and could still faintly hear the faint laughter of the man in green.
笑声中带着3分谄媚，却带着7分恶意。他的主人究竟是谁？莫非就是那刺客组织的首领？楚留香觉得兴奋，就像是小时候和小孩捉迷藏的心情一样，充满了新奇的紧张和刺激。
The laughter was half flattery, but half malicious. Who is his master? Is he the leader of the assassin organization? Chu Liuxiang felt excited, just like when she was a child playing hide and seek with a child, full of novel tension and excitement.
马走得很平静，也很快，显然是久经训练的良驹。楚留香并没有挽将，他居然随随便便的就将自己的命运托给这匹马了，而且居然一点也不着急。楚留香索性闭上了眼睛。
The horse walked very calmly and very quickly, obviously a well-trained horse. Chu Liuxiang didn't pull the reins. He actually entrusted his fate to this horse casually, and he was not in a hurry at all. Chu Liuxiang simply closed her eyes.
他睁开眼睛时会看到什么呢？ 约他的人也许并不是那神秘的刺客，也许并不是他的仇敌，而是他的朋友。他有很多朋友都喜欢开玩笑，何况还有许多女孩子，许多美丽的女孩子。
What will he see when he opens his eyes? The person who dated him may not be the mysterious assassin, or his enemy, but his friend, and many of his friends like to joke. What's more, there are many girls, many beautiful girls.
他忽然想起一个姓蔡的女孩子，大大的眼睛，细细的腰，还有2个很深的酒窝。有一次在衣柜里躲了大半天，连饭都没有吃，饿得几乎连腿都软了，就为了要等他回来，吓他一跳。
He suddenly remembered a girl named Kai, who had big eyes, a slender waist, and 2 deep dimples. She once hid in the closet for a long time without eating, and was so hungry that her legs almost collapsed. She softened just to wait for him to come back and scare him.
楚留香忍不住笑了，他只希望自己张开眼睛时会看到他们其中一个。其实他也并不是个很喜欢做梦的人，只不过遇着的是愈危险，他就愈喜欢去想一些有趣的事。
Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh. He just hoped that when he opened his eyes, he would see one of them. In fact, he is not a person who likes to dream very much, but the more dangerous the things he encounters, the more interesting things he likes to think about.
他不喜欢紧张、忧虑、害怕。他知道这些事对任何人都没有好处。马奔行了很久很久，骤然停了下来，蹄声骤顿，只剩下微风在耳畔轻轻吹动，天地间仿佛很安静。
He doesn't like tension, worry, fear. He knew these things were not good for anyone. The horse ran for a long time and suddenly stopped. The sound of hoofbeats suddenly stopped, leaving only the gentle breeze blowing in the ears, and the world seemed to be very quiet.
他还是没有睁开眼睛，然后他就听到一阵很轻的脚步声，一个人正向他走过来。这人走在落叶上，脚步声虽仍是十分轻微，除了楚留香之外，世上只怕很少有人能听得到。
He still didn't open his eyes. Then, he heard a sound of light footsteps. A man was walking towards him. This man was walking on the fallen leaves, and although his footsteps were still very light, except for Chu Liuxiang, few people in the world could hear him.
这人还远在10步外，楚留香就觉得有一股可怕的剑气迫人眉睫，但是他反而笑了，微笑道：“原来是你，我实在没有想到会是你。”站在楚留香面前的，赫然竟是薛衣人。
This man was still 10 steps away, and Chu Liuxiang felt that there was a terrifying sword energy imminent, but instead he smiled.